It's amazing to have you join us on a fresh edition of This Morning on ITV. Quite a kudos store. Know that we've come close to the end of the year. Basically, we'll look at the challenges that came upon us in the course of the year. Well, we just have to say, in spite of it, we'll stay resilient and we never will give up because we are Nigerians, okay? So basically, we'll look at what transpired in the course of the year. And of course, as we gradually get to the end of the year, what's going to happen in the year 2026? Well, good tidings I bring you. I want to say Merry Christmas in advance and a prosperous New Year in advance to you. And basically, we'll look at what the document is like every fiscal year. And of course, the government basically embarks on a prototype that would help guide the policy implementation in governance. And we call it the budget. The fiscal year, we look at the monies earmarked on the budget that will help to, implement the policies as planned by the government. And what is the budget for Edo State? Because the subnational government, Edo State, is what we're going to be looking at today. And of course, they've proposed 939 billion naira for the 2026 budget. And basically, from that, we have about 420, billion naira earmarked for expenditures, basically looking at infrastructural development. And of course, about 305 billion naira will be expended rather for road construction and rehabilitation. Well, the breakdown goes on, and basically as the show progresses, we will itemize all of this. But let's look at what has been placed for food security and job creation. About 68 billion naira. A budget, Christian budget of hope, is basically a talk of the nation, and most especially as the Senator Monday Okpebholo-led administration, is embarking on very, very massive projects in the course of the year 2025. And of course, it's expected that, more will be seen in the year 2026. And of course, looking at what it is like, how has the budget monitoring been for this year 2025? And what could be also the prospects for the year 2026? It's upon us, and it behoves every citizen to make sure that questions are being asked about what the budget itemized and how the government institutions are going about, tackling every aspect of the budget to know if basically there's optimal performance in utilization in the budget. Well, some would say, how has the performance been even in the year 2025 budget? And what could also be the prospect for 2026 is that the budget monitoring will also bring about optimal performance, where we will see every project itemized by the government actually implemented to the letter. Well, we see the flyover project at Ahmad Park, and of course the one also beginning at Saple Road. And of course it's also a promising fact, and that also matched with words and actions to also have link roads, that will also help in the access of materials being brought from the rural areas to the urban, most especially as we look at our farms. Reports have been said even concerning what the Edo State government said actually as regards how to make sure that a budget is also created to make sure the agrarian society is developed to a point where the herders and farmers clashes will be greatly reduced, if not eradicated. What are the prospects? And basically, how do we tackle it headlong in the budget for 2026 of Edo State? The appropriation bill basically takes a tone of 939 billion naira. That's quite a lot, you might say. Well, not alone on this. Joining me from the Lagos Market Center is Josh. Joshua, good morning. Good to have you join me. I like calling you Josh. Hope you don't mind.
You're absolutely on point. Good morning, my good friend. And of course, I can Charity Tanko over there in Abuja. My greetings to you. Of course, joining me right here is my co-anchor Patricia Gabriel. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Josh, and good morning, Philip, and then Tanko there. I want to say Merry Christmas to you all in advance.
Basically, it was almost like a missing in action, not being able to identify Charity Tanko. Good morning, Charity. You look bright this morning. I know you've got a lot to say from Abuja Network Center. Come on, spill.
Well, good morning, Philip. Good morning, Joshua. Good to see you this morning. Basically, from the Abuja Network Center, we'll be discussing the budget as presented by President Bola Tinubu. And we are going to be taking a look at the creation of state police, which he has said he has given the go-ahead to state governments who are ready to create state police, and also the creation of forest rangers and all of that. So we're going to be taking a look at that particular budget, which is 5.41 trillion naira for security in the country.
All right, no doubt we are going to be also hearing from the Lagos Medical Center, where Joshua and Patricia is already getting ready to spill what they've got. Let's share it.
Right here in Lagos, we'll be looking at a poll made by the U.S. President on 20 envoys or ambassadors, if you like, and of course, Nigeria is also inclusive. And then, this is also interesting to note that also looking at the recall made on these envoys, we'll also be looking at concerns raised as regards these appointees. Don't forget, they were former appointees of the previous administration under the leadership of Joe Biden. And of course, by virtue of that appointment, they were supposed to stay up until January 2026. But unfortunately, a drastic turn where their appointment was terminated, and of course, a recall process was made on them. And now these reactions from, of course, various persons across the globe are like, what is the Washington up to? Is it power play, or is this a subtune of replacing very trusted voice across board? And of course, we'll be looking at the diplomatic ties Nigeria has with the U.S. as this comes to an end, especially looking at how our economic and political play with the U.S. will be in the coming days. And also, don't forget that we also are with the visa restrictions coming from the U.S. president, which has various categories. So these are some of the issues we'll be looking at side by side in the course of our conversation this morning. Of course, Pat will also have one or two to say as regards the subject matter.
Yes, Josh, thank you. I was actually going to talk about how we're going to be looking at the political and economic on this issue. We'll also be looking at the lessons Nigerians and our policymakers would take from this. Josh.
All right, over to you, Philip.
Thank you, George. Thank you, Patricia. Well, that's what it is like because we look at the essence of governance, government, for instance, We must also take our minds back to the, origin of the state where Thomas Hobbes, a philosopher then, said that life is short, nasty and brutish if there is no government. So bring in the government so that we can help, regulate the affairs of the people. But again, we look at the expression of government or the expression of the people because we say the government is about the people. And simply put, where we've got an import of democracy where we say the system of government, that is of the people, by the people, and for the people. But how is this felt by the people? Basically, as we look at all of this as the year gradually closes up, it's expected that you join us across the network centers as we bring you, very, very resourceful topics and discussions from our analysts in all of this. We take a short break, and after which we dive into the pages of the newspaper. Do stay. Direction to the mood of the nation. Well, it's a festive season, and of course, Christmas just by the corner, and the end of year activities also pressing forward. Well, everything needs an attention this time around. Family needs, corporate needs, everything has got to, be put together to make sure that there's a balance in every equation. You know what I mean? I can bet you. So, but well, let's quickly see what will be hitting the screen as the first newspaper we're gonna be looking at today. And we've got the Guardian newspaper. It says investors wary as demolitions flatten over 2,500 houses. You know what it is like when houses are demolished. Of course, we look at the costs that is also emanating from that. The losses, the investments spent by investors into such, infrastructures are just being demolished. Well, it speaks a whole lot on the Guardian newspaper. Let's see the next. Of course, we have it on the Nations, where it says federal government no going back on tax law from January 1. Well, that brings a whole lot, to the new year coming, 2026, and the tempers are rising. Basically, intrigues are there and suspense on how it's going to be like. You know what it is like when taxes increased? And of course, where are you going to get the money from? Basically, it's a feverish thing, a feverish feeling that will basically, will be the discourse that will be forming, forums in the early of the new year 2026. Let's see how it comes on the next. Yes, we've got the Nigerian Tribune, and it says Oyo, Ogun, Lagos unveil joint security offensive to secure highways cities. And that's what we have on the Nigerian Tribune. And of course, we say we have this. It says we didn't alter tax laws. The federal government has got that to say. We didn't alter tax laws. Diplomatic spot with U.S. on religious violence resolved. Federal government has that to say on the diplomatic spot with the U.S., of course, on religious violence. And we know basically that could bring a lot in terms of how to, close the gap on the violence that we've been facing, of course, in Nigeria, and how we can tackle that headlong has been across the minds of every Nigerian. Basically, if we must make it or do it right, then we must ensure that we all stand together and do the needful to close the gap. Well, this is much you can take on the pages of the newspaper. I did tell you that we got a lot today to discuss, basically, as we look at the fiscal year 2026 and the subnational government, talking particularly about the Edo State government, where the Senator Mondo Okpebholo-led administration has earmarked some projects for 2026. And of course, it's going to cost money to really embark on these projects. And of course, we look at the proposed 2026 budget that is gulping 939 billion naira. And if you look at it closely, from the 939 billion naira, we have about 420 billion naira earmarked for infrastructural development. Of course, basically for the state to move forward, there needs to be infrastructure development. And of course, I said that 305 billion naira was also earmarked for road construction and rehabilitation. We talk about the need to link roads and of course to have access roads, like the governor did say, looking at the need to decongest the traffic or the bad roads, that leads from our farms to the marketplaces or from the rural to the urban centers. And basically, all of this will demand efforts by the government, and of course, we demand money to embark on this. 305 billion naira. But again, if you look at that huge sum, it's expected that there's budget monitoring. What is the role of the National Assembly or the State House of Assembly in ensuring oversight functions are intact? What's the role of the civil society activists? And of course, what's the role? What was our role as press in making sure that we, spotlight every item that's already been earmarked on the budget, and to make sure that as the monies are allotted into various items, of course, we spotlight it and ensure that optimal performance is noticed. Otherwise, there will be basically need to, criticize the government on the performance so far. We will look at the year 2025, where sometimes our minds don't quickly capture how the budget was expended in the year 2025. Do we have 100% budget, optimal performance, or do we have about 75%? All of this will be what we're going to be looking at today, as we will be joined by political analysts to dissect this across board. To stay. On the Edo 939 billion naira 2026 proposed budget, And well, with this just few days to January 1, a lot needs to be done, you know, by the House of Assembly on appropriation bill in order for it to become a budget. You know, basically we look at what the Edo State government has christened it as a budget of hope and growth. And of course, joining me to analyze the key sectors that might have, you know, received a boost in this appropriation bill is a political analyst, and he is Dennis Osaro Yomari. Big thanks for coming.
Good morning, Mr. Philip. Good morning, fellow viewers.
All right. Joining me via Zoom is another, you know, political analyst from our SA to the governor of Edo State on political affairs, Shedrack Udubai. Good morning, Shedrack.
Good morning, Mr. Philip. Good morning, my good morning, Nigeria.
I wish you a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year in advance. All right, so, well, a whole lot we talk about, and I know you're preparing for Christmas already.
Yes, Merry Christmas. Yes.
Just a few days. But some said because of the economic hardship, this year's Christmas should be cancelled.
I don't think so. It's not something we have to cancel. It's something we have to celebrate.
Oh.
Yeah, something we have to really celebrate.
Okay.
So, you know, it's more of a Christian thing, and I feel that we don't have to have enough to celebrate Christmas. It's all about your heart and how you tend to worship your God.
Okay, but let's look generally how government, you know, subnational government, Edo State in chapter, has affected lives to make them even have a feel of Christmas this year, 2025.
Okay. I can speak for my local government and also some of the political appointees from my local government, the council chairman, the Honorable Commissioner for Water Resources and Energy. They have been doing some charity movement in Umunde, sharing bag of rice, chickens, and supporting those less privileged in cash and all to be able to encourage them to participate in Christmas celebration.
Okay.
So kudos to Honorable Washington Osasifo and Honorable Austin Mafidon, the council chairman of Umunde local government, and also I won't forget Honorable Casey Osamoyi Unoma is also doing his best. Okay,
well, that's just a by the wayside. Basically, we didn't plan this. But well, let's go into the discussion proper. Looking at the 939, that's a whopping sum. 939 billion naira, you know, proposed budget for 2026, and you look at what it comes with, budget of hope and growth, yes. And of course we look at the amount of money allotted to some sectors, you know, that really greets the eyes. What do you see from this appropriation bill before the State House of Assembly by the Senator Mondo Pueblo-led administration? What do you see? Do you see a philosophy that has to do with like continuity in legacies from the past administration to this current administration?
Yeah, I see continuity in legacy, and also I see more to it.
It reflects on the budget?
Yes, it reflects on the budget,
bill?
the proportion bill, and also when you look at the analysis of that budget, you can see vividly that the budget has also invested more, concentrated more on infrastructure development.
Exactly.
And I think that is
got about 420 billion
and 62. Yes,
that's a whooping sum.
That's a whooping sum, of course. Now, the major problem that we are witnessing in Edo State is about infrastructural development, where we have bad roads and some other unemployment. So now, when you look at this infrastructural appropriation bill that is over like 420.62 billion naira, you can understand that what has Pueblo done is to make sure that all infrastructural development, even in future, is being captured under this budget, like road. I think road has
a separate one. 305.
Road has more of the appropriation budget, which is 305 billion naira.
Yeah,
do you understand?
That's just on its own.
That's just on its own. In terms of federal road, state road, and all the rural and urban settings in the state, whether we like it or not, even unemployment is under this appropriation bill. Like what Okpebolo has said is, by bringing infrastructure development, bringing investors, building companies and other parasites, it can increase employment opportunity for Edo indigenes. So when you have, infrastructure is not all about road. Agriculture fall under infrastructure. Education fall under infrastructure. Health also fall under infrastructure. And what the government is doing, Mr. Governor, is also working on increasing the Edo State health insurance. So that is why the boost sum of this budget, it is more concentrated in infrastructural development.
Okay. Well, we don't want it to be like a hula baloo because most especially when it's one thing for us to have this appropriation bill, you know, and of course, which will basically be backed by law and becomes a budget. But it's another to see the performance, you know, of such a budget, because year in, year out, we've seen situations where we are given hope by government. Yes. And what is the yardstick that, well, before I ask you that question, let's get to you, Shedrack Udubai. I want you to tell us how you feel or how you greet the development on the, you know, figures before us on the appropriation bill.
You know, in as much as I recognize the facts that people in power must always talk good of their principal, and there are persons who are just honor bound and duty bound to defend the interest of Monday Okpebholo being governor of the state. I also want us to anchor all of these things on reality, and also want us to understand that governance is for the people. If we are not able to give the very best to the people, then there's no role for governance. There's no basis of this engagement. If we come here to make it look as though all is well when all is not well. When he spoke about infrastructure as though this is the first time we are seeing infrastructure on a budget, we wonder what happened to the infrastructure that was placed in the 2025 budget. How far did they come? And by you, this is one of the worst administration is sticking to the tenets of a budget. Because we saw that the flyover they did, when the Okpebholo got into office, 3 days after I went to start, flagged up a flyover that was not captured in the budget. He had not done any budgetary allocations. He just went there whimsically, out of his own personal perception, opinion, and thinking. He gave out billions of dollars in contracts without budgetary allocation, without asking the interest of the Edo people. Say, oh, Edo people, through your representative, is it important? Is it needful? Is it crucial we go in this direction? And yeah, when you now begin to talk that Monday Okpebholo has put in place a budget that will work, I mean to wonder a man that does not respect budgeting, because a budget is a tool that shows to the people and shows to the God. It's like a meeting point where they come to organize and coordinate their affairs of the next 1 year, because government is all about allocation of finances, treasures and pleasures. What do we do? So in a budget, you state clearly what you want to do in the upcoming year. So the idea of saying that, but because whether you like it or not, I don't want to even discuss so much of the details of the budget, because the budget, samples of the budget are never out. Copies are not yet out. What we had was just a near summary of what they think they will do that was read out in the floor of the house by Monday Okpebholo. And yet the detail of the budget is not out. Even before it was passed, it's not out. One of these things is done in secrecy. There used to be a time I had to track budget on a day-in, day-out basis. During the time of Adasali Oshomole, here we exercise serious pressure that a budget is an open document that everybody ought to have to also ensure that we carry out oversight, because our budget is the only basis that create oversight for the legislative arm of our government. If these things are not clearly stated, that we're going to spend this money here, this money here, this money here, then the legislature will not have any basis of asking you how money is being spent. But what the first thing we saw in Monday Okpebholo's budget was that he raised so many figures from the budget, 939 billion, 850 million. The other millions, the other hundreds of thousands, those ones are just clearly erased to make it easy for him to pronounce. But that, to a large extent, undermines the purpose of budgeting. If there cannot be accountability, if we cannot trace to the hundreds and the hundreds of thousands and the thousands, that means now that thousand can be stolen without appropriation, because the budget did not capture those other lower figures. I've never seen any budget in Nigeria since the return of democracy in 1990, in any state and in the federation where the budget is being approximated. It shows how porous the system, how decayed the system has become. And most importantly, I didn't want to look so much at what he said he wants to do, because Monday Okpebholo will eventually do what he wants to do, irrespective of what the budget says. And this House of Assembly does not have the requisite capacity to question Monday Okpebholo, because Monday Okpebholo had tied a flyover that was not in the budget before. They slept over it as though they were not seeing it. And today he's bringing on that budget. So I do not think that the Legislative House of Assembly, which is empowered by law to carry out legislative oversight, can carry out any form of responsible oversight on this government, because the Okpebholo government appears to be a god above all the legislatures. And all of them now, instead of thinking with their stomach, thinking with their head, they're practically thinking with their stomach. Where I faulty most clearly is the area of where we get the money to fund the budget. Because what we have, when I looked at the budget very closely, could say clearly that it was a budget that was pumped up to 939 billion in an attempt to give the impression that Edo State is prospering when Edo State is not. When the government, the developmental indices, economic factors are comatose, Monday Okpebholo goes behind the door to pump those figures and make it look as though that was going to get, I think it was going to get 480 billion from federal allocation. 160 billion from IGRO, 153 billion from grants and capital expenditure receipts. Then we get the other 164 billion from PPP, that's public-private partnership, where other investors will come and partner with government in building infrastructural works. And no loan, no borrowing. And I looked at it for the first time in a long while. Mondo Pueblo is bringing a very huge budget, no provision for loan, no borrowing. It was an attempt to deceive Nigerians that they will not be borrowing money. Now, let me look at what he said he wants to bring the money for. 480 billion from FAC allocation. If you divide 480 billion by 12, that is 40 billion per month. Mondo Pueblo has never received 21 billion. He has never received 25 billion. The highest he has ever received was what he received in September, which is 20 billion naira. How somebody that received 18, 20, 17, 16, 15, 12, sometimes 20. Now go and project that we receive 40 billion every single month in the year 2025. See, can we start by lying to ourselves? That you want to spend money you don't have, money you cannot project, money you have no control over. It's a federal allocation under the federal jump from 20 billion to 40 billion every single month in 2025 because the Pueblo wants to make us, they want to deceive us. Money you don't have. If you go to the IGRO, 160 billion. Pay 160 billion by 12. You see that it's about 13.3 billion. Has Mondo Pueblo ever raised 10 billion since he became governor? This one is under his direct control. Is it not gradually growing off? I speak to you now. Federal state IGRO is about less than 5 billion in the state. Struggling when they tell me went to as low as 4 billion monthly. Now Mondo Pueblo had to sack the Atalakpa recovery concept because of the poor enumeration that they were bringing into the states. See, this whole thing is just built on deceit. Whether it is the FAC allocation, whether it is the IGRO, whether it is the grants that Mondo Pueblo wants to go and bring, or is the public private, all of them are all sham. Mondo Pueblo cannot rake in 600 billion
okay,
to
Shedrack, you've said a lot.
You've said a lot, but I must say,
let's quickly give room for Dennis Osaro to react to what you said, because he said a lot, and he pinpointed the fact that, you know, some projects earmarked by the governor was not even budgeted for, like the flower project he made mention of, and also talking about the oversight function of the State House of Assembly probably not doing their best, you know, in that regard. He also made mention of, you know, the IGRO and calling it, in summary, a hula baloo for the governor to embark on this, you know, proposal for Edo 2026 budget. What are your thoughts?
Now, you see, the first thing we have to understand is I understand them that the opposition party will never see anything good that Mondo Pueblo is doing in Edo State. And let me make very, very, very clear that Mondo Pueblo has increased the talent generated revenue of Edo State, and he has also foreseen that an estimated of 160 billion naira will be gotten. Is that, you know, the meaning of an estimated proposal is what you are officially looking at. You understand? That is what Mondo Pueblo has planned in order to be able to achieve that aspect of internal generated revenue.
What about if it doesn't work?
It will work. It will work because there are already amenities and machineries in place
will the government not be looking at borrowing?
To achieve, no, I'll get there, to achieve the internal generated revenue of Edo State. And let me also inform him, he has forgotten that Edo State is under the SS crude oil for each state. Each of these Niger Delta states has a particular sum of money that they have been gotten from federal government for crude oil sales and all that. So when you look at, they call it oil derivation fund for each of these 6 Niger Delta states. So when you look at that aspect, don't forget there's no longer fuel subsidy. So when you look at this statistic, you see that Mondo Pueblo knows already that, look, this sum of money will be able to actualize it in sponsoring this bill. Now I look at the 420 billion 420.62 billion naira allocated already from infrastructure. For infrastructure and gotten from federal allocation. Now, when you look at the normal IGRO from, the normal allocation from federal government, look at the oil derivation funds, when you calculate all this together, it's an estimated. So it's either you get there or you are not able to get there. But Mr. Governor also have it in mind that this is what I want to achieve for Edo people, because Edo people have lacked behind in terms of infrastructural development. So now also I look at when you talked about the House of Assembly not be able to question the oversight function. The oversight function. No, that's very wrong. And first of all, let me make it very clear that this set of people were also being sponsored by the past administration. So Mondo Pueblo have no hand in who plays the shots in House of Assembly. Of course, we can see that House of Assembly have been doing their work diligently. I can tell you that House of Assembly have been doing their work diligently.
But don't forget, if after the administration of former Governor Godwin Obaseki,
yes,
some moved to the
They moved to
Progressive
APC,
Congress,
Mr.
including
Governor
the
was
Speaker of the State House of Assembly.
Yes.
Are you forgetting the fact?
of course. When the past administration was there, also the PDP, all the speakers and the speakers and the members were also members of the PDP.
Okay, but,
so now,
but what does that tell you? Does that tell you a purpose for which they were voted for to serve the people, or just for personal gains? Because it brings some correlations of intrigues.
No, it's served for purpose of serving the people, because when the House is united, works move sporadically, and each of their projects or each of their activities will be attended to sequentially. So now when you see the House of Assembly coming together to work with the state government, it's a progress of a state. We witnessed under the first tenure of Mr. Godwin Obaseki, where the House of Assembly were being, the roof was pulled off. There were a lot of controversy, catastrophe, fighting between the state governor and the House of Assembly. So that is what we don't want to witness in Edo State anymore. Okay. We want works to be done and unity in performance, in governance in Edo State.
Okay, but well, let's look at the performance. Yes, you still have the floor.
Yes, quickly. When we look at this appropriation bill, we will see that the infrastructure, like I said, the infrastructural part of this bill focus more on education, agriculture, health sector. You understand? Health sector and social services to the people of Edo State. So when you look at agriculture, what and how does the government try to empower our farmers in terms of improving the food production for Edo State and ending insecurity in terms of food, so that in Edo State, in our marketplaces, food can be easily bought by Edo people. Then when you look at health sector, like I said, Mogopolo is more interested in increasing the Edo State health insurance for Edo people, both for the rural and the urban sector. Then when you look at education, like I said before, under Mr. Governor administration, almost all the state institutions, their IGRO has been increased by states sponsoring them to be able to have a frequent education in each of this sector. Abu Salih, for example, earns over 500 million monthly from Okpebholo administration. The Iyamo University of Recent was, I think, over 200 million was also approved for them. When you go to this polytechnic here, those gratuities that was being abandoned by past administration were also paid by Mondo Okpebholo administration. So now when you look at all this categorically, you can see that Mondo Okpebholo means well and has also had emphasis in making sure that Edo people get what really belongs to them. So this bill, this budget has a futuristic standard. Okay. I call it a sophisticated budget that tends to empower and tends to liberate Edo from underdevelopment.
Okay. Let's shift our attention again to you, Shadrach, but not to really shake the TV, but to bring in some respite. I know basically that you would like to really antagonize or criticize, the policies and, of course, the budget proposal. But let's look at the amount, that have been earmarked, which you may say you wouldn't want to go into details, but I think I have to give you a nudge to go into that. We have 420.62 billion naira earmarked for infrastructure development. And aside that, we have 305 billion naira earmarked for road construction and rehabilitation. If we take our minds back to the previous government under Governor Obaseki, don't you see this is an uplift?
Mr. Philip Omogipo, it's an uplift, but it's an uplift on paper. And you see, Nigerians should wake up from reality. It is good for us to defend government. It is good for us to not make anybody look like a devil, anybody is not performing poorly. But it's also good for the people to enjoy the dividends of democracy. When we are speaking about infrastructure has places for infrastructure, I begin to laugh. See, Mr. Philip, the basis on which you plan is anchored on the available resources. You can't be any 10,000 and you are planning to spend 100,000 in next year. And you want me to celebrate that you are spending 100,000 when I know your salary is a meager 10,000 naira. In annual, your salary for the whole year is 10K, and you are projecting to spend 100,000, and you are looking at how beautiful the things you will buy with 100,000, and you want me, Shedaku, to buy to join to celebrate and be happy. All of those things does not account. See, Mondo Okpebholo has not attracted any meaningful investment to Edo State. No name, no destination. The investment we have in Edo State that ought to grow our IGRO and boost income, Mondo Okpebholo is destroying them, preventing them from opening and sacking them. Today, there is no electricity across the full state. Businesses are closing down. There is nobody who is speaking of development that is speaking of Edo. And yet you want me to be happy about infrastructure development. What exactly are the infrastructure? One flyover in Rama Park that was not budgeted for. As for Assembly did not assent to it. We never told him we needed it. It didn't go through procurement process. Everything was done through backdoor. Is that the kind of infrastructure should be celebrating in this modern time? The other one in Adesua that is totally not needed. What exactly do you want me to celebrate when it comes by infrastructure? Which road, apart from those two flyovers about the people died in those house, that is more than 5 kilometers, that you said they have budgeted so much on, that Shedakudu Bank should celebrate and felicitate to him for? The road he has done, the longest he has done is 7.9 kilometers. And that's the road in Udomi, his village. The agricultural farm he did is in Udomi. The 20 billion he has projected for water park is in Udomi. So when you say infrastructure, many of the schools, the best school Mondo Pueblo has built was the one he built in his village. He attached is a big school. He also has a staff quarter. Point another school for me that Mondo Pueblo built that has staff quarter in the school. See, I don't want to make the government look bad. But the truth is this: we can't continue, we cannot continue to feed in line. If Mondo Pueblo say IGRO has grown, on what basis has it grown? As is it the Atalakma recovery concept that is not gathering money for him, that is making the money boost, or the one he has sacked? And for a couple of months, when Dennis, Dennis is my man. I as much as I appreciate the fact that he wants to keep talking for APC, so that I don't want him to grow in APC, but we are friends. He used to hear my voice sometime ago before he crossed over. And I appreciate the fact that he's coming out and speaking. So I don't want to. It's also cost figure because we are not stupid. When he's calling somebody as a mark promised to spend 430 billion infrastructure. I will say, however, look at how possible. Can he do it? Does he have the required facility to do it? We are saying Nigeria has grown. He has grown from where to where. And where are you getting your data from? I will never call a figure to deceive Nigerians. I will know who do people who are listening to me because I have public trust to ensure that I tell them what is obtainable and what's anchored on reality. The more that was supposed to open, that would have boosted the IGR of Edo State, having tourists coming to lodge and spend money in the state, having also at least, but the people stopped the problem. The Radisson Blue, that was the first hotel that would have attracted tourists. Your Shoma Power Plant, that was supposed to boost investments, make for spending money. Now we don't have anything to buy. So what are we talking about? Are we stupid? Are we children? And when the people will come and tell us that we are developing, when we know we are not developing and we're celebrating on the people. That's our assembly. Say they have the right, they have been doing well. I don't want to open the chapter of the assembly because those ones for me, I said they are ones that are overstaffed. People who receive over 2 billion every single month to think for the people so that they can carry out legislative oversight and scrutiny, so that the executive will be able to sit up and administer government on the defects of the people. They don't think about the people anymore. They jump from one party to another. They speak from both sides of their mouth. Anything on the people say they want to do, that's what they do. All the inadequacies, the inconsistencies in government, they don't address any of them. They don't talk about the people, don't do this, do this. No, that's not the interest. The interest is, okay, let us go back. In 2025, Mondopolo presented a budget of 670 billion. Guess what? There was no room for borrowing. But in only less than 4 months, I think about March or June, Mondopolo went to borrow 100 billion. And this same House of Assembly gave them approval to borrow 100 billion. A budget that has not gone up to 6 months, he borrowed 100 billion. Whether you like it or not, this same one, when the government went up funding it in China, Edo State cannot boast of a budget of 600 billion, cannot boast of 500 billion, let alone 179 billion. It's a sham. I can't be celebrating what does not exist. And if they say it exists, they should release the copy, the re-copy of the budget. Let me have it. Let me have the re-copy of the budget that details how every penny is going to be spent. So that when it comes again next year, I'll be able to ask him clearly, this one and this one and this one, was it done or was it not done? They won't give you a copy of the budget. They are withholding it. It is summarized as it was, they will tell us. And without summary, you cannot carry out legislative oversight. So whether there is somebody who wants to defend APCO, whether they want to defend APCO, ask him if the budget, the resources to fund that budget is available and where they will they get it from. A man is doing 20 billion, they will receive 40 billion. We're talking about derivation. How much is the 30% derivation? Let us not give ourselves. Let us relax. Let us watch. It is so sad that we have come to a point in time where they've given us a monarchical system of government under the chariot of democracy. But the government does whatever he wants, how he wants, when he wants, to whomever he wants. and yet the House of Assembly cannot do anything. Nigerian people has no stake. See, if you know how important a budget is, it's not something we're going to be discussing on what the Pueblo says. See, a budget is the next source of governance. It's the primus res. It's the center, it's the core on which Mondo Pueblo will proceed. Without that budget, Mondo Pueblo cannot spend a penny. Because if that budget is not approved, it can't spend without approval. But here we see that budgets are approved without details, with the approximated figures, without recourse to where the money is coming from. But the Pueblo is not interested in building a state revenue so that it can appropriate more to governance. It's destroying what we have on ground and it's telling us that it's prospering. But I guess, what about budget performance? Did anybody speak about budget performance this last time? You may probably tell us this is what we have done, because when you are presenting a new budget, like Obaseki did, when you are going to present, he will tell you what he has done in the last one and what he intends to do. This budget totally ended last year. We have completed the implementation of that last budget. But the government does not have time to go into those weeks because the House of Assembly cannot call him to order. So for us, I just feel that they need to keep speaking on these issues. This government is heading for the rocks. It started its secrecy. It's been organized like a cabal. Whatever you say is immaterial. But the government does not give room for constructive criticism, does not give room for superior argument. It does not like alternate opinions. It does what it wants, how it wants it. For me, it's fine. It can continue like that.
Okay, Shedrack, I know you belong to the opposition, but I would have wanted you to be objective in this aspect, most especially how we can move Edo State forward. But, well, I'll be asking you the next question relating to that. But, well, let's look at what the proposal comes with and how realistic these budgetary allocations are, like, most especially as regards addressing unemployment and poverty in Edo State. Food security, and all that, it seems to be taking about 68 billion naira. So how realistic is that?
Like I said before, I wouldn't mind what he's saying because the opposition will never see anything good that Mr. Governor is doing in Edo State today. But let me make it very clear that this budget is very realistic, and also the part of unemployment is there. When you mention, I think you said 96 billion naira for employment opportunities and other social activities.
About 116 billion.
Over 116 billion naira.
Yeah.
So now, when you look at this, you see that the unemployment rate that Mondo Pueblo met, it is what is affecting Edo people today. Now, what the government is trying to do is trying to open room for employment opportunities for youth empowerment scheme and other social activities to boost and to reduce poverty rates in Edo State. Look at what he did. In the past few months, we have a record where the governor have employed over 5,000 teachers. That was not captured in the previous budget, but it's captured in this present budget under the education sector. And also, when you look at that, you look at it very clearly. You see where it stated that more health practitioners will be employed to boost health activities and health functions in all various health facilities in Edo State. That also was included in the budget. Then when you look at youth empowerment, most of our youth talked about entertainment industry, talked about financial empowerment, talked about scholarship and all that. They were also talked about sport as well. Mondo Pueblo is very interested in Edo State sport activity. They were also captured under social activities. Then when you look at the agricultural sector as well, most of the farm sectors that Mondo Pueblo met, they were being abandoned. Tractors were being rented from private individuals. But what the government is doing now, for us to secure food production in Edo State, we have to produce, we have to purchase. You understand? We have to produce and purchase agricultural amenities or agricultural activities in order to secure our food production in Edo State. Now, the government bought a lot of tractors and also want to establish different farm sectors within the 3 senatorial districts over more than 500 acres of land in terms of food production. It was also captured under the infrastructure proposed bill.
Okay, but how
when you look at the renovation and re-establishment of various schools, like he said, he was more focused in the Pogolo community. Rather, I can tell you over 30 to 40 schools have been renovated in Edo State, put together in Edo South, in Edo Central, in Edo North. They were all captured under the infrastructure bill parts under the infrastructure proposed bill. So now, when you look at this, the spontaneous and the large deal of this bill, you see that there's, like I said before, there's a futuristic plan and a futuristic advantage of this bill, and it is very realistic and it's very clear. So also, the first quarter of 2026, although we witnessed magnificent change, although we witnessed massive change and infrastructure development in Edo State that I've never witnessed before since 1999 in Edo State. Now, why is Mondo Pegolo infrastructure be over 420.62 billion naira, and the road part of it had 305 billion naira in terms of road rehabilitation and reconstruction? Because the past administration abandoned most of the road in Edo State. That is the problem we are facing today. Go to Jare, there's no road. A government that barely spent a year in office, met dilapidated, condemned, no road in Edo State, and they are still speaking. What happened to infrastructure development on our Obaseki? What did the past administration did or have done with the infrastructure proposed bill of the last year? He met dilapidated road.
Yes,
of course.
But it's been a year in government.
And now, he has been doing much. When you go to Saple Road, like he said the Saple Road deserved no flyover. I just laughed because me, I live there, so I'm a testament of what Mondo Pegolo is doing in Saple Road. Without that flyover, you can spend over 5 to 6 hours in Adesua. I think you know Adesua Junction, where there's a conjunction of traffic there. You can spend over 5 to 6 hours. You can be there from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m.
And that brings about a huge loss of manpower.
That bridge also created employment opportunity. We don't have to forget that. Employment opportunity for our youth, those people in that environment. And when that bridge commences operation, you see that it will have to discongest those hold up and all that traffic.
Basically, I was there on Saturday when I was coming from Delta State.
Yes.
It was a challenge, the congestion, and I expect that after the project has been, completed, that congestion will be eased off. Basically, because we tried, applying other routes into the GRA, but the GRA axis, all the routes we met were blocked. Because there were a lot of activities,
that is what the governor saw. That is what the governor saw.
If this comes up, we just hope that it eases, this congestion that we are really looking at as a challenge, because it brings about a huge loss of manpower if we have these, congestions. But it's in that light I want to also come to you, Shedrack, because we look at the challenges, the congestions on our roads, most especially the aspect you were criticizing at Saple Road axis. I was there on Saturday, and it was a very huge one. The congestions that come up in such axis, don't you see this as a way to ameliorate that congestion?
Mr. Philip, you're a very intelligent man. So I don't want to believe that the man sitting next to you is trying to intoxicate you with some APC syndrome where they try to substitute intelligence for foolery. See, when you've been in Benin for a long while, have you ever spent 4 to 6 hours in Saple Road, Adesua, Saple Road, Adesua, Joshua, as your man there had alleged, before construction? Yeah, construct the road now. That's why they were the one who scattered the road, destroyed it. I mean, look as though there's a holo balu. See, I don't understand how you want us to proceed with this emptiness, open lies. That Adesua road, have you ever gone to Upper Adesua? That road was, since I was born, nobody drives after that Upper Adesua. It was in Obaseki reposition that road. There are many dangerous roads in those states. Obaseki did silently and calmly. The man is speaking, there's no road in Jari, there's no road in Jari. See, you see, this whole thing, it's very funny because I don't want to be discussing budget with somebody who's not in government, who cannot answer the questions. He did not see the budget. Maybe he read on social media or WhatsApp group. He just told him this is what the budget is and he's going to defend it. Same with the government wants to spend so much on employment. And I asked, which company is he building? When you say employment, if he's talking about civil service employment, that one falls under recurrent expenditure. Because expenditure is money that we use to service the system. When you talk about capital infrastructure, I don't know how civil service employment becomes capital infrastructural project. I don't know. At least last time I checked, I went to school. They choose not to use school to look at this thing. See, Mr. Philip, this thing is not rocket science. Are we children or are we kidding ourselves? That because he employed 5,000 teachers last year, does he want to employ another 5,000 teachers again this year? When he says we want to provide employment, ask him how many did he do in the year 2025? I don't understand. The Pueblo creates more than that, but not civil service employment. We lost more jobs in terms of public-private partnership. Businesses were closed. Many people were expected that there will be job opening in 2025. They lost their job. See, Monokpebolo has nothing to offer to Edo State aside clueless governance. If you are ready to join me with facts, come with facts. Do not begin to assume. We are discussing budget headings and amounts. Employment, 630 billion. Because employment is 630 billion or 700 billion, we should be happy. Does it translate to last year? How much was employment heading? How many employment did we get? You see, let us not be, I don't understand though. Maybe people want to continue like this in self-deceit. We'll come here, we'll just talk to entertain our visitors. If we don't have anything meaningful to tell the Nigerians, we should play music for them. Let them be listening to music so that when it's a political discussion, they will listen to music and they'll go and rest. Because you've got to be progressing in lies and errors. How can you come here and speak what is not existent? You are calling God that does not exist, no alcohol relation, money you can't earn. I tell us you spend it. One of us said was going to create 200,000 jobs. We saw the approach. How he now built the Edo State a hub. He built many business hubs. He built another one that was going to teach ICT, the data center at yes, I think he had the Decagon at Okoromi.
Okay, thank you, Shadrach. Thank you, Shadrach. But I'll be coming to you after this short break so that at least you give us an insight or advice for the government on how you want to go about it so that it will be able to tackle this situation headlong. Because all you've been saying has been opposing the government. But I know basically you could give us advice or the government advice on that. So we do that after this short break. Do stay. Well, we're gradually bringing our conversation from the Benin Network Center to a close as we've been looking at the Edo 939 billion naira 2026 proposed budget. And before the break, Shadrach had the floor. But Shadrach, I want to ask you a pertinent question concerning how you see the state moving forward. What do you see as should be injected into governance, and what do you see the governor doing to make sure that at least some plights are changed in a way that it meets your expectation?
If I'm to be very, very honest with you, I've lost complete confidence in Monokpebelo's administration as regards to good governance. The man is a politician. He appears to be good. Appears maybe a few persons from his own ethnicity will to survive and enjoy. But for the what we call democracy, the index for measuring good governance, which is delivering the greatest good to the greatest number, I have lost confidence. And if you want me to advise him, the best advice I have for Monokpebelo is for him to resign. Because if he resigns, both himself and Edo people will prosper. So if he resigns, that's the best advice I have. Because I cannot begin to tell a man, say you can wake somebody who is sleeping, but you cannot make a person who is pretending to be asleep. Monokpebelo has not, for the last 1 year, I've watched his government very closely. After this 1 year now, there's no good time to work. Because for the whole of 2027, it will be 2026, it will do 2027 politics. And in 2027, it will do 2028 politics for him to return. So the 1 year, the best 1 year he has to work is the one he has spent already. And in that one, he was heavily distracted by 2.5 million votes for Asiwaju. So if he resigns, that's the best thing that can happen to Edo State now, is a heave of relief, is a signal for good governance. So Monokpebelo should just resign. Let us proceed with good governance.
Well, that's quite a very terrible decision or opinion you have there. But well, let's just quickly say the opinions shared on this platform are opinions of the makers and not that of independent television. How do you react to his opinion, basically?
His opinion is a bitter one. I will tell you, his opinion is a bitter one. It's personal to him. But Edo people who voted for Monokpebelo have saw and are prosperous already in terms of what Monokpebelo have been doing.
But he drew an analogy. I don't want you to forget that analogy too. Because he said the governor has done what he would have performed at best would have been the 1 year that he did. Because in the year 2026, you know, he will be a politician for the 2027 presidential election. And of course, after that in 2028, he will be talking about his return and all that. So if you bring that analogy in, does that not really make us to drag our feet basically on the fact that he could be telling the truth?
The 2027 election has nothing to do with Monokpebelo infrastructure development of Edo State. I'm telling you today, and you have to believe me. Like I said before, all the companies and developmental infrastructure things that was put in place took the past administration 8 years. He made mention of Radissi Blue, which is not completed yet. He made mention of MOA, which is also under investigation. He made mention of some other infrastructure development that was done by the past administration. This infrastructure development took 8 years from the past administration to see the light of the day. Until today, Radissi Blue is still under construction.
Though they said 70% completed.
Have you seen it opened? Have you seen it operated? No. So now the question we should be asking is, how does Monday Okpebholo tend to transform Edo State within the next 4 years, not focusing on 2027 election and 2028 election. Now the governor has put in place a categorically budgeted bill which talks about creation of jobs, talked about agricultural development, talked about health sector development, talked about social amenities, which also fidgeted into creating security for Edo State today.
Yeah,
like I said, the budget also captured the payment under the concurrent bill, the payment of security agencies. Under the past administration, those security agencies acted with humanitarian support.
Okay, but in previous years, optimal performance of the budget has been thrown to the trash can.
That was the previous administration. Now, but in this
let's talk about the 2025, for instance.
Yes.
Let's talk about the 2025, for instance. How has it performed?
Now, the performance of that bill has been so clearly,
of the budget, I mean,
of the budget has been so clearly carried out by the government.
You can't say 100%
now let me list,
was actualized.
Yes,
probably you could say
55%. No, 85% was actualized by the 2025 budget.
What yardstick did you use?
Now let me use the yardstick. Tractors. If you go to the environment, the Department of Environment, Sanitation in Edo State, a lot of tractors was being bought to have Edo clean, like the every monthly sanitization of Edo State was also fidgeted inside or fused inside the 2025 budget. The acquisition of agricultural tractors.
Okay, but it made mention. Okay, I don't want you to be political.
No, I don't want you to be political. I'm saying these things, they are visible to the blind.
Okay.
It's everywhere.
But let's look at accountability in governance. Is it the responsibility of the governor to give account of the 2025 budget and how it was expended before looking at the 2026?
Of course.
Okay.
And Monday Okpebholo did that in the past, in the presentation of the 2026 bill.
As in retiring
and having discussion with the House of Assembly member. He is not a member of Edo State House of Assembly, so I don't expect him to know much. Like he said, he perused through online, Facebook, and other newspaper to get his information. He's not a member of Edo State House of Assembly. He's not in any committee to be able to understand and oversee the functions or the activities that the House of Assembly took in order for them to get accountability of the governor activities. Now, don't forget, as at last month, Mr. Speaker Agbebaku went oversight function to oversee some of the critical projects in Edo State. By oversight function, you're already actualizing and having accountability of what the governor said he's doing with Edo State resources.
Okay, can we talk about the full roads he completed in the year 2025?
Now, Monday Okpebholo is not in a yeast, you understand? In the ace, rather, in the ace to commission project to gain public sympathy. Rather, what the governor is doing, it is making sure that this project as standard takes over 50 years guarantee.
But that aside, you can't tell me that roads have not been completed in the year 2025.
He has over 27 to 30 kilometer roads from Edo North, from Edo Central and Edo South. In only my community alone, we see he has 13.9 kilometer road
that have been completed.
That is going under ongoing. Now, all of these road projects, they are not
and these projects have been marked.
And not a 6 months project that when you do it, that's how the past administration embezzled money and brought Edo to a dilapidated state of no road network.
You have been political this time.
Most of the road that was constructed under the past administration didn't see a year light rather than this road did not last a year. So now what the government is doing, check Sapele, almost all the road, even the bypass houses that lead to Obagi and all that, those roads had constructed with concrete and reinforcement that will last 20 to 30 years. Which of this road was done by the past administration that took such measure in order for this road to last? Rather, when you construct a road, in the next 1 month, you apply again that you want to construct that road. That is embezzlement, and it has brought Edo to a state of dilapidated.
What about the Gele Seaport project?
That was under the past administration.
Is they abandoning it? Is the Monday Okpebholo government abandoning it or continuing on that?
The past administration had to give an account of the money spent there.
Otherwise, there's a hold on that.
There's a hold on there.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, of course. Like you said, government is all about accountability, right? Now, let's ask Honorable Cedric, what are the accountable activities or the accountable process that the past administration did? Before Okpebholo was sworn in, the past governor flew out from the state. Why? Did he give an accountability? Did he give an accountability of the most of those projects?
Shadrach, quickly, before we roll the curtains on this, quickly respond to what Dennis said.
You know, when you want to lie, you tell people can believe. When you just choose to lie from the bush, they make it look as though we are daft or we are dull, is irritating. He made one useless statement that Mondo Pueblo is the one tying Sapele Road and is doing concrete pavement on the floor. The question I want to ask him, on which budget, if you think you are smart too, I've said that Mondo Pueblo is doing nothing in Sapele Road apart from begging the president to come and work. Mondo Pueblo has not awarded anything, and Mondo Pueblo cannot award any contract on Sapele Road. If Mondo Pueblo awarded contractor a work to do in Sapele Road, which budget was it captured? Is it the State of Assembly that gave Mondo Pueblo, that awarded which budget that Mondo Pueblo was captured? Mondo Pueblo will use state resources to repair Sapele Road, the federal government road. On which budget? 2025 budget or 2026 budget? See, you can choose to be stupid, but those people will never be stupid. Mondo Pueblo is not repairing Sapele Road, cannot repair Sapele Road, and there was no budgetary allocation. If Mondo Pueblo went on his own volition to give one of his cronies Sapele Road to repair, the Mondo Pueblo ought to go to jail now. If that legislative assembly is working, the Mondo Pueblo spends a penny of our resources repairing Sapele Road without approval from Edo people. Mondo Pueblo should be cooling off in jail. What's this man talking about? That Mondo Pueblo is one repairing Sapele Road. Mondo Pueblo does not have any road to show. You're telling us he's working on Sapele Road. Mondo Pueblo is not the one doing Sapele Federal Government Road. It's a lie. He said it's 30 kilometers. See, why will he just open his mouth and bring out useless figures? That 2025 budget, the successful implementation was 85%. Where did he get 85% from? The Mondo Pueblo is doing a 13.9 kilometers of road in Nwode. Does he not have name? See, let us relax. Let us relax. We know governors too well to be deceived by this poor performing government. If Mondo Pueblo wants to work, he should work. We'll see it. He should not lie. As you want to do Sapele Road or now begin to take guys on that federal government project. That one will not be accepted. Please, let us be guided.
Let me ask you this pertinent question also as regards the Gele project. You know, the former governor of the state, Governor Obaseki, was on it. And you heard what Dennis Osaro said, that there's need for him to give account of what has been expended. But seemingly, that project seems, it's not ongoing. So what do you have to say in that regard?
You know, that project to a large extent, a building or the construction of a seaport is a humongous project. Governor Obaseki has cited it and he had inspired it, and to a large extent, is work in progress. A lot of things have been done in that regard. If I checked for that, if we were coming to discuss Gele, I would have brought you all of the facts that we needed. I've discussed about it a time ago. How many of those facts and figures are not? I cannot speak without facts and figures. I will come and talk how I feel. I will tell you what is there. Obaseki has done very well. I will tell you he has done very well. Not done very well. Tell you not very well. They are always wanting to interrogate what Obaseki has done. Even the MOA that you are seeing there that is completed, they are fighting it. Rising Blue that's not going, they are fighting it. They have destroyed it. They should keep destroying it. Even the command control center that Obaseki did completed, they are fighting it. So let us not relax. Where's Mondo Pueblo's aircraft company that he said was going to bring to Edo State? That was the first project Mondo Pueblo was going to bring. A company that was going to be coupling aircraft. Where I said that Mondo Pueblo, who does not want it takes to couple bicycle in Edo State, wants to start by coupling aeroplanes. Where is that company? I have the tape, I have the clip. It was covered by ITV. Mondo Pueblo said he wants to build a helicopter and an aeroplane company where they will be coupling aeroplane. They will manufacture aeroplane in those states. Where is the company? Ask him about that one too.
Well, thank you, Shadrach. Well, let's get your thoughts basically as we draw the curtains. We have this aspect of insecurity, you know, and what is the aspect, what is the drive of the government in terms of policy direction? Because we look at other states like in Enugu, for instance, where, you know, the governor deployed drones, you know, that would help to, you know, surveil the state and even beyond. And some have said we should have a replica of that in Edo State. But what do you see as the budget, you know, in terms of tackling this? Do you see the budget closing this, or the proposed budget, I mean, closing this gap?
Of course. The proposed budget, like I have analyzed before, I said when you look at it very closely, you see that the proposed budget already cited how insecurity will be dealt with. Like previously, like I said before, one over 105,000 security personnel were employed, and we are looking towards having over 4,000 of them, and also providing security measures or security apparatus.
Yeah,
technology rather. Security technology for them to be able to tackle this insecurity in terms of kidnapping, in terms of courtism and all that. And also, there are already policies in place that are going on in order for them to be able to mitigate the issue of kidnapping and courtism in Edo State. So like I said before, Edo State people will be prosperous in 2026.
But
the first quarter of the year,
it's one thing for you to say this, because this could be political. But again, are you not aware of the fact that, you know, some of these monies may be misappropriated, and at the end, projects not really backed upon? So what will be the conviction of the Edo people that all of these items on the budget or proposal will be really implemented to the fullness?
Of course, like we have said, I don't see the aspect in which you always say I speak politically. It's not totally true. I speak with facts. You understand? I speak with facts. Monopogol is an accountable leader. And also most of all these activities, or most of these proposed budgets, infrastructure development, concurrent bill and others will be actualized. Let's not forget that a budget is an estimated and a futuristic proposal that tends to be achieved or tends to be actualized. And let me make it very correct to him. Rather, Honorable Udugbe should understand that when you are deliberating on state policy, you don't have to be bitter. You have to speak with fact rather than attacking personality. And also, let me make it very clear. Let me also ask him, where is the airport that was proposed in Edo North under the past administration by Governor Nobegase?
Before you ask him that question, he asked you a question about the aircraft company.
Of course, when we are trying to establish an infrastructure, a company that has to do with production and that has to do with rehabilitation, recomposing of aircraft, it passed through policy. The governor has said it last year, and this is just 2026. So let's give the governor a benefit of that.
Are you saying it's not a white goose chase?
It's not a wild goose chase. Of course, it has to take time through policy generation, agreement, and other necessary documentation that has to back it up.
So when can we actually be saying this? I know you're not, I don't know about, but can you just give us an idea when all of this will be happening?
Of course, the governor will definitely inform Edo people when that policy being actualized and being approved.
Maybe at the end of the second tenure?
Maybe at the end of the first tenure.
The first tenure.
Yes, of course.
Okay, let's get your reaction, Shadrach, because he seems to have answered the question, but he also asked you another question. I don't know if you got that rightly, and we want you to ventilate.
No, you know, there's no more time. But please just let me ask him. I said something he asked him. That if Monday Okpebolo is repairing Sapele Road with Edo State money, was it budgeted for? We should answer that one. So let us know exactly, because he's making it look as though that we don't know what we are saying when we say Okpebolo is not doing jack. When was it budgeted for? Is it 25 budget that the House of Assembly approved the renovation of Sapele Road, a federal road, by Edo State resources? Let him answer that. I want to ask about the airport like he said, the proposed airport. Was it budgeted?
Thank you, Shadrach. Big thanks for taking time to be part of this. So we really extended the time beyond what we should have. But big thanks, Shadrach. We hope you oblige us in our next outing on TMI. Big thanks, Dennis Osaro Oyomari. Big thanks for taking our time to be part of this. And this way we'll call it a wrap. We'll now be joining Charity Tanko of Abuja Network Center for their conversation. Do stay.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused or you see signs.
Thank you for staying with us. It's still TMI, and this is the Abuja Network Center, where we're going to be having a conversation on the 500 naira President Tinubu projected for 2026 as security budgets. We're exploring the move to establish forest rangers and states. We all know that during the presentation to a joint session of the National Assembly, President Bola Tinubu made it clear that for any nation to grow, to develop and to enjoy growth in all aspects of its sectors, there has to be a stable security. And the 5.41 trillion naira, which has been for security and defense for the 2026 budget, according to the federal government, is part of such moves towards tackling insecurity in the country. And many people have said that it is the largest allocation for security budget so far. I will be joined in this conversation with my colleagues from Benin Network Center, where we will be having this conversation together, looking at it vis-a-vis how is this budget going to translate into practical works that will ensure that Nigerians go to bed with their two eyes closed. And not to forget the other part of the state policing, which we know that there are some Nigerians that are still kicking against it. And then at the forest rangers, because we know this is also one of the places that they call the ungoverned areas in the country, where these bandits, terrorists, kidnappers, that is where they hide. They have made it their heaven, and that is why that it is from those places that they carry out activities. Which was my colleague from Block Center, Philip, where we share matter together.
ITV, certainly the best.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about
what I said. So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
people barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up and dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe.
Oh, wow.
And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome back. It's still the program this morning on ITV. Like I said earlier on, we are discussing the 5.1 trillion naira budgeted in the 2026 appropriation bill for security and we shall be having this conversation with my colleague from Benin Network Center, Philip.
So no, you're basically on this because we are currently wrapping the year 2025, and the questions on our minds are basically how the 2026 is going to be like, looking at the fiscal documents, the national, of course, sub-national government. We understand the fact that insecurity has been impoverishing every sector in Nigeria, and it's upon this national government to ensure that, it is beefed up. And looking at the fiscal document before us, well, the humongous amount for security, tackling insecurity. Again, we look at the sincerity of purpose of government. Year in, year out, we keep seeing this document rolling out. And basically, how has performance been in the light of, monitoring and giving account of, performance of such a huge amount of money given or given attention for tackling insecurity? Now, some have said that there seems to be, a sabotage somewhere. By the time that the government is saying negative trends coming in spite of the efforts it makes in tackling insecurity. They call it political, that the opposition is at it again. But again, let's ask ourselves the basic questions, The huge amount of money all voted in for tackling insecurity, how effective has it been? What can we say has been the challenge in terms of not being able to mitigate or close the gap in terms of tackling insecurity? So, Charity, sometimes we always look at this aspect of the government, giving lip services and not really, hitting the issue headlong as it should be. Some have said basically that going forward that there should be a naming of those who sponsor these insecurity activities. And some of them could be, in power. Some of them could be politicians, and they are going freely, scot-free, without being, prosecuted. Again, I think is just more than what we see in the fiscal document. But what exactly can be done in tackling this issue is a big question still begging for answers. Charity.
To be fair to the president, to be fair to the federal government, Tinubu did say now his banditry and bandits and kidnappers will be treated as terrorists. This is a matter that has been ongoing for years. So what it then means is that should any kidnapper or any bandit be arrested now, the person will as a terrorist. And he also said the reason for this huge amount for and is so that the federal government can beef up security architecture in the country. The federal government is looking at having more sophisticated gadgets to fight security. Before now it has been more manpower than gadgets. But now the federal government is taking a look at modernized weapons, to be looking at fighting security more with technological gadgets than human being. And for me, I would say, while it is not yet uhuru, but we shouldn't be quick to throw out whatever it is that the federal government has made before. And then there's one thing again that President Bola Tinubu keeps talking about, the fact that he has given state governments the go-ahead to establish state police, and also there's going to be what they call the forest rangers. This security personnel are going to be strictly in charge of the forest, and these forests have been taxed the ungoverned areas of the country. I share in your sentiment as well, because this is what Nigerians are already saying. And just yesterday, the opposition party, the ADC, came out to say that the 2026 budget is going to be generations in debt. Well, in order for this not to become true, the federal government needs to do more. Nigerians need to feel the impact of three financial documents that has been presented. Nigerians need to feel the impact of every amount of money that has been budgeted for or appropriated for a particular sector. For this, Nigerians are hopeful that going forward, they can go to bed and sleep with their two eyes closed. If you're traveling on road, you don't have to go with a rosary. You don't have praying and praying that these people do not kidnap you on the road. And whatever it is, we want to believe that things are going to be better again, Philip. So for me, I would like to be hopeful and to be optimistic that things are going to get better. And as for naming those behind this activities, Nigerians have it for their names, because even some state governments have come out to say that they need these people. You have their names, so why are you not naming them? Why are their names not in the public domain so that Nigerians can see them, can know them? This could, they may even be some people who are, there could even be people representing people in whatever capacity. But I think the auditors, since you've been saying that you know these people, that there are people behind this, they are financiers and all, in particular documents that got leaked out, but it was later, for some reason it disappeared, and they said that that document was just the machinations of the opposition party to cause trouble. But I totally agree with you that we should have the names of this kidnapping, banditry, terrorism, whatever in the country. That will concrete step And that will be another way government will begin to have the trust of Nigerians.
Yeah, thank you, Charity. Basically, that's the way to go, if you ask me. Every day I wake up and I still see these issues, on the pages of the newspaper about insecurity, bedeviling my beloved country. We look at the need for us to bring about investment. We keep hearing about the government, or the nation-state government, at the national level, embarking on one boring spiel or the other. But if we set our home in order, we basically may not need to even borrow externally because you look at the need to tackle insecurity, it brings about investors. But if the nation state is bedridden, seen as a hotbed for insecurity, who's going to come and invest? But, well, just on a blue page, we can say that under the present leadership, there seems to be some, hope coming in respect of tackling insecurity. But it's not yet uhuru, like you did put it. And you spoke about the state policing, of course, forest rangers. All of these discussions have been on, even for over a decade. The need to have state policing. But there seems to be this, drag between the national and the subnational government on the state government, taking advantage or undue advantage of the state police, if they are to embark on it. But good enough, let's give kudos to the Tinubu-led government that also encouraged a start-off on it as a debate, as a bill in the National Assembly for state policing, because that's the way to go. Because you talk about, criminality, you talk about insecurity that is indigenous. Every state has got a way, to tackle it because they know the nook and cranny, and of course they should have, a security outfit that they can basically, put on their toes for them to tackle this insecurity. But if they are really hindered by the fact that what they can only rely on only takes instruction from the center, that becomes, a protracted effort. And I just government and of course even the National Assembly will do the needful. But again, we look at the aspect of, making sure that we are our brothers keepers. We talk about, community security, surveillance. And this is a festive period where everyone will have to, watch his brothers back, in your community, whatever you do. Community policing is the way to go. And if all of these are put together, it's going to go a long way to help tackle the aspect of insecurity. And basically, I just hope that 2026 will bring in a fresher air for us, Charity, in this aspect of tackling insecurity, most especially looking at the huge amount, earmarked for tackling insecurity. Basically, you spoke about the aspect of surveillance. Technology is the way to go, information gathering, in a technological-driven way. That's the way to go. Because if I'm to put into consideration what even happening in Enugu State by Peter Mbah as the governor, it's also another thing to talk about, that we can also say that governors of subnational should also, imbibe and take away from. A situation where even the governor embarked on drones deployment that will help surveil the state, keep the state in surveillance and beyond in order to tackle criminality. All of these captures up there will help surveil, give surveillance and give direction to our security agents on where all of this, criminality and insecurity are really, terrained. And we can't say that as a people, we don't know where these people are. We can't say that as law enforcement agents, we can't find where they are. We can't say as an army put together, the Nigerian army can't find where they are. It's just a matter of, politics being played, if you ask me, basically. Well, we just hope, like I said earlier, 2026 should be a fresher air for us. Charity.
The discussion much for this. And I would feel that everything will be sorted out by the federal government concerning the security in this country. At this point, we are handing over to the Lagos studio for the continuation of the program.
Many thanks for joining us, and of course, if you just joined, the continue with your current affairs and news TMI reaching you live from our Lagos Network Center, the RTV network. I'm Joshua Okatko course, as usual, I have my co-anchor, Gabriel Sprat. How are you?
I'm very well, Josh. Thank you this morning, and good morning out there. I'm going to be wishing Christmas in advance.
Without wasting much time on the program this morning, our would be a call made by the U.S. President Trump, his ambassadors, if you like, from Nigeria, of course, 20 has really how much concern and questions answered as regards what Washington is up to. Some are asking, is this display, power play, or what exactly are we seeing in terms of the halting of envoys and ambassadors, and of course other countries? Could this be a replacement of voices, especially cutting across these countries and Nigeria inclusive? To have this conversation this morning, we're being joined by Dr. Ochie Casey Emmanuel, who is a vice chairman in West Senatorial District. Good morning, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Happy Christmas, viewers.
All right, now let's go into our conversation, because of course we'll be looking at what impact have on Nigeria's diplomatic, relations, both politically and of course economically. Now, let me first on your reaction seeing these actions taken by the U.S. president need other actions again, which also the visa restriction, one of those. So what's your take regards this bold step that the president in the United States of America is taking recently?
Good morning, Jose.
You're welcome.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Good morning, viewers. My reaction, like other Nigerians, is Nigerians are not overcome of the ambassadors. Why? This is, we need other countries. This is when Nigeria needs diplomatic agreements with US, Europe, and other developed countries. As you can see, we are into many problems like security, poverty, so many things. This very juncture, I think, is very unbearable for an ordinary Nigerian. So the real Nigerians is very, very negative based on that.
Nigerians are saying that this recall is not so much to make them feel bad, especially they've been given come to the White House for assignments, that the president is more persons who would represent their country, America, first in the agenda. Is this in line with America in step by recalling them?
Yes. How? Every president has his own thing that he wants to do, his own programs. So Donald Trump wanted a first agenda. That's the first thing he wanted. And in Africa, he's recalling about 50 Africa. So they want to line an agenda that fits his. Recall that in 2004 July, was the time Richard Miles was appointed. So he has been in office for over a year and 6 months. And by January, he will be going to the US. So Donald Trump to realign his foreign policies to actually fall in place into what he wanted to do. So these ambassadors, most of them were appointed by Biden during his administration. So to do well, he has to bring into his own vision and mission. Think to America for them, but for some of the countries in the world, I think is something that we are unlike what is going to happen next.
So, but if this is all about America first, also you alluded to the fact that these appointees were from the previous administration, which I agree with, but they still have their tenure till January 2026. But why halt them?
No, it's not a hurt, because they cannot align to his ideas, and he has ideas of some of these countries like Nigeria, we want to say about the effect. It has a security concern, especially for Nigeria and West Africa countries. And somehow we say we have it can destruction of visas. People no more have access. Maybe people in the US to process their visa. Relations of trade, commerce with Nigerians, security concerns. There are so many disadvantages when it's Nigerian. In fact, I'm not even to go as part of restriction of some categories of which we are still going to look on. Okay. So, but generally, there are so many fears, especially. So when you look at what is happening now in the country, you see there's a kind of a soil in Nigeria and Washington. And Nigeria is having on the way to bring that diplomatic relations back again. So on Washington, on their own side, they themselves is realigning how to still work with us. You see what happened last week at Nigeria-Benin border. So there has been, America has been there trying to bring steel, but through Air Force. So we watch some certain things that is happening. Other things to us, very big effect. It goes like immigrants. Immigrants, it's been very difficult now to have a visa to America. Imagine B1, B2 type of visas that has to the tourism analysis. So people can no more have access to for tourism in the US, the biggest country in the world or state in the world. Tourism for visa, no businesses. The worst is the MCA. We have that visas. So as a student, it's very difficult to study in America, which is very bad for Nigerians. We are looking at vocational students. So in third world, we want skills. And America is a country that everyone, both Europe, are looking up to. So part of it is exchange of programs, affect even academics, university. So we have exchange of programs. If your student, maybe PhD students want to go abroad, it's difficult. We do it. So we will only look to Europe or Asia or Canada or Australia to go and study. But there are certain things we have to, or certain academics that Americans still have to give us, skills that we still need to go and have acquired in America. More of is that category M has to do with the visitors, exchanging of visitors. So if I have a friend in US, the person cannot come over Nigeria and I cannot go over there. So when you look at it, it's a tactical way of telling us that we don't need you.
I guess
you know, he was just speaking, and it was going through my mind of a man who got a job in the U.S. and he was supposed to go for his visa application and all that, but the company over in the U.S. called it off because of this restriction that Trump has given us here in Nigeria. But anyway, it's a sad one. We hope we'll come out of it very soon. Anyway, Doctor, many Nigerians may not fully grab the significance of this move. How unusual or serious is this action in international relationship? You have mentioned a lot of it, but Nigerians, many Nigerians really do not understand it, because you hear a layman saying, it's good, it's the rich people, let them even stay.
To take up more other side and not really representing America across 13 nations. Are these countries, these 30 countries, going to be hanging in the
when Richard Nice has been a diplomat since 2002, a very senior, over 29 years, has been in a diplomat, maybe from 2004 till now, senior diplomat. And there's seems for them in America to come back and take left Nigeria doesn't mean that they have a job. But the problem is that when they leave, the person in charge would not have the full power or full authority delegated to him to do some assignments that the main ambassador are supposed to. So by that, it asks the countries that are involved. There are certain processes that some of those countries might need to do, but because of the level of charge the affairs that now is now in position, it will be very difficult for you to do them. Maybe you will process a business. You want to bring in people to Nigeria. You know that it has to start with embassy. So it will not be very difficult. The relationship, watch what happened to Nigeria. It is because we don't have ambassadors in some of the countries. That was the reason why we are where we are today. So there's no people speaking for us. There's no people to affect our relationship abroad. Our influence will be affected abroad. But why to affect them? It's not Nigeria that it. Because what is good for the gander is also good for the goose. As it affects Nigeria negatively, it also affect them by trade, because they're losing Africa. The Chinese is taking that advantages, but it affects us because we are the people crying and needing their help.
Yes, since I'm also of the opinion that happening on third world countries with issues like security festering them. So what would you say about this? Was it a surprise, or is it a strategic move from the US, the White House, to be able to take this move by removing or halting the oil from America into Nigeria?
No, I don't think it's against only Africans, because some of the we are taking out, most of them are from Eastern Europe, mostly Eastern Europe, Africa and Eastern Europe. Pockets of them are Western Europe, few pockets of them. But I think it's mostly, so the Donald Trump, I think, is really looking at where he has interest or what he has. So we'll now be looking at what maybe from March or April, when all these reforms have happened. So let's just look at what he has in mind to do. But I think that generally, for now, is affecting Nigerian negatively. It's affecting us very, very negatively, because as at now, we want our influence in the world to be expanded, better influence in the world.
Okay, Doctor, let's look at the political and economic impacts of this. Lagos is commercial. How might business and international partnerships in Lagos feel the impact of such diplomatic tension?
Very good question. You see, if, for instance, you are my friend, and everything on earth is based on recommendations. So if I don't know you before, and you recommend me for something, and say this part is very good, she can do this, she can do that. Based on the recommendation from my big friend, I will trust you. But when there is a strong relationship, when we think this security, and you know that the first thing that every country has to do is safety. So it's going to affect business. It's going to affect investors. It's going to affect trade. Because I can't come where there is insecurity. I can't come to invest where the currency is fluctuating. Today is $10. Tomorrow it goes down. The stability it doesn't have a price. So such volatility affects our economic gains from the US. People can no more trust Nigerians to come and do business, come and do trade, to come. Before now, investors, people that are coming to Nigerians, Because when you have a stable economy, people will come to do what? To invest. Because everybody like to make gains. Country like to make gains. But nobody comes to Nigeria because of those what they perceive as Nigeria is insecure for them to do business.
Now, let's look at the issue of strain counter-terrorism cooperation, because Nigeria has had this trust erosion, from the U.S., especially given the fact that we've seen even state actors playing a part somewhat in financing terrorism, either through being sympathizers or directly funding it. We've seen names that have been published in recent times, even from the UAE, where nothing happened. These individuals were not prosecuted, but their names were being published. So do you think that these further cooperation, collaboration, and even direct assistance that the U.S. may give us, given that their envoy have been withdrawn? And if we also remember, partly, the U.S. president also said if this issue about security is not taken care of, some of the assistance that they usually give to them will be withdrawn. Do you think that is also one of those?
Because the tenure of President Nigeria had a good diplomatic relation with the U.S. The man is very, very diplomatic and has an external and internal. So Nigeria and U.S. we are very, very good in our relations. So now it has to do with the people in authority, the government of the day. So until 2010, when Nigeria began to have the first time that had bombing, so it was like an island to us. So such thing can happen in Nigeria. So I think that based on what you said, U.S. have a very strong technological wise, they have a very good intel. So when they tell you that can happen, this will happen in so years, you just have to believe them. And what is happening, I think that our political system has been infiltrated. There's a very big problem in our security system. And I think they have seen it and they don't want to work.
So it's a situation of we're on our own, given the fact that these envoys have been withdrawn. Is that what it means?
No.
Anyway, Doctor, let's take a look at the role of political parties in this situation.
All right.
You are the vice chairman of ADC in Lagos West. Who should opposition parties shape Nigerians' foreign policies in this time?
All right, thank you so much. God bless you. I think that one of those roles is what we are doing here now, to as a public, and also to tell the government that there are some policies that need to be stepped down. Though they are good, but I think it cannot be as the maturity is not yet time. Take a look at the tax system that was by January. If you look at that system, though how beautiful the tax is, but there are still some certain issues surrounding it. After to begin to give a tax, the first thing you do is that you not have empowerment. You have empowerment. Those people that is empowered will now have those to pay up this that to pay. So, and the next thing you have to look at is that you have to ensure that the government have integrity, so that if you want to say do this, person will say, oh, okay, have you done it? When there is integrity, somebody can believe in you. So some of these things should have to be done before some of these taxes come into effect. And moreover, we are still going to look at the percentages of those taxes. We're saying we are going to look at, because when you see that somebody that earns 800,000, maybe you also have to, it's not in the tax net that are going not to tax. Some people will applaud. But when you look at it very well, some people applaud. How much is 800,000 per year? Maybe you are earning 50,000 naira, a school teacher, or some of these millionaires. Now, if you are earning maybe 5 million naira, you pay 20%. As an amount to earn, you pay 25%. And if you are paying 25% for 50 million, and I tell you, Pat, your business, you are going to pay 25% for 50 million, that's 1/4 of your gain. That will cause you to invade pace. And it's not that we are not going to, but I think it is something that has to come gradually. We're not used to this type of thing, and the economy has not stabilized for this kind of thing, and to impose it on us fiercely. It's going to be, it's only God that will help us. I think we just have to come gradually, I mean, 10%, 13%, do you understand? Until you are still getting used to it. You don't come and say 25%. Man, now they will invade you. Always find a way not to.
So you earlier on talked about this of envoys from countries as in that both the US and Nigeria will feel the impact. But do you think that so much of the impact was from their side?
When America is not going to feel impact much, America is a big country. We need them more than they need us. Of course. That they don't need us before they need us. Because you can't be an island. But we feel the impact more and more.
Now, looking at the president who thinks America first, is this a wake-up call to our leader, especially the one who occupies the very lofty office in our Sovilla, to be able to look at policies that shape Nigeria, that we're not always in the when it comes to sanctions coming from the U.S.?
That's a very, very good question. You see, it's a wake-up call in Nigeria. Somebody always tell you, you can't do this, you can't do this. At the time you say, what's there? I can do it. If by now, by the visa restrictions, for Africa, Nigeria to come back, look inwards, how are we going to develop ours? These people are rejecting us. They don't want us to come to them. And when someone is rejecting you, what do? You go and think to yourself, strategize to make myself better. How am I going to make myself to appear? You know, when you appeal yourself, when you build yourself, somebody will come for you. So I think our leader has to do something.
Doctor, I have one question before we run up. Looking forward, like he asked, my colleague asked, what immediate steps should the Nigerian government take to repair the strength, the ties with the U.S.? Do you think this government is ready or have a plan to repair this?
I think they're already doing it, because the appointment of some ambassadors that will be going for different countries from next year, I think they're in a better, they're already repairing it. Because when you don't have ambassadors in so many countries, that's when relations deteriorate. Nobody is speaking for you. Nobody is talking for you.
Among those ambassadors, some Nigerians are also raising concern about their integrity, their personality, their antecedents in the past.
Sure, it's true.
How much repair will they do on that relationship?
Of course, yes. Nigerians are raising some concerns about that, but it's most often it's better to have that anyway.
That's a beautiful place to leave the conversation. It's better to have than not to have. Thank you so much, ADC Vice Chairman, Lagos West Senatorial District, for sharing your thoughts with us this morning.
God bless you. God bless you, sir.
All right, Pat, you may want to say something before we close?
Yes, Doctor, thank you for always showing up. Thank you so much.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you.
All right, that's our offering from our Lagos Network studios. Many thanks for watching our Benin Network. For the rest of the program, to stay.
Good morning. Thank you for joining me on the news round for this time. I am Philip Omogyupo. The federal government has said there would be no hiding place for terrorists and criminal elements in the nation's forests. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, made a statement during an end-of-year press briefing on Monday in Abuja. ITV's Abigail Aderemi reports the minister also stated that Nigeria is emerging from years of economic and security strain, stating that reforms undertaken by the Tinubu-led administration is yielding results across key sectors.
With the year 2025 drawing to a close, this press conference put together by the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, is no doubt aimed at showing government success story and assuring citizens. The minister started the briefing by announcing the successful rescue of all remaining abducted pupils and teachers of St. Mary's Catholic Church, Papiri, Niger State, describing it as a major security breakthrough. He added that victims abducted from churches and other locations had also been reunited with their families.
It's a sad one. No one wants to see anybody, our school children or anybody for that matter, being abducted in any part of this country. And let me reassure you that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has given a charge to the security agencies to ensure that this...
Speaking further, the minister took time to present highlights of the 2025 scorecard of President Tinubu's administration, adding that the mission of 2026 is to ensure a secure, competitive and prosperous Nigeria.
Our gross domestic product, that's GDP, grew by 3.98% in the third quarter of 2025. Headline inflation has now declined for 8 consecutive months to stand at 14.45% in November 2025. Food inflation, as you also know, is also on a steady downward trend.
Responding to questions from journalists on which version of the tax law will be implemented by 2026, Idris says he is not aware of any alleged discrepancy in versions of newly enacted tax reform laws from what the National Assembly passed. From Abuja, Abigail Aderemi, ITV News.
The Federal Capital Territory Operation SWIP has stepped up efforts to curb activities of miscreants in strategic locations during the Christmas and New Year celebrations in Abuja. FCT correspondent Joy Goche Eyakina reports that the team visited Akpo Bridge, Area 1 Roundabout, Julius Berger Junction, and Otako Motor Park to sensitize the operators.
As the year winds up gradually, the FCT administration's task force on Operation SWIP have intensified efforts to curb activities of miscreants during this Yuletide season. The team, led by the Director, Department of Security Services, Adamu Gwari, who was represented, visited Akpo Bridge, Area 1 Roundabout, Julius Berger Junction, and Otako Motor Park to sensitize the operators.
The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Barrister Yenson Wike, has given a marching order to the security agencies under the Operation SWIP that every form of criminalities should be crushed accordingly. And Operation SWIP have been doing a very wonderful job, like we have seen. FCT have been relatively peaceful and secured for fun goer and those who have been visiting the recreational centers. And we want to sustain on this achievement. So that is why we have this sustained monitoring of motor parks, dismantling illegal motor parks too that can be used as an avenue for one chance operators and abduction of people, and also any place that we know is not that harbors criminal elements, which most of those shanty places have been dislodged already.
The head enforcement unit, FCT Social Development Secretariat, Ukachi Adebayo, says the department so far had evacuated 181 beggars in the last 2 weeks.
We have about 45 male, 77 female, that's the adults. Then the children, we have 58 of them. Some are willing to go back and some are not willing to go back, because they tell you that going back is not an easy one for them because of the security situation in their home states.
From Abuja, Joy Igoche Herkina, ITV News.
The Benin City Choral Group brought the magic of Christmas to the residents of the Asam of Benin, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Benedion, with a soulful rendition of 2025 Christmas carols and 3 powerful Bible reflections. Pastor Saul has details.
Dressed in white, the choristers joyfully enveloped the revered patriarch in the spirit of the season, celebrating his lifelong commitment to uplifting humanity. It was an evening rich with traditional melodies as the Esama of Benin basked in the warmth and unity of the gathering. Barrister Peter Otaigbe, a close friend of the Igbinedion family, delivered the first Bible reading from Genesis chapter 2, reflecting the fall of humanity. The second reading, taken from Luke chapter 1, verses 26 to 38, was rendered melodiously by Favor Omobude.
And dust shall thou eat all the days of thy life, and I will put a limit between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed.
The angel Gabriel was sent from God into a city of Galilee named Nazareth, to a virgin espoused to a man whose name was Joseph, of the house of David, and the virgin's name was Mary.
Reverend Father Stephen Dombury concluded the session with a stirring homily drawn from the Gospel of John. He reminded the gathering that through disobedience a curse came upon the earth, but through the birth of Jesus Christ, redemption was made available to all. The message was clear.
When we celebrate the birth of our Lord Jesus Christ, we remember that it is because of Jesus that we are able to be freed from this darkness.
As the festive season continues, the House of Igbinedion remains a center of Christmas cheer, with choristers and well-wishers spreading joy and goodwill. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
No fewer than 821 suspects were arrested across Edo State in 2025, while hundreds of kidnapped victims were rescued as the Edo State Police Command intensified its fight against crime through intelligence-driven operations and targeted clearance exercises. The Commissioner of Police, Edo State Command, CP Monday Agbonika, disclosed this while briefing journalists in Benin City during a press conference on the command's achievement and strategies for peaceful Christmas and New Year celebrations. Let's join Jalado Joe for that.
Commissioner of Police, Edo State Command, CP Monday Agbonika, says the command recorded major successes during the year with over 800 arrests for armed robbery, kidnapping, murder, rape and other sexual offences, cultism, unlawful possession of firearms and related crimes.
Armed robbery suspects were 39, kidnapping suspects 171, 117 murder suspects were arrested. 239 suspects were arrested for cultism. 11 stolen vehicles were recovered, and 377 kidnapped victims were rescued. Arms of different calibers numbered about 188. Ammunition recovered also was about 422.
CP Agbonika explained that the achievements were largely driven by proactive strategies, especially sustained clearance operations, which dismantled criminal networks and denied hoodlums access to forests and other ungoverned spaces across the state.
The clearance operation, which led to the many other recoveries, firearms, drugs, spanned from Saturday 14 December to 20th December 2025. It was executed through a robust interagency collaboration.
He also warned against the reported disappearance of corpses from some morgues in the state, describing the act as criminal and inhuman. He assured that anyone involved will be highly sanctioned. The commissioner also noted that ahead of the youth out, the command has further strengthened security across Edo State, reminding the public that the police 24-hour emergency lines remains active. From Benin, Jola Diojo, ITV News.
That's it on the news round for this time. Thanks for watching. I am Philip Omoro Gupon. Coming shortly is TMI Socials with Ifunaya Adigwe.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
And of course, it's an exciting Tuesday afternoon. We are here once again to take a look at what is going on in the global arena on the international forum. I am Wilson Omasha. 3 years plus, counting, the war between Russia and Ukraine still rages on. But there are some twists and turns, some agreement, and of course some disagreement. But all the same, the one that is stopping the chart right now is the 90 billion euro that they promised Ukraine to really go there and fight this war. And they are saying that it's going to be from Russia's frozen assets. And Putin is saying he's not going to have it. And there are speculations that he opined, he came out to deny that it will be targeting European nations that do have one or two things to aid Ukraine. As much as if that should happen, it might just lead to an escalation of the situation that might just go beyond Russia and Ukraine. It might just become a global phenomenon. Now, what do you feel about that? Now, that's the cross of our discussion today. With me here in the studio, I have a political analyst, political affairs commentator, join me to welcome Ibrahim Momo. Thank you so much for making our time to join me this afternoon on International Forum.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, Nigerians.
All right. So here we are. Russia-Ukraine war still raging on despite Donald Trump's peace tactics, trying to make sure that there is peace. But it seems as if peace is eluding this particular nation because Ukraine is a theater. You've heard about bombardment here and there, people losing their lives. And of course, you can also trade some soft punches that is dealing with Russia one or the other. But massively speaking, destruction is more on the Ukrainian soil. Let's take it up from there.
Well, the first thing is that this is a war that should never have been. Because it all started with the NATO adventurism. NATO wants to be in the backyard of Russia. And if you recall that in the time past, there were two major power blocks in the world. The Warsaw Pact, headed by Russia, China, or USA and China, and then of course you had the NATO alliance, the US and European Union and others. And now that led to the Cold War for several decades. With the end of the Cold War, the NATO alliance, that led to the fall of the Warsaw Pact. The USSR disintegrated 13 countries, Lithuania, Latvia, Georgia, Ukraine, Russia, all of them broke up from former USSR. It now became a unipolar world of sorts. NATO was the only alliance that was standing, led by the US. Now, added to this mix is the fact that there is the issue of nuclear technology, nuclear warheads, nuclear warfare. And, like we say in political science parlance, or international relations parlance, it is mutual assured destruction. Those who have weapons, it's mad. Nuclear weapons is mad. It's mutual assured destruction. So Russia is has the second largest stockpile of nuclear weapons aside of course, the United States of America. In fact, in the world that we are, only one country has ever used nuclear weapons, the US, on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So that's the background. So I say that this is a war that ought not to have occurred in the first instance because Russia moved to attack Ukraine in February 2022, just almost 4 years now. In February, it will be 4 years since that war, because of moves by NATO to allow Ukraine to join Russia. This should never have been. And then, what has sustained this war is what we are talking about today, the 90 billion euros, or if you want around $5 billion loan that the EU is given to Ukraine. The reality is that without the kind of financial and military support that Ukraine has gotten from the NATO alliance, this war would have been a non-starter. And so what is sustaining the war? Is it like Professor Don Chomsky said recently, there are only two ways to end the war. One, by negotiation. Parties come together on a round table, discuss peace, agree on negotiated settlements of a conflict. Or one, they fight to finish with one defeating the other. Maybe with, I can talk about MAD, mutual destruction.
Nuclear weapon, yeah.
So these are the only two ways to end the war. One is by negotiation, which apparently nobody is thinking of. The European Union, and they're not funding peace, they are funding war, weaponry. They are continuing to arm Ukraine to challenge Russia. So the first one would have been negotiated peace, nobody is ready. The second one is the issue of one defeating the other. The reality based on the power matrix, power configuration of both countries. There is only two possible outcomes. A third one is not an option if the war continues. Option number one is that Russia will decimate Ukraine. Option number two is that Ukraine will stand up to Russia such a long time that Russia becomes war weary and they negotiate peace. These are the two possible options.
Two possible options. But right now, it's like negotiation is just gradually being taken out of the equation. Trump made a promise, but right now it's like that promise is not being fulfilled.
Yes.
And that peace coming to these nations. So what is the reason behind peace, eluding Russia and Ukraine?
I think is the refusal to negotiate, basically. The hot-headedness in the room, the hot-headedness from both parties. Who is talking about peace now? The 90 billion euros, or 105, you can convert it, about 105 billion dollars. What is it going into? Is it peace or war? Into war. So it means that nobody is talking peace. Everybody is talking war. And that is where I think they are missing it. In fact, it was the UN Secretary Antonio Guterres
yes,
that said that war is overfunded and peace is starved. The reality is that the amount of money, this 90 billion euro or 105 billion US dollar that is being pumped into Ukraine by the European Union over the next 2 years is about 5 times what the European Union is investing in Africa for overseas development assistance, ODA. The entire 54 countries in Africa, total ODA they get, overseas development assistance they get from the European Union, is just $20 billion annually. Now, in one fell swoop, you are pumping $105 billion into Ukraine. And whereas this one is for development assistance, the other one is to fund a war that need not even be in the first instance. So that's why I feel that there's too much hot-headedness in the room, and nobody is thinking for peace. Everybody is thinking about defeating, crushing, and it's difficult to crush. I don't know how the European Union, or indeed NATO, if you add the US to it, is going to successfully decimate Russia.
All right, now let's take a solution whereby when Donald Trump and Zelensky fell out couple of months ago,
yes,
when he told us that without US intel, Ukraine will be nowhere to be found.
Sure.
America was accused of starving Ukraine with weapons. Hence, Russia was getting the upper hand. I don't think that should have been the right time and the right tactics to really ensure peace. After all, if you don't have people to fight, you don't do this bad and go home. Because that's the condition given to them by Russia. What do you feel about that?
Well, you see, the challenge is that it is not only about the US. That's the major challenge. It's not only about the US. The issue is that the US is by far the largest contributor of funding and weaponry to NATO. And NATO is the chief supplier of weapons and funding to Ukraine. Yes, the US, but it is being the largest, single largest, it's not the only stakeholder there. It's not the only supplier. In fact, what Trump has started doing is asking Europe to up their game in terms of their contributions, to the public team, whether it is in the funding of NATO, and of course by extension Ukraine, or whether it is even in the, if you may, the weaponry, the military hardware that is being supplied to Ukraine, the drones and other technology, that is supplied to Ukraine. And now what they are saying that hitherto it was almost entirely a U.S. funding. But since Trump came for a second term, it is now let's a little bit balance, the funding gap, the hole. The U.S. under Trump is saying that we cannot almost entirely be funding it. And so you are saying that EU is stepping up. In stepping up, one of the mistakes they tried to make, and which of course Russia challenged them on, was that they were going to use Russian assets, which they seized in Europe.
Now, Russia gave a very strong word that they shouldn't try.
Yes.
Now, do you see them venture into that particular point? Because according to Putin, that belongs to them, whether frozen or unfrozen, it belongs to the Russian nation. Now, if NATO should go ahead to do that, how do you think Russia will respond?
No, NATO tried to do it. It's not if they attempted to. They tried to do it. They tried it in the last meeting they held, but there were obvious legal and financial implications. And of course, security considerations they had to put into cognizance. Otherwise, you will be expanding the frontiers of the war. And I'm not sure Europe was ready for that. One, the European Central Bank, is, and even the European headquarters, EU headquarters is in Brussels, Belgium.
Yes.
And then Brussels opposed vehemently any attempt at, tapping into Russian assets. They opposed it on the grounds that it's unprecedented. You could freeze foreign assets.
But you cannot use it.
You can't use it. So where does it come under international law that the European Union, where does it derive its powers to want to expend Russian assets? When Russia is not a member of the European Union, or Russia is not consenting to the use of those assets, those Russian resources. So that was the first issue. The other issue is legal. That first one is legal. The second one is financial. Just as Russia has assets in the European Union, which the European Union is freezing now, the European Union states also have assets in Russia. They have in Russia, they have in Brazil, they have in India, they have in China. There's a BRICS that's coming up.
Yes.
So if you now say that when also the state of nature, let everybody act anyhow, behave the way they like. Let us freeze Russian assets without the legal backing to do that. We have no legal basis to do it. If you do it, it means that the UK, the France, German, Belgian, assets, Spanish assets, and elsewhere could have been frozen. So the ramifications were too dire for those countries to bear. And of course, somehow, they had to give up that attempt. But now they now brought a proviso that the Russian assets remain frozen.
Frozen, yeah.
Yes. But that they can only be returned if Russia pays reparation. And Russia is never going to pay.
We'll come to that. We'll come to that. You just joined us. This is International Forum. We'll take a break. When we return, we'll be expanding the frontiers with a discussion. Do not go away. We'll be right back. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Nigeria. We are taking a look at the Ukraine-Russian war, the questions behind the 90 billion euro earmarked to support Ukraine. Many people are asking questions. If you take a look at this, the provision of this war, some top Ukrainian officials have been fingered. Yeah. Corruption allegations leveled against them here and there to the extent Zelensky had to, fire some, retire some. Some even went to jail. Do you think that with this amount of money and without proper assessment on how it will be used, do you think that the case of corruption in the military, why security war will be worse off this time around in Ukraine?
For me, it's not even
about 90 billion euros.
Yeah, this money that has been, these issues of corruption,
yes,
the money that are given as military aid and funding, because Ukraine has been at war with Russia for over 8 years now, close to 4 years.
Close to 4 years, yes. You are booked 3 years, good before.
Yes, by February it will be 4 years.
Yes.
February 20th next year it will be 4 years. So you are seeing that you have suspended and removed successive military heads and other public officials. But the man at the head of government Volodymyr Zelensky. Who is probing him? And is it possible that those corruption would have taken place and he started as an angel? Even the fact that since he has come there close to 10 years now, he was there in the first term of Trump. You know, he came in just before the Trump era, and he was there throughout Biden, and I still there. No elections. So if it is possible for him to say that one in itself is not corruption, that you are in power without elections.
But they are saying that they had to suspend the constitution because they are there fighting for their lives.
The question is the war necessary? Ukraine can walk away tomorrow and the war will end. Ukraine can withdraw. In fact, that's I said my first intervention on this program, that it all started with NATO adventurism. What is NATO's business in Russia's backyard? And you say, okay, Russia to fold their hands and watch? No! No! So the reality is that this war can end today, can end tomorrow, if the NATO stops this funding. What are you putting 90 billion euros, or is it, you can convert to say 105 billion US dollars? What are you putting 105 billion US dollars into war for? What do you want to achieve from it? Except maybe to continue persecuting a useless war on an unwanted war. Why not put 105 billion US dollars into development in Ukraine? Why not? Why is it that it is to fund war that you are so the corruption that is there, there's a bigger corruption that has not been addressed. You are changing top military officers, top civil servants, public officials, yes. But the man at the head of government, Volodymyr Zelensky, has he been changed? Or is he above board in terms of corruption? The man who is in charge of the entire resources of the state is not corrupt. So a time will come ultimately when I think that the issues will change. I'm wondering why Trump. Okay, well, Trump has even told them already that he's not interested in funding this war. Which is why the European Union is stepping up. Biden was the one that was funding the war. Trump is not interested in the war.
All right, now let's take a look at the European Union, because it's been a while now where they were talking about war manufacturing weapons, because Germany just had to break their promise. They have to go manufacture weapon. Japan also did the same. They're saying enough of all this peace talk. They have to go back again to manufacture. But even though some top countries in Europe, they are into weapon manufacturing. Is that the essence of this money, for them to procure enough weapons to prosecute the war between Russia and Ukraine? After all, people are like saying that war is a big business.
Yes, if that's this point you hit on, is at the roots of this war. Because people want to ask, what's the logic of war? Why can't they come to the negotiating table? It's because of what we call the deep states. There are people, not public officials, not governors, not prime ministers or presidents. There are the sets of deep states, those people who are behind the curtains, who are ensuring these wars go on. These are people, for example, who can bring down governments, who can cause the losses of presidents and prime ministers of any of these countries. So at the point, people don't even say that these people are just tools. They are just puppets. They are comprador. They are standing on behalf of, or for the purpose of serving the interest of the deep state. And so who are those who are manufacturing these weapons? Who are those who are benefiting from this war continuation? It's not the Ukrainians, obviously. Ukrainians who want peace. Who wants war? There's a friend of mine who comes on this studio. I always use that phrase. Who almost say,
the war is not beautiful.
Who wants war, really? Do Nigerians want war? Do Ukrainians want war? Do Russians want war? No. Even the Germans, the European Union countries, do they want war? The answer is no. But those who put them in position need these wars to continue in order for their businesses to grow. So it's a very big business, and I think that's at the heart of it. There is a deep state across Europe and the US. In US, they call them military contractors. They are the ones who are invested heavily in the continuation of the war. That way they are making more money for themselves. Imagine 90 billion.
90 billion euros. Anyway, now, it's like the war has gone beyond the imagination of both Putin and, of course, Zelensky. It's like non-state acts are beginning to be part of this particular war. Get to some persons say they have to go to Russia to fight for Mother Russia. Others say they're going to Ukraine to fight for Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine and all that. Now, putting all these things together, do you feel that the war, if not properly checked within its 4th year, and the virus, so to speak, is going to spread across European countries?
Well, I think where we are heading to is, if we are not careful, a multinational war. You see, Ukraine is not the one who is fighting, because Ukraine is not a match for Russia. That's why you are getting this 90 billion euros, aid to Ukraine. Because if you leave Ukraine to Russia, there will be no war. In a few days, the war will be ended. So Ukraine is just a pawn. It's just a chessboard. It's just a proxy. It's a proxy war between NATO and Russia. That's what's going on here. And so there is that likelihood that you have pointed out, that other non-state actors in the first instance or other states are going to eventually get involved. And when they get involved, is it the onset of the Third World War, or would reason prevail ahead of that eventuality? And the efforts are now put in place to ensure that there is a negotiated resolution of this conflict. If we allow things to degenerate the way it is going now, because when you pump 90 billion euros into Ukraine over the next 2 years, what you are saying is that you want the war to continue. And that one cannot be a good thing. It is not a good thing. Because the Ukrainians, are they able to sleep with their 2 eyes closed? And is the educational system functioning as it ought to be? Is the social system, their markets, their schools, government, public service, is it able to function? No! Because of war. Who wants this war? Who is really for this? Who is really, interested in this war continuing? I am worried, that there is the likelihood of an escalation. Because, yes, you can say that so far, Russia has restrained from using nuclear weapons. Yes, you can also say that the European Union have so far restrained themselves from putting boots on the ground. They have not become directly involved. What they have done is to support Ukraine. Yes, the US has not been involved, they have supported Ukraine. But that makes Ukraine just a vassal or a proxy or just, just like a testing ground. Some of these weapons have been given, maybe they are recently manufactured weapons. They have not been used elsewhere. I want to see, okay, how effective can these weapons be? But the reality is that if reason doesn't prevail, the likelihood of an escalation, it cannot be ruled out. And when that one happens, it is the onset of the Third World War.
All right. But some are saying that it was Zelensky that cried for help. It took the European Union, US, whoever cares to listen. They need more money, they need more weapons, they need manpower to procure this war. And now it's that there's a response coming from the EU. Are you going to blame the EU? No, because Russia said that EU, you guys overstepping your bound. That's a warning of Putin to NATO and its allies.
You see, the argument that it was Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president yes, that called for assistance, which is what led to this intervention. For me, I think it's not, does not hold much water. If you are not able to prosecute your war, why are you into that war? It's a thing called power assessment or threat assessment. You are not strong enough to challenge Russia. Why are you fighting Russia? That's a question. Why is the question? I'm not sure. Why is NATO not asking Ukraine? Except that the real deal is that Ukraine is just a proxy. It's a war between the NATO and Russia. That is what this is actually. Because if you remember, at the outset, it was about, Ukraine was a factor in how Trump lost his second term 4 years ago. 5 years ago. Because there was an attempt, Hunter Biden, that's Joe Biden's son, Biden was an after and he was contesting against Trump. So the idea was, okay, there were some illegal deeds that Hunter Biden was doing in Ukraine. So there's a need for cooperation from the then president Volodymyr Zelensky, provide information so I'm going to prosecute this guy. And the guy refused. That it will amount to interference in the not providing those information too was actually interference in a way.
The way too.
You know, because if the man is guilty, because he has now pleaded guilty now. Hunter Biden has already pleaded guilty. That's how this whole issue started from. So it was like a rewarding him for loyalty, for support. Biden had started by funding, for 4 years he was president, he was funding the war between Ukraine and Russia. You know. Now, the reality is that now that, if it is, that was the reason, because it's a payback time. When you asked my help, I supported you. I didn't provide the information that Trump wanted. So now, we are now asking for you, going to support me. Is that a reason why you should take a whole country to war? Secondly, why is NATO so interested in having a member states from Russia's immediate neighbor?
That will be the question we're going to answer next. After this break, if you just joined us, this is International Forum. 90 billion euro converted more than $5 billion US. Do they really want this war to end? Or they want Ukraine to fight on, and after all, some deep states or some deep pockets are interested in cashing out of this war? Stay with us, we'll be right back. Thank you for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Nigeria. We're taking a look at the questions surrounding the 90 billion euro. Yes, loan loan for Ukraine to procure the war. They've been talking about this. Do they really want peace, or they want the war to go on over and over and over again? Now, with me in the studio, I have Ibrahim Momo. I've been trying to throw more light into what he felt is really going on, talking about the fight between these two great nations. But take it or leave it, one is greater though. Anyway, we're talking about comparison right now. Now, if you take a look at the war, the 90 billion might, just according to pundits, force Zelensky to do the unthinkable. Maybe just may procure a weapon that can target the heart of Russia, which is Moscow. Do you see that happening in course of this war? Remember, 90 billion euro can do anything.
Yes. Even if it has struck the heart of Russia, you know, close to the Kremlin, that there have been attacks at the heart of close to the Kremlin. So it's not as if Moscow. It's not as if that it has been a one-sided war. No. There are Russian tanks, refineries, military personnel. They have all been killed and destroyed, you know, in the course of this war. You know, but the reality is that when it comes to asymmetric, when it comes to a capability, Russia is way ahead of Ukraine. That is why, of course, the European Union, under NATO, and of the US have always supported Ukraine. Ordinarily, left for Russia and Ukraine to fight it out themselves, it would have been a matter of days. The war. In fact, it was when Putin went into Russia at the outset, it was said to be a military exercise, quick military exercise. That's what they called it, you know. Yeah. You know, so because they knew that Ukraine is no match for them. Of course, you have seen that in the course of this war, the Luhansk region has been taken over by Russia.
By Russia, yeah.
Within Ukraine, the Donetsk, Luhansk axis, and taken over by Russia. So, if I even in the Trump proposal, what he said to Ukraine, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, was that for this war to end, you have to give up some territory, which was what the European Union, of course, we are opposed to. You know, so the reality is that it's not the war is not among equal rivals by no means. You see the kind of support. Like we're talking about 90 billion euros to Ukraine. Where are the support to Russia? But Russia still maintains an upper hand. You know, so I agree with you that, you know, it could make a difference, but it cannot lead to a Ukrainian defeat of Russia. That's not. It's not like, except the NATO alliance becomes directly involved. You know, in NATO, there's the Article 5 that talks about the hair trigger mechanism. That you attack any member state, it becomes an attack on every member state, and of course they cannot fight back. They call the hair trigger mechanism. Yeah. What that means is that if Russia attacks, Ukraine is not a NATO member. It's only has only been invited to come out to apply to be a member. If it applies an actual NATO member because of this war, then you see the full weight of NATO come down on Russia. That is the only time there is hope that the tide is turned against Russia. So even though as big as the money is, it will only sustain the war. It cannot, in my estimation, lead to the defeat of Russia. So it can't do much damage, in my opinion.
All right, now if we take a look at some countries that refuse to take side against Russia. We have Belarus, we have Czech, and some other countries saying, we just cannot in our own sense, because these are part of the old USS Arrow, so to speak. They don't want to, come in within the particular range of the war. What do you think is directly responsible for that decision not to pick side against Mother Russia?
Yeah, it's critical. Because when we're talking about things, we feel that European Union did, European Union is giving. It is not the entire European Union. This point you are making puts in focus. It's only a part of the European Union. You mentioned Belarus. Yeah. You mentioned the Czech Republic. There's also Slovakia. And there's Viktor Orban's Hungary. Yes. These countries have refused to support. Yeah. And they are member states of the EU. So they refuse to sign up to. First of all, they are closer to Russia than maybe countries like Germany, like France, like Spain, like Belgium, like Norway. They are closer to Russia. So meaning that if there's going to be an attack from Russia on European member states, they are going to be the first line of the front line of action of that action. Secondly, is that $90 billion euros, 105 billion US dollars. It's not small money for anybody to take as loan on behalf of countries. These countries, they are poor countries. They are poor countries in Europe. Czech Republic is poor. Slovakia is poor. Hungary is poor. Belarus is poor. Relatively compared to maybe the UK, to France, to Germany, these are poorer countries. Why would a poor country agree to taking more debt? It's a loan. It's a debt they are taking on behalf of those country member states. Why would a poor country want to take in more debt on behalf of Ukraine for a war they don't believe in, a war they don't support, a war that should not even have lasted this long? So I can see the reasoning behind the leaders, of these countries not wanting to support or not buying into the argument around taking for that loans to the support of a war between Ukraine and Russia that should have ended 3 years ago. It should have ended. So I get the logic that, first of all, if there's going to be an all-out war between the European Union and Russia, they will be the first victim. Secondly, the fact that these are poor countries already. Why would you now be taking on loans on behalf of Ukraine when you yourself, you have your own domestic challenges, economic challenges to grapple with?
All right. Now, some of that, this law may not really all go well for Ukraine because it's been accumulating so much loans. Yes. Do you feel that this war will make Ukraine to be more impoverished than what they are? And after all, every loan must be paid back.
Well, the reality is that what this war has done so far is to mask the reality. For example, if I can make a reference to the Gaza-Israel war. What we have seen, what the media are focused on, is the cost of the war on Gaza, the destruction that the war. But every of those bombs, every of those weapons, every of those tanks were funded. The black hole in the Israeli budget because of that war of destruction, it's not something that is small. Come back to Ukraine too. The war we're talking about now, most of the funding that Ukraine has gotten is in the form of loans. What is the Ukrainian budget annually? Is it up to 90 billion euros? The answer is no. This is the loan they are taking. And this is not the beginning of the loans. They have taken loans for 3 years. Yes. Secondly, if you look at the Ukrainian economy, has the GDP, has it shrunk? Most likely, over the last 3.5 years of the war. It means that the economy has been taking a hit for over 3 years, going to 4 years. And now, in the period where it is taking a hit, where the economy is going down, it's on a downward spiral. It has been taking on more loads. If the war ends today, where would Ukraine be financially? So the reality is that it has not favored. Sometimes what will happen to Volodymyr Zelensky that he would be voted out of office, or that you have spent, you cannot contest again. But what happened in his time, in terms of particularly the loans and other, the fall in GDP, the cost of living crisis, the poverty, literally, of the Ukrainian people over the period of this war, it's not something small. And I think that it is something that commentators, policymakers, leaders globally have to see what is the real cost of war.
And the real cost after war.
Yes. Of course, the real cost of war is not the loans alone, which is very significant. The loans, the cost, the money you are taking as loans to prosecute a war is significant. But that's not all there is. The GDP that has gone down, the economy that has gone down over the period of the war, the people who could not go to school, the literacy that you have reached on the people, the level of poverty, people who cannot find a job, or people whose breadwinner have been killed at the result of this war, the people whose wages have been stagnated, the people whose life have been disrupted, literally because of the war. That is the real cost of war, and it is massive.
Massive, really massive indeed. But it stands right now, AUs that are not going back. The question is, if they should get this money, how are they going to disburse the money, so to speak? Now, what about the threats to Europe by Russia?
Yes. You see, this is international politics. The threat that Russia poses to Europe is significant. Because in truth, Europe, sorry, when you say Europe, Russia is part of Europe. That's why they play the UEFA Champions League, for example, the UEFA European League. Europe, part of Russia is in Europe, part of Russia is in Asia. So when you say Europe, it's even an European country. Now, it means that it is a close neighbor to the European Union. The cost to Europe is serious. The threat to Europe is serious. It is an all-out war. Russia being a nuclear capable country, nuclear able country, means that it can easily obliterate, if not entirely. Of course, it is much. I agree that both Russia and the European Union will be destroyed, yes. But the fact that Russia will be destroyed and Europe will be destroyed means it is mutual assured destruction. So nuclear technology, nuclear warheads, is not something that people want. So a country that is a nuclear power, is not something. Look, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bombed by the US in 1945. Till date, nothing good has come out of that land.
All right, you just I want to go for another break. When we return, we'll come and conclude this particular discussion. We're talking about 90 billion euro. Who really is behind this war that doesn't want it to come to an end? That is a big question, because, come on, if they can earn massive amounts for war, would it be so expensive to vow or vouch for peace? We'll be right back. Thank you so much for staying tuned. Somehow, if there's conflict, yes, many people might be losing, but some very few guys are gaining. And that isn't too far-fetched for what is going on between Russia and Ukraine. Some big companies that are into manufacturing of weapons, they are gaining big time. It could be in US, China, Iraq, you just name it. Even North Korea, they are gaining from this particular war. 19 billion euro. That's colossal. Now back again to the threat to the EU, because right now as it stands, it's like everyone's beginning to climb or get in tune with the war. Since Donald Trump said he really wants to back out, European Union started waking up gradually. Yes. They said that they want to be part of the war. From the aggression of the Eurozone, all in the name of supporting Ukraine, how long do you feel that this war will last?
Well, what is clear is that the European Union are going to extend it for another 2 years, 2026, 2027. And that is the period in which this $90 billion euro is expected to cover. So I think that it is not sustainable. A war for 5 years, after 2027, that will be 5 years.
5 years, yeah.
It's not something that the European Union or even Ukraine can sustain. So I see that within the next 2 years, my estimation is that everybody will come war weary. Because I have to give thumbs up, with all due respect, even for a wrong reason, to Russia.
To Russia, why?
To stand up to the European Union, to NATO, literally, for over a period of 3.5 years, going to 4 years, it's not a mean feat. And that we're talking 90 billion euros today. What has gone into this war from the NATO alliance is well over 200 billion euro. Well over 200, even before now.
And excluding what Biden gave to them then.
Yes, and so you can see that it is massive. But even at that, I think that it is sometimes, oftentimes it is the kind of leader that the people get that determines the trajectory. When Trump came, he said he was going to end all wars. In fact, he boasted that he was going to end the Russia-Ukraine war in one day. But there's been theory and practice between idealism and realism. He came to power in the other that it's not as simple as that, as he has painted it. What he has succeeded in doing is that he has, kind of negotiated, made Europe take more responsibility. Like I pointed out already. He made Europe take more. The US was spending too much. The US was spending about 90% of NATO budget was funded by the US alone. That was not sustainable. Because some of the people don't also know that the greatest indebted country in the world, by a mile, is the US.
Is the US.
It's not that they have the money. They're actually still borrowing. You know that they are indebted countries too. They're actually borrowing. So this money was borrowed on behalf of the European Union citizens, different countries in the European Union. So it's not as if they even have the money that they are borrowing, they are giving to Ukraine. They are borrowing the money to give to Ukraine. With the hope that Russian assets within the European Union that have been freezed will be used to pay eventually
the war.
And which is not tenable, because everybody has, Nigeria, for example, have assets. When you sell oil, for example, the money is not paid into our central bank here. It is held in the host country. So everybody has money everywhere. If the European Union holds on to Russia assets, Russia and its allies, particularly the BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Iran, North Korea, a quite number of countries, can also hold on to European assets. I think it cannot last for too long. It cannot, I don't envisage that the war will go beyond 2027.
Well, some of you say that if Zelensky is taken out of the picture, there might just be peace. Because according to reports, there isn't want to say glory to Ukraine, we're not going to give up anything, because Donald Trump made that suggestion, you have to let go of some land. He said we won't let go of an even Crimea, they plan to get it back. So do you feel that Zelensky out of the picture, do you feel that his own tenure, his own time has expired as a president? Because of the war, he is still there. What if that venture he's taken out of the equation?
The truth is, in my opinion, Zelensky is not a factor in this war. With all due respect to him being president of Ukraine. It's a tool. With all due respect, he's the president of the country. It's only been used as a front to challenge Russia. If the European Union are fed up today, if NATO is fed up today, the war will end. It's not about, the United doesn't even have the funds to prosecute the war. It's always going cap in hand, begging the European Union, going to the US, shouldn't diplomacy to raise funds to prosecute the war. A war you cannot afford to fight. So I don't think that, with all due respect, Volodymyr Zelensky is not a factor in this war.
All right, you've heard him. He says Zelensky is a factor in this war. Many Ukrainians would be like, why are you insulting our president? That's what they would say for that. But war is not cool. It's not beautiful. 3 years and counting. The war is still raging on. Ukraine is a theater. You know what that can really do to a particular country. I'm talking about 90 billion euros giving to them to procure the war in the next 2 years. But it is cheaper, far cheaper to fight for peace rather than just going for war. Do you think the money will push them to 2 years? And of course, beyond that, we are watching, because Russia is not backing down. Ukraine soliciting for help, trying to throw some punches. How effective are these punches on Mother Russia? Thank you so much, Ibrahim, for coming on today's show. I appreciate a wonderful analysis. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
All right. We see how all this will pan out. Our responsibility is just to report back to you on various events unraveling internationally on International Forum. Meet again next week, Tuesday, God willing. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
On ITV Network News, Governor Bewolo signs 2026 appropriation bill of 939 billion naira into law. Natives of Benin celebrate Ugewe Festival of Purification and Blessing. NSA office says coup porous borders responsible for worsening insecurity. Renewed calls to fix Ayakubo potholes as tomato truck crashes in Abuja. Good evening and welcome to the abridged version of ITV Network News. I am Wilson Omasha from Abuja Network Center. We have Joyce Ikogo. Joyce, how are you doing this evening?
I'm doing great. Good evening, Wilson. How are you doing and how are you gearing up, please?
Well, we're fine, thank you. Anticipating the victory of the Super Eagles. And of course, from our Lagos Network Center, we have Marcelina. Mercy, how are you tonight?
I'm very well, thank you, Wilson. Merry Christmas in advance.
Thank you so much, Mercy. Wishing you the same. Now, from our Benin Network Center, some Benin natives on Monday performed the 2025 Ige Idohia Festival. Ikpomosa Ogiagbe, who monitored the festival in Benin City, reports.
The Igwedoya Festival is an annual traditional rite performed by Benin natives at the end of every year. In some homes visited in Benin City, the head of the family, surrounded by his wife, children, and friends, carried out the Igwedoya rites. Items required for the festival include a bowl of sliced coconut, pieces of kola nuts, and livestock depending on the family's capacity, which are used to offer prayers for thanksgiving and protection. Some celebrants say the Igwe festival provides an opportunity to thank God and the ancestors for guidance and protection throughout the outgoing year. From Benin, Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
The senior pastor of House of Favor International Church, Reverend Lokia Naiwa, and his wife, Pastor Jane, have marked their 32nd wedding anniversary with a thanksgiving to God. The colorful ceremony held at the church headquarters in London attracted notable personalities and members of the congregation. ITV foreign correspondent Rosalind Eworame reports.
32 years in holy matrimony, the senior pastor of House of Favor International Church and his wife offered special thanksgiving to God for his wisdom, grace, and guidance in their marriage.
When you come for celebration, people will be there for you in the name of Jesus.
The atmosphere at the church headquarters in London was filled with praise and celebration as the couple danced joyfully before cutting their 32nd wedding anniversary cake, drawing admiration from guests and church members.
Jesus, you and I will live as one. You and I.
An elated Reverend Lakene will express gratitude to God for sustaining their marriage through the challenges of life. His wife, Pastor Jane, encouraged couples experiencing marital difficulties to trust God for divine intervention.
As a family, we've passed through a lot, but the beauty of it is that the Lord has sustained us. I'm immensely grateful to God Almighty for the life of Timothy, our son. Looking at Timothy every day gives me a lot of satisfaction. Timothy is a product of miracle.
Every marriage can be better when the couple submit themselves to God first. Then it's a lot easier to walk through challenges.
I wish my mama, dad long life and prosperity. I wish them many more years to celebrate together.
Church members also offered prayers to keep the marriage of the celebrants strong and exemplary.
The God who has kept them to this time will take them far. God will continue to anoint them afresh. They will not fail.
Thank you for being a wonderful pastor to us. God bless your home more and more in Jesus' name. Love you.
Reverend Lakene and his wife, Pastor Jane, continue to serve as role models to many families in the UK and around the world. From House of Favor, London, Rosalind Eworame, ITV News.
We'll now move over to Abuja Network Center where Joyce Ikogo is standing by. Joyce, over now to you.
Road portions of the AYA Kubonyanya Road in the Federal Capital Territory including a truck carriage to Abakaliki, Ebonyi State, fell over after running into one of the potholes. Correspondent Ikaru Atal, who was at the scene, reports that the bad road stretch famous for damaging vehicles and causing accidents.
This is the accident scene on the AYA Abacha Barracks Kubo Yanya alignment of the Abuja Kefi Road. Could come a little and see the extent of damage done to someone's goods ahead of Christmas. Just 2 days to Christmas here, and you could imagine the huge amount of loss. For a truck bound for the southeast, many persons are waiting for this for Christmas, waiting for it for Christmas to have the best, and all the items here are just been, if you carry the vehicle, just take it down a little, you see. On this, so that shows you the amount. Now let's look at the road. The road stretched. You just go back a little, and let's look at what the road looks like. It's indeed a very bad road. If you can just turn the camera that way, you see that the road is really bad. This particular stretch is a federal road, and like what many persons here have already said and told Independent Television, ITV Abuja, and radio, that this stretch shouldn't have been like this. It is very close to the from this point at Abacha Barracks down to the Aso Rock Villa is barely about 3-4 minutes, and yet the federal road is this pathetic. Many believe it should have been under Wike would have fixed it for this state of the road, and everything here is really not okay. The benefits are still struggling to manage that here. And the big question many are asking is, how soon will federal government fix this strategic road? The only federal road in Abuja, the closest federal road to the seat of power, still in this very sorry state. On the other alignment, the Federal Road Safety Corps have brought their tow truck to come and tow this off the road, hoping that when they transload and they actually get these into smaller baskets, this truck can be heading straight to the south. It's precisely Abakaliki where we are told it is bound for. And many persons are expecting these tomatoes, Tatashe and Atarodo for Christmas. Let's hope they will not have a bleak Christmas. From the Abacha Barracks alignment of the Abuja Kefi Road, I'm Ikaro Ata, ITV News.
We'll now move over to our Lagos Network Center where Marcelina is standing by. Mercy, over now to you.
Many thanks, Wilson, from our Lagos Network studio. The State Police Command says its special squad has arrested a housewife, Mrs. Mistura Bada, aged 26, along another suspect, Adedamola Daniel, aged 30, over alleged offense of false kidnapping, conspiracy, and extortion. In a statement, the command's public relations officer, SP Abimbola Adebisi, said that on the 24th November 2025, the command received a distress call from the husband of the suspect through one of the emergency lines. He reported that his wife, Mrs. Mistura Bada, has allegedly been kidnapped by armed men who initially demanded a ransom of 10 million naira, later reduced to 3 million naira. SP Adebisi said a sum of 2.5 million naira was eventually paid by the husband, Mr. Bada, in arrest in Africa. Yet the purported kidnapper was released the victim. According to the police spokesperson, upon receiving complaints, the command immediately deployed its human and technical assets to track the alleged kidnappers, which led to the recovery of the supposed victim, Mrs. Mistura Bada. She was subsequently invited and disbriefed, during which she claimed she was kidnapped by 6 armed men in Toyota Venza, taken to their hideouts and disposes of iPhone 12 Pro Max. She also stated that the ransom of 2.5 million naira was first paid into a bank account before being handed over to the kidnappers. However, the command said further investigation revealed inconsistencies in accounts. Confronted, Mrs. Mistura Bada reportedly confessed to faking her own kidnapping in order to extort money from her husband, who is in South Africa.
We will now take a break. We'll be right back. Don't go away. It was another evening of joy and songs of glad tidings at the House of Igbenedion as the Archdiocesan Choir of the Catholic Archdiocese of Benin, led by the chaplain of the Catholic Choir in Nigeria, Very Reverend Father James Chima Okosisi, rendered soul-lifting Christmas carols and 3 Bible readings in honor of the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbenedion. Pius Nsogo reports that the Christmas Carol service brought together friends of the House of Igbenedion, including the Chancellor of the Catholic Archdiocese of Benin, Very Reverend Father Michael Oyonofa.
The Archdiocesan Choir kick-started the evening with the symbolic carol, "O Come Let Us Adore Him," which resonated on the lips of the audience. Other Christmas songs followed and were equally relished by guests. The first Bible lesson read by Deacon Mike Nosa Ehima was taken from Genesis chapter 1, verses 26 to 28, focusing on the creation story. The second reading, Genesis chapter 3, verses 8 to 15, which centered on the fall of man, was read by Dorcas Oshigwe.
But the Lord God called the man, "Where are you?" He answered, "I heard you in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked."
More joyful songs were rendered to the delight of the Esama of Benin, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbenedion, while the Chancellor of the Archdiocese of Benin, Very Reverend Father Michael Oyonuafo, took the third reading on the birth of Jesus from Luke chapter 2, verses 1 to 7.
While they were there, the time came for the baby to be born, and she gave birth to her firstborn, a son.
In our homily, Reverend Father James Chima Okosisi spoke strongly against perpetrators of violence and wanton killings in parts of the country, saying it was time for such acts to stop. He thereafter commended the Esama of Benin for his fatherly role to all.
It is time of joy. It is time of peace. It's a time we sit together as family and let us rediscover ourselves again.
Christmas carols, which are songs traditionally sung to celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ, have a long and rich history and continue to give hope to humanity. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
Echoes of Love, in collaboration with Higher Land of Grace College, have held their 2025 Thanksgiving and Award ceremony. Monday, Osamase reports that it was time to take yearly stock and appreciate God for all His mercies. The report is presented by Efosa Uwangwe.
It was a colorful end of year Thanksgiving and Honorary Award 2025 ceremony as guests from far and near gathered for the epoch-making event. The officiating minister, Dr. Roya Otasowe, while thanking God for another successful year, said the time to stock taking is a compulsory period. Dr. Otasowe, who spoke on the topic, Power Behind the 12 Months, said it is always good to give thanks to God for everything at the end of every year.
Let's thank God every day of our life. Even when you sleep, you wake up, let's thank God. Anywhere you find yourself, let's thank God. It's good to appreciate God.
The host and founder, Echoes of Love, Dr. Benita Iyere, said the uniqueness of the Thanksgiving, which climaxed with an honorary doctorate award by the Higher Grace Technological College, is a testimony of the goodness of God in the last 1 year.
We are here to thank God for His faithfulness. It's also an award ceremony. Personalities doing exploits in areas of assignment will be honored also today. So God said we should honor those who are due for honor. That's why we're here, to give thanks to God.
High point of the day was the bestowing of honorary doctorate award on some personalities, including Honorable Jezele Osezua Sunday, Honorable Sunday Omojate Ekweme, Reverend Mary Igbirase, Ambassador Godfrey Ifiachi Uwankwo. The awardees thanked Higher Grace Theological School for finding them worthy of the honor.
I'm so excited to be here today, to be among those who were called for honor. I give God all the glory.
I'm so glad that the faculty of the Theological School found me worthy for my contribution to ministry assignments.
When I came, I was so glad for this wonderful grace and opportunity given unto my mother.
I'm so happy to be a partaker of this year's Thanksgiving.
There was also Thanksgiving dance to mark the year. From Benin, Efosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
The draws for the third edition of the Kada Unity Cup for military and paramilitary organizations, scheduled to kick off on the 1st of February 2026, have been conducted in Benin City. Efosa Uwangwe, who captured highlights of the draw, reports that unlike the previous two editions, 12 teams will participate in this year's tournament, which is expected to last 2 weeks.
The military and paramilitary football tournament, tagged the Kada Unity Cup, is the brainchild of former Edo State Governor Chief Lucky Igbinedion. The competition aims to foster unity and cooperation among security agencies through sports. Since its debut in 2024, the tournament has continued to strengthen the bond among participating outfits. Speaking during the 2026 draw ceremony, Chairman of the Edo State Football Association, Fred Newton Erunse, expressed appreciation to the donor and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Igbinedion, for sustaining the initiative. He noted that this year's edition promises to be exciting and revealing, with the addition of 2 new teams, bringing the total number of participants to 12. He assured that officiating will meet the highest standards as professional referees will be deployed, adding that the tournament is steadily gaining national and international recognition, with the final of the last edition broadcast live on DSTV.
We are kicking off 1st of February, and it's good for you to know your opponents and to know your group, and as well to know the rules and regulation that is going to cover this year's event. His Excellency is very, very keen about how this tournament is going to go this year.
The Vice Chairman of the Edo State Football Association, Paul Ojeseroba, coordinated the draw, which produced 4 groups with 3 teams each.
Each team will play each other in the group stage, and at the end of the group stage, 2 teams qualify. That's the top 2 teams, the first and the second teams qualify for the quarterfinal stage. The quarterfinal stage will comprise of 8 teams. So 8 teams will then slug it out to the semi-final stage, and then to the third place and the final stage.
Representatives of the various participating organizations were present at the ceremony with some seeking clarification on grey areas. Members of the local organizing committee were also in attendance. Teams participating in the 2026 edition include the Nigeria Army, Nigeria Police Force, Department of State Services, DSS, EFCC, Nigeria Immigration Service, NGLEA, NSCDC, Nigeria Correctional Service, Federal Fire Service, and the National Youth Service Corps. The Nigerian Police Force are the defending champions, having defeated the NSCDC in the second edition. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
We will take another break. We'll be right back. In continuation of the 2025 annual Ugie, natives of the Benin Kingdom have celebrated Ugie to usher peace into the land and homes. Ikpomosa Ugiagbe reports that during the ceremony, celebrants moved from house to house, offering their Ewe leaves, which symbolizes appeasement of nature's for peace.
Ugie is celebrated to drive evil away from homes and the entire land while ushering in peace. During the celebration, firewood, known as ubi, is taken from homes and discarded, symbolizing the casting away of evil. Participants then return with Ewe leaves to usher peace into homes and the land. The Ewe leaves are presented to individuals amid singing and dancing. Some recipients of the Ewe leaves describe the tradition as a source of great joy and blessing.
Ugie onagaiti iwe mese iwe mi ne do ngori tele ade.
The 2025 annual Ugie is expected to climax with a Thanksgiving service at the Holy Awosa on Sunday, 28 December. From Benin, Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
And that's it on the abridged version of ITV Network News tonight. Thanks a lot for being a part of it. We'll now move over to Morocco, where the Super Eagles of Nigeria are slugging it out with Tanzania. Happy viewing.
ITV, certainly the best.
the man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something. You have to be
They
smart.
can't sit
If down. you see where they are dressing them or are dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
ITV, certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada Country Home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set roll out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
My people for us now, good evening. The program you watch now, Udota means heart of the matter. And with the regional from Independent Television. When they come here every Monday, they take a deep dive into different issues as they emerge. And after that, we'll now begin to look at people's opinion concerning those issues every day inside this country. My name is Mark Ololo, and today, in the last few days in this country, we have seen different kind of political alignment and realignment, and it's still happening. First of all, from maybe Saturday, counting from Saturday back, all the ESCOs of the PDP, yes, from the chairman, national chairman, all, they go Otagosi, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, and after that, and the man can't talk by himself, say yes, they are ready to take over 2027, and that they will to win the election from the ruling APC. Then we'll go back again. First of all, Osun State Governor, Oga Adeleke, from nowhere, take part for the primaries for your own political party, will be a PDP. Can't go do for Accord. Now, Accord party again, don't make a candidate, but we can't say another faction of this same Accord party will come do primaries too. But after some time, INEC don't come out. Say, look, these Accord party, and the person who say they win, say, INEC say they don't recognize them. We'll say, they can go back again. That same Osun State, Oga Omishore, they don't bring one other man too, for APC too, as the governorship candidate of that election, and Oga President Tinubu don't say yes. So this person who say they bring also, well, that APC, they gradually won't take over Osun State. Now, look at River State. And they always tell people, say, politics get language. Politics get language. And my brother, what they call Sonny Gadosa, he can always be out because anytime when I come on television or radio, I will tell you that politics has a language. If you use the language, you will be there. If you don't use the language, not be the discussion when they talk for street or what will they discuss for street. No, not be governance, not be personal prayer, not be anything. But he get language with the people of Britain. So today, Governor Fubara, he speaks the language of politics today. He's closest to President Ahmed Bola Tinubu. Right now, Oga Wike is neither here nor there because right now, Wike still the PDP. All the House of Assembly for Rivers, all of them go APC now. Now only Wike can do PDP. And PDP now, nowhere. Right now, you know, because the way it be now, the closest person to the president for Rivers now, could be Oga Fubara, Governor Simlai Fubara. So you can see the difference. They're not after that again. We still go ahead. Brother, the governor of Abu Kefas, governor of Abu Kefas, governor of Taraba State too, he don't come out. He don't collect the party card yesterday to join the ruling APC. And so, just on different political alignment and realignment. And the whole thing, the game is set and it is keep evolving, issues keep emerging every day. I then would say Redo Victor, one political analyst for Inside the House, and all of us, including you with the House, all of us will look at all of these issues today inside this program. For the next 55 minutes, we'll be here discussing with this language they call local parlance. Inside this program, not forget, I will tell you what will be as a time, when time comes. And that's our time, now what you're supposed to put hand for inside this Christmas time. Victor, good morning.
Well, good evening.
Good evening. Yes.
Good evening, Emma. No, good evening, viewers.
No verse. You know, say, I present program for morning and I do for evening, so looking at no verse. Then, I did with one of our own political economists and a right activist, somebody who say don't stand for advocacy for years. Benson Equalia.
My people, now, good evening.
Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
You see your analysis at the console.
I did look up.
First of all, where are we going?
Well, we are not going anywhere politically. That is the truth. We are not going anywhere. With what is happening right now, we are not also serious politically.
When you say we, who be the we?
The Nigerian, I don't want to, because every human being is a political animal.
Yes.
And so when we say we, even I'm not playing politics, that day I will still go and vote. It's a civic responsibility, day of voting. So that means I play politics, even though it's not a vocal. You have a choice. But right now, let me say this. What we see, I call it political voodoo. It's a political voodoo because you have no direction. If people want to decamp, the Constitution make a provision for decamping. Say when there's a problem in the political party, they cannot resolve it. You can decamp. But right now, that is not what we are seeing. If every other political party, all the whole political party have problem, even including the leading party, it's because the president is there. That's why you are not seeing the problem. They have problem. Okay. Now, having said that, you will not ask, why will people leave the party that bring them to power and decamp to another party? Number one, well, as at today, where we call political survivor. Will I survive with what is going on? That is fear, political survivor. That is number one. For example, like Fubara you mentioned, Fubara decamp was a smart move, and it's purely on political survivor. He want to survive. And right now, yes, right now, according to APC, and other political parties do the same, the governor is the leader of the party. So, even if Wike decamp today and announce his joining APC, Fubara is still his leader. So, in order for him to survive, he has looked left, right, and center. And he has said it very clearly that
he's number one.
He said when he was in trouble, that is Fubara, his own party could not help him. His own party could not help him. So he want to go and join the president, not from the backyard. Now, who is joining the president from the backyard? He know who he's talking about. So now his political survival becomes so important that he say, I need to move. Because the tsunami that is coming, I will not wait for it to happen. That's number one. Number two, the reason of this unwanted decamping, we are talking of political relevance. If you survive, you need to also be relevant.
Yes.
Political relevance. I want to be politically relevant in this dispensation. So they are seeking for relevance. Even the main thing that would make person to decamp, which is number three, the economic prosperity of my people is not there at all. Rather, they are now doing personal economic survivor. Personal economy. So what I can get. It's not what, because if you look at it right now, all the people that have decamped and those who are also proposing to decamp, I even heard that you didn't mention Plateau State Governor.
Yes.
He's already on the pipeline. So as at the end or the beginning of January, PDP will have like only 4 governors left, because right now it's 6. Taraba is going away, will be 5. Plateau will go, that will be about 4. So in all of this, it's not still a guarantee that the president will win the election, except what they test throw in Edo, they still implement it. Because right now, you ask any of the governors, they were here 1999 to 2007 when the current president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, was governor of Lagos State. He was the last man standing for the 5 AD governors. He didn't he didn't decamp. He was the only governor that survived that tsunami. And he stood his ground and said, I'm not going anywhere. So now what do we see? The president will send people to you and say, name your price. We just want you to come. Join our party. You name your price. They give you the money. You move. That is a personal thing. They put their money in that. They have been bought. Do you hear what Natasha said? He said they have approached her to the camp. He said no. So in all of the, what is he showing? Lack of ideology and integrity. There is no political integrity at all. Lack of ideology. Because they are jumping from tree to tree like monkey who are looking for banana. This is what we see today. It is wrong. It's a betrayal of the people who trusted you and voted for you in a particular party. And what we are saying is that our president will bring in what I call the master strategy, the master plan. Don't forget, What they did in 2015 is enlarging it in 2026, 2025, 26. What they do in 2020, what did they do in 2015? They sat down. He's a strategist. He sat down and called the whole people, say, there is no way opposition will ever win presidency in this country if we continue like this. Let us not be, let us not deny this fact. Nobody can win this election. The only thing is that let all of us come together. Let everybody come together.
But time of measure don't pass already.
I'm coming. This is what it. That's why I say it's enlarging in 2025. Those they came together, 5 political parties came together and they formed APC, and they took the presidency. Now, what did he not do? He became president, and he's taking over all the whole state that is opposition, buying them over. It's not by development of the people or what is bringing to the people. No, he just said, what do you want? Tell me, I'll give you corn. And this is what they are doing. All of them are going there in mass to harvest from whatever it is, national cake or whatever. But this is wrong for Nigeria, because why do we stop the military? Why do we say we don't like military? Military is one part. It's a party. It's a one-party thing. You have the president, you have the governors, you have the ministers. Then you don't have the legislator because it's a one-party thing. That is what we are going to. What we say we don't want. We are carrying Nigeria into one-party state. Then why do we not go to do election? Do you know how much I spend in election? Do you know how much people we vote in campaigning? Why all this waste? We say we need democracy, but those who were Democrats came and carried us to a one-party state, which is a place where one person will not become an emperor. It's what we're heading to. It is wrong. Look at the only person I have a regard for as at this today is the governor of Osun State, Adeleke. He refused to go to the party. You see what the president's wife did to him? An elected person. You elected, I gave you 5 minutes to speak to the... Who gave you that authority? Where did you get that power? For an elected person.
Elected governor.
Elected governor.
Of the state, the chief
of a state.
Officer.
Do not cause I give you... Who are you? Are you elected? You are not recognized by Nigerian law or constitution. So Nigeria have degenerate into this level that if nothing happens, we just pray that there will be a savior along the line. If nothing happens, where we are heading to is going to be very bad.
Listen, Oga Turaki SN will be the national chairman of PDP as of today, and the ESCOs, they go on Saturday. They go visit former President Olusegun Obasanjo. When they come back, now he say he's confident that PDP will win the election for 2027.
Who is confident? The president?
No,
former president?
No, former. That is the PDP national chairman. Say they get confidence.
Let's be very realistic.
I best speak Pidgin, because.
Okay, yes, sorry. Make I talk calm the way our people go understand. This current situation where we did for Nigeria, so whether you like them or not, APC don't do in groundwork. They go take power 2027 and nothing will happen. Not be waiting anybody.
So you think?
Not be waiting anybody. I want to explain. I will tell you.
With the alignment of Obasanjo, they will take over power.
Not today. PDP don't talk. PDP they don't mess up. They don't mess up.
So how they say mess up?
They have messed up. They don't get opportunities where they for fee really drag the power, but they not take advantage. Make I tell you the truth. We are currently with a president where, amongst all the politicians within Nigeria, Tinubu are the only politician why I get respect for. And I will tell you why. He has never changed party before. The only time na major, not be say cross carpets. He has always, Tinubu they always stay consistent when it comes to politics. And you see, when all of us they talk, say, Tinubu don't influence this state, all the politicians where you see, they are supposed to be principled men on their own, stand by their own values. So if if he behave like this, it shows they not get values. It's not the president's fault, not their own fault. The truth of the matter is, the people who they call our own statesmen, our elders, as far as politics is concerned, they don't fail us. They don't get anything to offer. Like my brother, they talk, they are there for their political interests and economic interests, not for their people. None of them, they represent us. You cannot argue, say Tinubu not going to win, because first, they don't already get 27 seats. For these states, APC, they hold 27 states. They get 27 governors. And another thing we and you need to agree, whether we deceive ourselves here or not, waiting be the cause of all this problem. Why you feel, say, the politicians, that they leave one party to another? Because our judicial system has failed. They don't know where to run to. The only means of power where anybody gets now who hold presidency. Now they dictate waiting they happen. So if to say we're in a situation where our judicial system still dey firm, APC and PDP fit talk waiting you they talk, so it go make sense to us. We go say yes, PDP, they sure say if they fight this thing, people give them the mandate, the law they there will go uphold waiting the people give them. But me and you don't see so many times where people go vote. But when it comes to the results, not be as we take votes, not be so the results they be. So waiting with they talk. APC, everything what they do now, they do rehearsal, say, see us we want to take over the country. Imagine in the past months, Enugu State Governor, he don't enter APC. Bayelsa State Governor, APC. Delta State the other time, APC. Akwa Ibom, APC. Taraba, APC. Rivers won't even be like a drama. The man fight. He still look and say, see, the only way to survive. Court not go save me for this one. Nothing go save me. The only way to survive now to join. He join them. So what do you expect? Our own state here all day. If you know we are Siwaju cap, come executive meeting, you figure query. So what are you talking? Tinubu will win 2027. It's something where anybody not like to hear. But your votes and my votes, if we like, make all of us naked go vote, nothing will happen. You go win now. Because we don't have judicial system. We don't. Who can the common man run to? And when they talk about election, everybody they defend. What are the major political issues where we suppose they discuss, where suppose they dictate politics now? Now you suppose they dictate who go win election, who we go vote for, party where you go align with. Insecurity there.
Massive.
It be big problem. This government never tell us, say, see how we don't take tackle security, where it be saying that one will be waiting they get to take win election. It's not there. Even the state policing where they talk, they never even see daylight. Okay. All the reform where we only the year now for this government, you not pass tax reform. And how do you tax people when they are not producing anything? You just create different types of tax. By the time they finish taxing you, you will find out what you they carry go as. You are left with nothing. Everybody seems to be poor these days. Even the people who get money, they find things difficult. Everything is just sick. Now, we are not talking about the political landscape where we say we will really look to say we want to vote people. Waiting with they look at a party, strictly party affiliation. Before, if a governor work for his state, everybody go talk, say nothing they happen, this person must come back because it's evident say don't work for the people. The only governor where they, as far as I'm concerned in Nigeria, will be like saying people, they hold them, say yes, you don't deliver for us. Now Abia State governor. Now if you go there and people will tell you, say, see the man, they work, because of work, we want vote him. Soludo for Anambra State here, technically it's with APC. Despite the fact that he's still with Abga. But he's working with Tinubu. That is why he not get a problem, he come back. Anybody who don't want to work with the presidency for this country will not get back to government. And that is a fact. Both local government chairmen, even small ward party leaders, they are all cross-carpeting. And another thing where we don't see in recent times, the political land space don't be like, it's not industry where they make money. So it be like if you want to make money, join this party, you will sure say during election period, something will do your hand. So the party system not be the way we used to know them. Where they will come tell you, say, waiting party want do, where they get ideology or they get philosophy. Those things, they not they exist now. Waiting they exist now, who they power, support them, they give you. But the good thing about this thing, as all of them, they go one place, so problem good deal. it go get where it go reach, they go fight dirty. Because you, where you come up from PDP, where you now you be governor, and you say you want to retain your position. APC come tell you, say, no, we get candidates. Where now with the, you don't be loyal to our party since. You just really come, you want give them, they go fight too.
Okay, they go fight. Victor, I beg this time around, you go speak Pidgin English for this question I want to ask you. So. Now, going forward, where is now ADC? Where ADC go? ADC don't also collapse. They usually just come. They have been aligning. They get different. I think if was it last week or 2 weeks ago, they opened different offices for Edo, and they do one rally for Edo. They do rally for different states. So ADC the system does also subsume ADC.
I think in the local panels they will say leopard. You cannot a person who can turn to leopard. You cannot do magic for her. Person who is capable to turn to leopard. You can't do magic for him that way shaking. I said it in this studio some time ago that ADC will fade away. When they were doing new alignment, whatever, it will fade away. And I said, this is the reason. The reason is that what the system, the kind manner or the thing when they carry on they want to do, the game when they want to play. I say, why you don't play and pass? In the university of the game, they now this primary school of the game. Where would that go? The game of trying to mobilize people and join force. Yes. He don't play the game pass.
Bring Buhari.
And he was not selfish in it. Are you getting what I'm saying? Yeah. When he mobilized everybody finish, he said, I'm not contesting you, Buhari, you go. When you finish, I will come. Look at the ADC they were doing. They're already fighting each other. Amechi says he's going to be the presidential candidate. The other one says he's going to be the one. They have not been able to mobilize people. They're already fighting who are going to take position, who's not going to take. So it's not a solid thing. I said they're going to fade away, and they are fading away now.
Even as yesterday, newspaper called Carisi El-Rufai saying at the turn of this house to produce president. Okay. He won't go for 2031. Thank you. As of today now, he can't not talk like that.
Now, look at something. They were opening office. I think they did something in Edo, around the TV, what they call that place? If you go TV Road. TV Road. And I passed through that place, and I saw people, and I said, what are they doing? It's like if I call a world party, if a serious world party, will be more than that. I said, it was ADC that is doing something. And I didn't even care to ask what they were doing because already it's exercise. Oyibo people will say exercise in futility. So they will not produce a result. You know who produce result. Who they get for inside self? Who be the person when they inside the ADC?
But would they see some very...
Okay, fine. Is it Amechi? Is it Amechi?
Atiko is there.
Wait, I'm coming. Okay, let me analyze 5 of them. Amechi, everybody knows his history. You know, he caused so much trouble. He became a governor without election. I think you know his history.
Yes.
So when he became a governor, he was the one who took Jonathan to court. Said Nigeria should not save. That alone, if you do it in abroad, in a civilized society, that person is ruined politically. You say a country should not save. We have so much money. Let's say we say no, you went to court. And true, there is no savings in Nigeria law by government. This law says when you bring, you share. Prodigal. It's a prodigal law. And he went to court. Jonathan go beg and say, no, you carry the case come up from court because he know he go win. Is that kind of person you want to bring to be somebody? Is that, oh, fine. El-Rufai, we know. When Nigeria Bar Association say, you cannot address us with the what you are doing as a governor in Kaduna, the killing, the maiming, you are supervising. We don't want you to talk to us. Are we not aware of that? All the history, all the records are there now. Is that what we were talking about? Say, the political people will follow. Who again? Atiku. The master, the campaign. He come from year to year. He's not stable. He just want power by all means. Atiku will never be president in this country. He's sealed.
That's how you feel?
You know, that's what he did. So, that waiting...
What of Arabeshola?
Aregbesola was made by Tinubu. Even being a minister was also nominated by Tinubu.
His time has passed.
Where he get your political machine, which political machine does he have? He have nothing. So
Bukola Saraki.
I have not heard that he's in PDP.
Okay, no, is this Saraki? No,
Saraki is
no, sorry, not that. That Benue man, what's his name?
Senate President.
Former Senate President.
David Mark.
David Mark, sorry.
Who was
sorry, not
it is the longest serving Senate President of Nigeria. Not David Mark. One-time governor of Niger State and other state. If waiting you get with EFCC, they drag him, you're not supposed to come out and talk. Waiting you get with EFCC, if they drag him, you're not supposed to come out and talk. So these are part of people who messed up Nigeria. So I have looked at it. The only figure, the only asset they would have had if they were working well, it was Peter Obi. We already telling him, look, since Atiku don't come, you know they are going to vote for money. What makes Peter Obi left PDP and join Labour? It's because of that. They say, no, this person is going to bring dollar for us. That is the truth. And that's why I say, I cannot be able to do this. Let me move to where I can fully contest. And he left.
So now, thank God you mentioned Peter Obi name. So what can be the position of Peter Obi right now?
Peter Obi said,
is neither here nor there.
Yeah, he said,
and what be position and Labour Party?
Okay, fine. As we speak, he's still in Labour Party. He has not left Labour Party. He was thinking of trying to see how everybody can work together to unseat this present government.
But let's not going to talk again.
Peter Obi will not be popular like before. Even if he contests, he's not going to be popular.
So you see the kind of thing that is there. You know what? Let me tell you something. Our president, don't give it to him. He's a political strategist.
Oh boy.
There is no party in Nigeria today that will not have problems that want to move forward.
He's a grassroots person.
He will send it there. It's like a projection. He will send it there. There will be a problem. Because he knows you don't allow a man who knows how to use cutlass dangerously to stay behind you. You don't allow it. Common wisdom will tell you that. It's not Jonathan who is very nationalistic and have idea of let there be playing open playing field. No, in politics or his own politics, there's no open playing field, and he's coming from a background. Let me tell you, President Tinubu during governorship primary, he didn't win. No, he didn't win the primary. So he insists that he wants to be governor. Then their leader, Adesanya, now say consensus. It's a consensus view. You know what consensus can do. So he came through consensus. And when he has understood the game well and he knows how to play it, and he's playing that, what people are supposed to do, if they are serious, is that throw away your interest. I throw away my interest. Let's look for the interest of the people. Then there will be result. But as of today, I didn't see any of these politicians.
But it's not popular in the north.
Who is that?
The president.
Really?
So how that aspect will impact?
Okay, fine. The popularity of the president in the north. See what is going to happen. When it comes to that point, they will speak a language. Thank you say politics have a language. They will speak the language. When they speak that language, everybody will fall into line. Leave that, because in the north, they are looking. The north is not like the south. It's not a man that south is learning the way of the north. The north, they take one line like this. When they say Oshobe, it's Oshobe not be one man. Everybody just say here, following like that. In the south, I still have time to say, I want to vote for you, I don't want to vote for you. You need to talk to me. But in the north, they are waiting for their rank candidate. Waiting rank candidate talk. Which person say we vote for? Now this one we want to follow. And the guy where you go to discuss it. They are going to discuss in religious houses. And they will make a pronouncement, say, vote like this. It's our person. Even though it's not helping us, it's our religious man. Vote for him. He know what he's doing. I know how he's playing his card very well. And they know that he's not popular. They will vote for him. Even if they don't vote for him, he will get vote.
If you just join us, the program Udota means heart of the matter. I hope you enjoy our gist. I hope you enjoy our story. I hope you enjoy our tete. I hope you enjoy what we will talk now. We'll give you time opportunity to also make your own contribution for inside this program. We do this all the time. We will look at different views and opinion and waiting they have for around us, inside and outside the country, and even within the country. Like I tell you the other time, ITV gets raffle drum, say they call as a time. What will be as a time? Just dial star 347 star 732 hash. Star 347 star 732 hash. Just dial on for your phone. It will direct you on how you will take play as a time. How much it be? 500 naira. Get you don't. Like today now, some people win for they do draws for money around town. Like about 3 people before, 9 win. Reach this evening. And so that 50,000, thank God say, my brother don't agree, say, Tinubu do something. We'll be say, rice can't drop. So that one, you go let you buy rice. I believe so. And so it be. So the program, now do it and there, I hope so that they will soon very much, we'll open our line, make you also make your own contribution concerning waiting they happen. Before we come back again, may I ask you this question? Is it the end of PDP? Now the end of PDP with this?
PDP did already end a long time ago now.
But the way the national chairman talked today, yesterday,
PDP not get so, and not even get spirit again. PDP not be threat to any election. It's not a threat. PDP is gone. Who are the people in PDP? Mention one strong name.
And they still get 4 governors.
Which governors?
Bala Mohammed.
Those governors not get names.
Makinde.
No, those governors not get names. PDP doesn't. You see, PDP at the moment is gone. More not the core PDP if we discuss election. PDP is not a threat anywhere. PDP is not a threat. Waiting my brother they talk here. If supposing the same way Tinubu they gather people together. If supposing they get some agreement, PDP merge with some other parties, come up with a new name, and they get strong people, all of them agree, bring a reasonable candidate, come out. Just like the Tinubu say, Buhari, you fair go. And the reason what they said to us then, say, Buhari, they discipline. Say, Buhari no will take nonsense. And fight corruption.
And 2, he can also calculate, say, only they get about, when they do election, I think for the CPC,
yes.
Only they get about 10.30 million.
Buhari had something that was said.
So about 10.30 million votes.
What did they tell us? Say, go fight corruption.
Yes.
Then they started selling change. Say, we want change. And Jonathan, which me, I'm very disappointed in him, Jonathan not hold that presidency firm as a man supposed to hold on. That way my brother is saying nationalists, not be nationalists we define for this country. We define people where go hold something firm. Jonathan not hold that place firm. Now be the one who did today. You know all I'm firm. Tinubu now we don't come. See you get as you go look Tinubu, you go like him. Because now the kind of person where fits Nigeria 9 days so and I be Tinubu.
You mean that?
Yes. Tinubu now waiting fit Nigerians. Look, Nigerian, the average Nigerian, they're very complacent. They're not being serious. They're not this serious with their destiny, with the future of this country. They are not serious now. We easily give up and we easily forget things.
Yeah.
No matter what you do for Nigerian today, one small thing where you go just do, they'll forget everything. They forget everything. Shebi, you dey hear recently now say Yaya Bello they plan to come out for Senate. The same person that they dragged the other time with EFCC.
They were Yaya Bello was the one that went to conduct Osun primary for APC. Over 100 and something billion.
So if somebody like for this our political system, if somebody like Yaya Bello want come contest now for Senate, you go ask yourself which people did that Senate we want make law we go help us as a country. We are finished now. So the only thing we get now, the hope we get, now be Tinubu. Because Tinubu they consistent. We know him. We know what we expect from him. He not go feel surprise us. So that is the situation where we find ourselves. If anybody they tell you say PDP, if PDP like when Obasanjo they strong, when he still they very relevant, when he they very, very agile, he not even do anything. They just go meet him for just ceremonial sake. It will not determine anything. If they go meet Babangida too, it not will determine anything. Anybody where they meet, as long as Tinubu na dey there, Tinubu understand Nigerians. He understand them better than any other person, and he's a grassroots person. Tinubu understand Nigerians to the boy where they streets, the bus driver, he understand them. Obi no understand that one. What's it be named? Atiku not know the boy where they park. Tinubu know everybody. And such a person, if you know what you need at a particular time, he do one for you. And make we tell ourselves some truth.
See what he do to
yes, make we tell ourselves some truth. Because sometimes now we get situation, we get reality. May we leave situations, more look reality. The reality wey me I see presently, you see this our Benin Agbo Road, Benin Asaba Road, they work on them. Then waiting I see. Whether you say the work they slow, they fast, now you know. But I still say that they work. If you look Benin Wari, they work. So if Tinubu they do something, come near where me I stay, I will tell you, say, may they leave the man, may continue, may do it, they do.
Where Peter Obi come there now, with all of this calculation? Peter Obi don't go with that?
Not yet.
He don't go.
But whichever, it come like say, popularity could diminish, I mean, because
yes, it will be like that.
Until
but he's doing his own underground work. You see, in politics, sometimes 24 hours is a long time in politics. 24 hours. You can say 2 days, 3 days. You see a lot of changes. Things will happen. So for Peter Obi, it's like, let me go background, let me go underground and be doing certain things. If you watch him, he has been 1 or 2 places or some places commissioning projects, donating money into schools. That has always been his cause. I cannot fault him to that because when he was not in government, was not seeking office, he went as far as he helping people when they were earthquake and all that. That time was not known, but that has been his nature. So for me, it's not the right of yet. Until
there's a issue around Peter. I'll be sorry that I have to say this. If you look Tinubu get people where don't plant for various institutions over time. Local government, ministers, senators, House of Rep. Peter Obi as a governor for his state, living that state, Peter Obi not get political sons. If you go the east right now, Peter Obi not get, see, Peter Obi was just somebody where the masses get conscience. Say, we want this man, he get it. And we, the masses, like Peter Obi. But when you look at political structure,
you know,
Peter Obi not get anybody. And you see why it go hard for him, because I don't see him coming back. That is the truth. Why it go hard for him, they say, when Nigerians don't come out, make sacrifice for you, and they know, say, they vote you en masse, and they expect, say, you go fight that thing, apart from, say, legal fight, you go fight them to a standstill, and you just treat the thing the way it happened, they're not make that mistake the second time.
If you just watch us again, the program Udwata means heart of the matter. Now here we talk and now here be the parliament. And here we do everything we say we do, we yarn, we talk, we point, we analyze, we totalize, everything we do, we put it all together to do. Our phone number now 052-290-573. 052-290-573. What will be the future? Where is the place of the common man in all of this alignment now? Somebody called us say politicians. Not themselves, number one, their family, their friends, their cronies. People around them first before he reach you. Like with the fight of that time, when they ask and say, as a minister of FCT, yeah, we say they give contract to your friends. He said, well, they give contract to your friends because indeed, when you did there, give the contract to your enemies. So call us, let us know what will be your own contribution for inside this matter. Victor. Now, one big question, the political alignment for Rivers State don't change automatically. Now, it comes like say, we cannot continue anywhere because some people now they talk about win-win. We say, you know, expect say, Oga Fubara go enter APC. Now, Fubara don't enter APC. Fubara say, never number one. You know, so say, Wike and Fubara go clash very soon because right now, he don't get access to president where Wike gets. So at the end of the day, for win-win, we hear that and say, make you no put a second tenure for agreement when we say the sign. Before you come and say, okay, no go do for second tenure. But now when we say, he don't go join APC now. He don't go cut us, he won't be governor. If he work for president for 2027, he don't cut us, he won't second tenure.
Yes, Oga Governor Fubara He can't learn very fast.
Don't speak the political language.
Okay. No, I'll come to that. He can't learn things very fast.
Yes.
See, waiting I think before, not be so easy. Just when I went to do masters, I can't enter school. I do. So when I enter school, they give me assignment. I wrote the assignment and I brought it. They say, this assignment, you expect to bring like 18 to 20 something pages. I say, I was reasoning like, graduate level. But this one, this is master, it's not graduate level. You get with me, I talk now. So that's what happened to Fubara. He go learn.
Don't go learn.
He go learn. So they say, look, politics not be like this. I need to advance. I need to really wake up and climb up. So climbing up now, he met with the president in a few occasions. And I realized there is a power that I can draw from there and change. They can become a change factor. That's what he did. And it's a smart, very smart move. He's a person who learn and who listen. Those who advise him, they were very good. And that movement now guarantee him. And look on check his statement. The statements are very clear. He said, I will not support the president from the backyard. He said, who want to support? I want to be in the same house with the president, supporting him, not from the backyard. So he's referencing somebody. Now he has come to the bedroom of APC. He's a governor. When they call governor, APC governor, we go there. He want to see the president now. President will have presidents here. Even Wike, we are thinking that is the almighty Wike. We are thinking about the federal capital minister. He's not have access to the president the way Fubara have access to the president now. And what has happened now? The House of Assembly member also have also become.
Yes.
So what has happened is that somebody who thought, hey, I am Alpha and Omega, suddenly realized that everybody have. If there is no people, there will be no king. A king without a people is not a king. To be a king, you must have people. That is what has happened now. So a king is in Rivers without a subject, but the governor now has acquired the whole place.
Everybody.
Now, if he come to APC, he's also coming late, and the governor is the leader. You have to follow the governor.
Does that really determine who becomes leader?
Yeah, it determines who becomes leader.
Or now the crowd.
No. The law.
That is how we operate.
The law don't talk and say, governor
is the leader of the party.
Is the leader of the party. Look at just that time now. When ex-governor Awaseki, they come to PDP, automatically, he reads the constitution of the party till daybreak. And now he's number one. Now he makes people say, I am number one. Of course. And as number one, now interest first. And what we call the CW say, politics for now. It's not about development. It's not about the people. It's not about the poor and the needy. It's about the politicians, about themselves, their family, their crony. It's about him and his interest and his ambition.
Their survival, their relevance, and their economic interest. Those three things is what they put together to play politics in Nigeria today. And it is very bad. It's supposed to be development. What have you been able to do? I remember in 2015 when Jonathan was campaigning, he said by 2018, Nigeria would peg the Nigeria flag in the moon. That was an advancement. Say, go to this, what they call it, Olusegun Ambassador Space Center. Whether there's any activity there, no, it's dead. Do we still have satellite in the orbit? No. Those ones are gone.
Because it was not firm.
The issue of not firm. You see, let me say these things for, if you understand there is a place in the Bible, there is a guy in the Bible who you can use to represent Jonathan. I want to remember his name. The brothers and sisters gathered together and drove him away. I want to pick his name now. He said, you are a child of a prostitute. You are not our own. Go away. We don't want you in our family. Jonathan is from a minority. Minority of the minority. It's not from Yoruba, it's not from Igbo, it's not from Hausa. Though the South were supporting him. And that is why we're doing most of the things we're doing in the North, pleasing them for them to support him.
That was a mistake on his part.
It was not a mistake, it was the political strategy that failed.
My brother, even the people where you don't rule laws, technically they are minorities. The Fulanis are minorities.
Oh, see, the Fulani.
I'm telling you the truth.
Let me show you
your
something.
resources is what speaks for you.
Wait, let me tell you something
Your
about
resources.
Fulani.
Niger Delta has the resources. You don't behave like a minority with that kind of resources.
Let me show you something about Fulani.
The man was not firm. Let's call a spade a spade.
Let me
He
show you
was not
something.
firm.
Let me show you something about the Fulani.
But I'm not a minority person. I used to think so last year. As an Edo man, now we be the heart of this country. We are not minority. That adjective now to make us feel, say we not get voice or we not get say. We are not minorities. We get voice.
When we talk about minority in politics in terms like this, do we have what is our own objective? We are pushing together as a people.
If Jonathan was weak, the story would have been different.
Yes, I agree with you. Because we have two different personalities.
You understand what I'm trying to say?
Now, look at something.
Resources.
Look at something. If Fulani, the whole northern Nigeria, Otto Kwara, every traditional ruler is a Fulani, except Borno State, which is Kanuri. Shehu of Borno is a Kanuri man. Every other traditional ruler, how did they do it? It's strategy.
There's no South state and Western state without.
Are you getting what I'm saying?
Are you aware? Let's call a spade a spade. Edo gets Ijo, Delta gets Ijo, Bayelsa gets Ijo, Rivers get Ijo, Cross River get Ijo, Ondo State get Ijo, Lagos gets Ijo.
Yeah, I agree.
So you can't tell me that this man that is very versatile in the coastal parts of Nigeria, where they get the major resources, he can't bring himself. He wasn't firm. Don't use minority to describe this matter. He wasn't firm. That problem, we still deal with him today. This problem, so, where Jonathan caused for us, we still deal with him today.
Jonathan wants a decent society.
No.
He's a decent man.
Yes,
when you are saying, talking about fame, he's too decent for politics we play in Nigeria. It's too decent. He said he don't want blood to be shed.
You mentioned Bible just now. Even for Bible, there's no decency in terms of people where they rule. Look at David. He was a man of war. He was a man of, and he was still the man after God's own heart. Just take stock of all the men in the Bible. They were firm. They were firm. Whether you talk of the various, Moses was firm. You understand? Abraham, anybody where you want mention for Bible where God used, they were firm. Even Jesus Christ, he get disciples where they firm. When they want to carry on, Peter no agree. He come out with swords, cut person. You understand? He wasn't firm. This country, let me tell you something. You cannot rule Nigeria without you being, say you know they firm. You cannot. Tinubu is a very firm person. That is why nobody feel push him over. He's very firm.
It's
a very firm person. That's why
no matter how you protest, he will change it. He said protest 100 times.
He will not change anything.
He will change it.
Look, this country, anytime you see a president where if he deliver any form of development, the person must be strong. He must get a very strong character. Obasanjo was another good example. You understand? You see, with a suffer, Jonathan shows possibilities of how this country will grow. But he not deliver because he wasn't firm. He lose power. He has no business losing that power. When you get Nigeria in your hand as the number one man.
I understand what you are saying. What you are looking for, he is not ready to do that.
You suppose that is a mistake we are making. See, let me tell you something. This country presently, are you aware that the security situation of this country is so bad that we already have victims in our states?
Of course.
It's more like you telling me, say, with everything where they happen, make we just stay quiet. May we not stand strong. Oppose anything where we know say will affect our future. What is the essence of a man if you cannot stand firm and fight for your future? Think about it. What are you doing? You understand what I'm trying to say? What are you doing? Now I'll tell you something else where they bother me. Christians and other people for this country, they need to go do checkup for themselves. How can you allow a Muslim ticket for a country like Nigeria that is so religiously diverse? Why will you allow? Do you think in the north it go easy to allow a Christian ticket for north? Ask yourself the truth. You know, sometimes with the pet words, but look at us today. Where is our stake in this country? You, when you come from this Edo state, how many of your people, they represent us at the federal level? Where we dey? How many of our youths, they don't give employment for all these federal institutions or parastatals? How many? But go look the west, go look the north. There are people full everywhere. We are suffering and we are still saying we need to be national. Waiting be the national. We dey talk about survival here. We need to survive. We need to be firm. We don't need anybody again to dey push us. We not be pushed over. We don't dare this country for a lifetime. We must fight to make sure say our generation not dey wasted. So it wasn't fair. I won't agree any day, anytime.
We must fight to make sure say our generation not. The program of daughter means heart of the matter. What will be the heart of the matter? The heart of the matter be say the cocoa. What will be the heart of the matter? What will be the cocoa? What will be the in thing? What will be that main thing? What will be that issue? What will be that bottom line? They call them for big grammar. And we do it from independent television. Like I talk, as a time, one thing, one raffle draw will come out from the tables of independent television and radio. How you tip lamp? Just that start. Star 347 star 732 hash. Star 347 star 732 hash. Just dial that number into your phone. It will lead you and lead you and lead you until they say you don't play. It will give you time when you take play. After that, wait for the draw. A lot of people they win them, and every two days we do this draw. We day with now for the program, and we shall say that they enjoy ourselves. And I want to go further on this. Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, they are Democrats, right? And what do we see in the lives of those people? Irrespective of whoever the candidate be, they always come out, they support the people. They don't come out from office. There are times for other countries, when we use the US as an example, when we say Democrats and Republicans will get disagreement. But the Democrats, you remember that there was a time that some Democrats, some Republicans campaigned for a particular candidate also. After that, they still go back to their main political party. But here in Nigeria, we don't get party ideology, we don't get anything. Now, where is the place of the common man and development?
As far as Nigeria politics is concerned, we are not there at all. In a developed country like the US, you mentioned, we have the Democrat and we have the Republican. You are Democrat, you are Democrat. You are Republican, you are Republican. Even your children will say we are Republican. Because of the ideology that they sell, they believe in. But here we do not have any ideology. The ideology we have here is ideology of money. How much are you giving to us? Give you a Hilux. They are sharing Hilux in Edo State to the camp. They are sharing money to the camp. That is the ideology we have here. This will not lead us anywhere. Because politics of sharing, dangerous and terrible sharing. It's not even a sharing for development. You're sharing and chop. You share and chop, kill and eat. So if we must develop, we must now go and sit down. During APN and UPN, and UPN will tell you, when we come to power, it's free education, free books. Ali was here, he gave us free book. That was the ideology of the party. That's why people were supporting it. We don't want to pay money for school. School were being built here and there. But go and check. Anybody that can do whatever he or she likes. But for us, that is against the people. The people should wake up and know this. All these politicians, no one body is representing the people. They are representing themselves.
Brother, as we speak, tell the people the truth. Will they drift to one party state?
We're already in one party state. But you see, make I tell you something where nobody will tell you. Now we the people, including you, myself here, now we be the problem. The true politics, not be election, me and you they go. Now for party primaries. And the average man for here where they educated, where they work for bank or he be doctor, he be engineer, you know they join party. In fees say that one are for touts, now for Agberu, people where you know get head. And if you not join party, participate for primaries, how now go take get credible candidates?
Going forward, which means that everybody...
If you say you want to make this country change, you be lecturer, you be doctor, you be banker, you be civil servant, go and join a party, carry card, participate for primaries. Make, if 20 doctors, they want party now, that they participate, bankers, it go hard for you not to vote somebody where they enlighten. It go hard. You must vote somebody where they at your level. But when me and you sit down for house, we allow the bus drivers, we allow the people who they talk, say they be downtowns, may they go there, go participate. How you feel say you will get the results where you define? They be your slaves. So anything where we they get now for this our political system, we they contribute to the thing where it be like that. If you not participate, nothing will change. People there in this country, they will tell you, say, this election, this government, now the best, because he favor them. And sometimes you go see all these market women, some of these bus drivers, some of these people where they cut out. Now their children, they get jobs for ministries, because now they go participate for party election, everything. So if they need people now, they will say bring names. For them, they enjoy democracy, everything. But me and you, we they wait. When they don't go pick one candidate where not good, all the candidates, they will pick them, the ones who are not good. We go come and complain for election, they say. Meanwhile, if all of us participate for primaries and we bring good candidates, anybody where you vote, he go deliver.
All right, anybody where you go deliver. What will be your last submission?
Nigeria should wake up and be involved in political system. That's the way to go forward.
Nigerians, make we wake up, make we involved for political system. The program of daughter, and we reach now from independent television. And so we'll wrap the program today. Not forget as a time, it's hot now. We'll do one draw today, and by Wednesday we'll do another draw. So play today, play tomorrow, so that by Wednesday you will know who will be the winner. Star 347, star 732 hash. Victor Agedu, I greet you. My brother Benson Oikwarrior, Oakina, I greet you too for the time when we say when I take the spend because they analyze issue for you. Because of the destiny and the future of our children, and of course for the sacrifices for Nigeria. Thank you again for the sacrifices for Nigeria and for the next generation.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Hello viewers, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. A lot is currently happening in Nigeria, especially in the area of insecurity. So we're going to be looking at the life sentence that was actually given to the IPOB leader, Nnamdi Kanu, and the possible social-political implications that it's going to be having in the country. I am Caroline Okonji on Viewpoint. So let's go talk to some of our resource persons and residents of Edo State to hear what their reactions going to be about this particular topic. I am Caroline once again on Viewpoint.
I'm not surprised that I was given a life sentence. In fact, I would say that it's even lucky. Because you know, at a point during the trial, he disposed of his team of lawyers. He said he wanted to defend himself. You are not a lawyer, you are standing trial, a trial that the punishment is either life imprisonment or death. So I would say that it's even lucky. At the end of the day, the judge opted to give him life imprisonment in spite of all the provocations, insulting the judges, insulting the lawyers and all that. I think the punishment was even fair on him. You understand? That's the way I look at it. Then if we are talking about the political implication, of course, one would have expected that the president, being that they've actually, at times, they try to talk peace with Boko Haram terrorists, they try to make peace with bandits that are busy ravaging the northern part of the country. One would have expected that he should have also been given an olive leaf to ensure that there will be peace in the east. Because whether you like it or not, he has thousands or millions of sympathizers that are in the east, especially in the east. Even around the world, you also have some people that are actually very sympathetic to whatever is agitating for, whether rightly or wrongly. So I would have expected the president to leverage on that issue by granting him that amnesty, just like the way they did to Igboho and co. Because of course, at a point, those ones were also agitating in the western part of the country. He was able to give them, he was able to settle with them, just as we also had with men in the southern side of the south of the country. We also, Yar'Adua then, when he was alive, was able to grant them amnesty to ensure that there was peace there. Nobody was disturbing the pipelines and everything was going very fine. So I would have expected that this administration would have tried to leverage on that in order to create that enough peace in the east. Because as we are still talking, the sit-at-home order that they are giving is still very relevant, is still being enforced in some states in the east, like especially in Owerri, Imo State. They still observe it. In some other states, they also observe it. So people, even when you want to travel to the east now, you become very apprehensive because you know that you don't know what will happen because of that sit-at-home order and all that. So I felt that the federal government should have leveraged on that. But for him to have said he wanted to defend himself, we as lawyers, immediately he made that decision, we knew that there was nothing that was going to save him. Because no matter how you feel that you know the law, you cannot know the law like a lawyer. You know, the lawyers would have been able to look at his the case that was presented by the prosecution and be able to raise a very good, robust defense, raise enough maybe probably discrepancies and loopholes in the prosecution's defense that would have warranted him being maybe being discharged and acquitted of this offense. But he opted to say he wanted to defend himself and he never needed lawyers again. And this is where we are. Since the trial started, even when he has been convicted now, we have actually not seen an upsurge in the security situation in the east. So it seems as if people have also accepted that he has been convicted and nobody's saying anything. For now, I don't know. It's possible they might have plans to say they want to come out to the street or to have plans to start demonstrating or maybe attacking government and government institutions and all that. Nobody knows. But for the now, it has actually not affected anything. It has not increased the insecurity in those regions more than where it was before. It has not at all.
I want to say that the sentence given to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu
the judgment itself and the sentence that followed from the judgment, they were very fair to him, very fair. Ordinarily, the law provides for death sentence for such an offense, but the judge, in his wisdom, decided to give him life imprisonment, which is still a subject of controversy in the legal sphere. Now, the question should be, did the judgment flow from the facts, evidence before court? And the answer that will follow is yes. When a prosecution closes its case, they've learned evidence as to how they allude or claim that a person committed an offense. It is the duty of that person to allow himself, by way of calling witnesses, to debunk what the prosecution has said. But what the defendant, Nnamdi Kanu, did was to choose, rather than defend himself, he chose to attack the court, was questioning the court at every point, challenging the court's authority over him. That's not how a trial proceeds, and the judge had no choice at that point but to bring his defense to an end, since obviously his action, he's saying that he doesn't have a defense. So the court in his wisdom brought his defense to an end and went ahead to move the matter straight for judgment, since there was really nothing to defend anymore. And when he was also asked to make a written address, rather than make written address, he brought a motion upon which he attached an address. It is that address the court now took as his further address in the matter. So the judgment itself, to me, is sound. Now, coming to the circumstances of security challenge in this country, whether that judgment will aggravate security challenge in this country, I will tell you, security situation in this country is already bad. So we should not, with this our fear of, if I take this step, security challenge will increase. If I take that step, security challenge, that is what has aggravated the security situation in this country. Each step we take, we are looking at, one person, every person, somebody must be offended. That's the truth. As a leader, you are not there to go and serve ice cream. Your job is to go there and deliver justice, no matter whose horse is God. If it is the Igbo man today, give justice to and against him where it's not necessary. If it's an Hausa man, do the same. If it's a Yoruba man, do the same. That is the only issue. The problem people are having is that while you are imprisoning and sentencing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you are begging and placating the Fulanis that are and other tribes that are presently causing mayhem in this country, because we have seen them. Because people they try to say, the filmmaker that made the movie The Head wanted to just bring bad name to the Fulanis. But we see every day on social media, the Fulanis, the headsmen, they celebrate their actions. And when you see the ones celebrating their actions in the bush, they are Fulanis. They will show you their captives in the bush. So if all the media space is filled up, TikTok is filled up with Fulani headsmen that are keeping people in captivity in the name of they are now in charge of security of this country. They are showing off their security, how much they have decimated the security situation in this country. Then you say we should not talk about their tribe. We should talk about their tribe. Every tribe has bad egg, and it should be dealt with as such. We should not look at the tribe's name. Now you talk about how the Igbos will react. The truth is, the Igbo man has suffered a lot in this country. I will not mince words in saying it. The Igbo man has suffered a lot. I was in Jos Plateau State in 2008 when the Jos crisis was at its peak. Igbo man suffered a lot. You know the painful part? When you will now go to the police station and the court, when you expect to see a large number of persons that were arrested, you will see them today that over 300 persons are in custody. Come next week, nobody is there. No trial takes place. It's as if we treat this security situation as if it's just two fighting. Two people fought yesterday. We just say, don't do it again. We pat them at the back and go home. People die. Somebody has died. It's not a case of two people fought. It's now a serious offense that must be dealt with all the importance attached to it. In America, one person went and killed somebody in front of the White House there. Killed somebody there. If you see the way the government took it, it's as if they took it as if it is the whole war, as if it was a war. They gave it all the seriousness required. But here, when somebody is killed here, we treat it as if it's foul that was killed. When people, the government will just treat it as if take for example the way they dealt with this Akure, is it Kwara State church kidnapping, where people with people with firearms, brandishing firearms, come into a church and started committing havoc, wreaking havoc, shooting at people. Then they took some away. Then the next day, the government came out proudly, with a shame, to say they are happy to announce that they have rescued these people. After rescuing, what did you now do to those who came to commit the offense?
In my opinion, it's very, very unfortunate that the Nigerian society has degenerated to this extent that we find ourselves judicially and politically. The silence of good people in the face of oppression and cruelty is an injustice to justice. I will not fail to lend my voice against the political conviction, because the offense or the crime committed by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu does not warrant life imprisonment, because though his actions cannot be in any way justifiable, but when there is an incitement of public, there is a provision for it. And when you talk about treason, there must be an evidence that the persons who is being charged for treason has in any way connived or collaborated or conspired with other persons in quest to usurp the powers of the state. But in the case of Nnamdi Kanu, he only made verbal statements. There was no evidence that he bear arms. There was no evidence that he waged war against the Nigerian state, and there was no evidence that he killed anybody. So why should he be sentenced to life imprisonment when we have seen recently that the so-called repentant Boko Haram who have killed, who have raped, who have kidnapped, who have waged war, who have committed genocide, we are being forgiven, so to say, by the Nigerian state and be infused into the Nigerian military formation. That's to say, they were granted presidential pardon. These are the persons who have openly killed, who have steal, and who have destroyed. We have equally seen another terrorist who were arrested, charged to court, and was given just 20 years imprisonment. Meanwhile, in the case of Kanu, someone who have never been seen bearing arms, who have never seen being killing someone, who have never seen destroy anything, was sentenced to life imprisonment. I have this to say. This is a political convention, not a lawful or a judicial convention. If it were to be in accordance with the law, he would have been given 5, 6, 10 years as the case may be imprisonment, not to be sentenced to life imprisonment. Does his offense warrant life imprisonment? In its entirety, it doesn't warrant life imprisonment. Like I have said, I condemn his actions for inciting violence, but that offense does not warrant life imprisonment. So the Nigerian actors, the political actors, should look into the conviction and the processes so that it doesn't lead to or compound the socio-political unrest in the eastern part of the country and other part of the nation. So the Nigerian state should be very careful, because we have series of insecurities that the state is trying to deal with. They shouldn't compound the problem. So I think what the federal government is trying to do, everything happening about Nnamdi Kanu is purely political. It is not in accordance with the law. Yes, the Nigerian government have the right to transfer him to any correctional service, maybe for the purpose of his safety, because they are also fearful that the Biafran agitation might also have plans or motive to get into the prison and rescue him out of prison. Perhaps that would be the government fear. Again, I am not also comfortable that transferring to the northern part of the country is also safe or politically wise enough, being for the fact that the northern part of the country and the eastern part of the country have been among ahead. We remember vividly respecting to what happened during the Civil War. So we don't want a situation whereby even the bandits or those in the north that doesn't have the good interest of the east we also get at him in the prison, because if he dies in the prison unjustly, that will amount to series of insecurity if it will not warrant another civil war in this country.
Treason or levying war against the state could likely take death or life imprisonment. If you see what the consequences of the actions of indigenous people of Biafra has taken a toll on the southeast, some people have died. They are trying to secede. It's a very serious decision for a part of a country to want to secede. We saw what happened in the United Kingdom when the Republic of Ireland went to secede. The United Kingdom fought tooth and nail to ensure that they stop it, although eventually part of Ireland seceded. No country takes it lightly. And so, taking into cognizance the socio-economic, socio-political dynamics of his sentence, it will dampen the morale of every Southeasterner, because generally people are saying that it seems that the Southeast is caged. But I think if Nnamdi Kanu and his group are going to pipe low, then a political situation can be found so that peace can be restored to the Southeast. There's a political aspect to it. The thing is that, is Nnamdi Kanu ready to back down from his agitation? Like I said, no nation takes it lightly when you want to break up the nation. Because if you look at all our constitutional conference, one aspect that has always been non-negotiable is the territorial integrity and the unity of this country. You don't negotiate it. And so we have fought a war before, and nobody wants a war. Even the Nnamdi Kanu that he's talking about, was he part of those who fought that war? Most of the people who are talking about the levying war against the state were not part of the war fought in the 60s. And I think that the East should reconsider warming up to the Federation and other regions, stretch their hands across the Niger and shake the Southeasterners and restore them back into the nation as friends, brothers, and co-partners in the building of Nigeria.
Though, if we really want to follow the laws of the land, what the federal government has done was done in the right direction. But we can also say that sometimes the hand the father used to beat the child is the also same hand to bring that child back to the body. What Nnamdi Kanu did, truly we can say it's wrong, because you cannot shout war in a country and don't also expect the consequence. People like related Kwabiola also suffer same fate when they declare themselves as president, because we are in a sovereign nation, we are in a nation where laws abide. So I think what the federal government did was done in the right direction. But can we say, is it not going to also affect politically? Definitely yes, you can't say no about that. The reason is because Nnamdi Kanu is a voice as we speak. After the demise of Odumegwu Ojukwu, Nnamdi Kanu became the voice that the Igbo people believe in. 60% of them believe in the cause of Nnamdi Kanu. So it's also going to disturb the political calculation from that angle. And taking him to the area where, to me, it's not also safe for the very just now, was also something done in the bad faith. But what I would excuse is that if they put him in Kuje prisons, it's going to be a sort of mecca where people come to visit him. That goes to tell you the type of person that has been arrested. For you to know that if you keep him here, that place is going to be a beehive of activities. It goes to show that person. So I think we will also come to the table of the president to beg, to have leniency, to beg, to say what he has done before can be seen, can be forgiven. Because we are in a country where people slaughter, people kidnap, people kill people show their guns, and nothing is done to those people. The same government that has given out the Kalu this faith will also say those people, we see those people and also negotiate with them, giving them mouth-watering excuses to make sure that what was done to these other people is done in bad faith. So to me, we must be transparent to ourselves. Nigeria does not live in a better tripod. We live in a place where some people carry AK-47s and they are negotiated with, and somebody else is seen with a knockout or a pistol, and the person is charged for illegal possession of firearms. So it's a country where the laws are for some people and the law is for some people. So to me, the federal government should see how best Nnamdi Kanu issue should be nipped on the bud, not to cause another worse-off crisis in that eastern region.
First and foremost, commend the judge for taking such a stand in such a very, very sensitive case. We all know that the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have lingered for this long. I think he was first arrested in 2015, and on and on and on, and the judgment came just a week or so ago. Be that as it may, I think I wouldn't want to belabor myself with the issue of secessionist agitation for states their own right of self-determination, which of course is a rule of customary international law, and it is also enshrined in the International Covenant for Civil and Political Rights of 1966. I think Article 1, Sub 3, that they have a right of self-determination, but there are laid down rules and procedure for that. I think the major charge against him was that related to terrorism on a 7-count charge, and we are looking at the Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act of 2022. Somehow, there are laid down penalties for the offense of terrorism, which of course, I would say the judge was fair enough to follow such provisions of that law. Even though Nnamdi Kanu was not actually charged under that Terrorism Act of 2022. But however, that would be another case for the appellate court to look into. Then, looking at the socio-political aspect, for now, it seems to be calm, but I am sure that by the time they go on appeal and the case begins to go otherwise, there's going to be a kind of uprising, especially in the southeastern part of Nigeria. And that may not augur well so much for the security aspect of our nation, especially now that we are grappling with the issue of Nigeria being a country of a particular concern by stating from the American president point of view. Of course, I will say here and now that there are so many windows still open for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and for peace to also reign in the southeast. For example, I think there's a rumor making around that leaders, political thoughts, leaders from the southeastern part are trying to lobby the presidency if it can be granted pardon. I think if anybody is trying to question the position of the judge, why will he take such a stern position of life imprisonment? I will say that according to a very good jurisprudential school of thought, it said law can be defined as what the court says it is. So I believe the judge also follow that line of wanting to look at the law of terrorism and see that Nnamdi Kanu is given just what he deserves. I want to say here, as one who is abreast with the law to some extent by the grace of God, from the day he decided to defend himself, that he doesn't need the services of his lawyers, I think that was a very great error on his part, because the lawyers, they have the law at their breast, and they have a way of also using persuasive arguments to sway the courts. And I hope that he will learn from this, so that during appeal, he will allow his lawyer to take over the case. I think with this little, I can say, I hope that it will not escalate to a kind of uprising as regard to the issue of security, especially in the eastern part of Nigeria.
Having heard all that has been said from our respondents about the judgment that was actually given to the IPOB leader, some are of the opinion that it was a well-deserved judgment, while some are saying that the judgment should have been treated with human face and that he deserved to be pardoned. It's Viewpoints on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, and bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best. This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Oja ya bota now. Ugi bota we se ni wa. Ka bo pon wa ya fe ni dahima. We ugi ori bota na. Ore yi ma so nyele. We eme so ni mata. Oka bo de fi o 7 se. Ma we apon usa lo bo aye dagbema. Edi ma we ni hunu wa ni wa we eme mata awe mwese katikati no dekan imuno 12 sabo amolo ari ma ya fe bota de na ni wa o dekan ugie na ya do pona katikati no ka bo wa kan gwa ma ate eyupo ro edo ya fe no bado no gwa egwayo ori ma ko temege pastor Calvary hunamure
iye do no woman wa bidata wa be ne ge kai ofun igbo sa oba gwoyaro oba atokpe
ise me sa oba sa ge no yero no ri edo ba yo ka e do ya fe we go tu wa ya o ọba atọpẹ ise eni ma agwa ka ni wa o ugie o upona be na ya do e nda e wa ma oladiane o keke na wita ni wa meke na we na ya mu gbe igwe eno wo igwe we do wa igwe ha igwe okay ege nedo ya we pon sarudazi ya we pon we nika ya we pon oba ya no ya fe ya pon me ewi ya fe do wi morion ya soto ewi ya fe na ru we ware ukiwe va na yin wa mu poyi uwe so ogogo no kwa eno na ya gwaka igwewo okay hunda we ewina enyo salobo aye igwe aya roe igwe ya temata igwe aya ninye ma enika hunda unyame we pome eno ono igwe agbela jan zebe bena ni ri mena eri ma mo bo le retai ìpẹ́jù ìwé náà wọ́ ọ̀nàrà ògì rọba uwẹ́gbà àyànà dùẹ̀ àwíkàmì èyí ẹ̀wà àríwá ọmọlọ́ba ẹ̀wà yàngí ní ṣùgbọ́n àmà yà fẹ́ màníkàmì kì má yà fẹ́ táwé gbé ìdú ẹ̀ ògì ní èyí ẹ̀wẹ̀ náà ìpẹ́jù kẹsùgì wọ́ ẹ̀dẹ́kẹ́nu ìrọ̀pá ẹ̀rọ ọ̀rẹ́dẹ̀rẹ̀ ìpàdé nẹ́rọ ugie òtú ìgbọ́ba òtú ìgbọ́ba náà ní wọ́n abẹ́ ọmọwé ládíá abẹ́ kàwé yáfẹ́ abẹ́ yàtọ̀ ayàpọ̀n ẹ̀níkà òtú ìgbọ́ba ọ̀ìsùn ẹ̀wẹ̀ oge ha ìpàdé àárọ̀ ugie ìrìnàpá ẹ̀rọ ẹ̀wẹ́dẹ̀rẹ̀ ìpàdé ìbárọ̀ ugie ìgbọ́ba uga anya na doe ìpàdé na ọpara ugie wo ìrọ̀pá ìrọ̀ ọ̀dẹ́jọ́ ìpàdé ugie mobo awe kàmẹ́ ya fẹ́ ya ìmùgbẹ́dẹ́jọ́ na ẹ̀dẹ̀rẹ̀ àgọ́ ọmọ náà bá doe ugie ẹ̀dẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ́ wọ́tà ẹ̀hàwẹ́ ìbíọ́bá ya fẹ́ ya gbọ́ ọ̀hún àtẹ̀nà ya fẹ́ ràdánù ni wọ́n ọtẹmẹ dọmọ yẹn wẹ ọwọn ọsà ló bọ a ògì ọrẹ mi kpona wọn yà kàn do ẹ ẹgbẹ̀yọta nínú ẹ wà á yà do ẹ nga ekpọ́n ẹ̀ nọ́kọ́ a ẹ̀yẹ nọ èmi kpọ́ ọgbà náà.
ẹ̀dọ́nù pẹ̀ wà bẹ́ẹ̀ nìkẹ́ ká yẹ ẹ̀mí gùẹ̀ ke ugie na do bukpo a orie mama ni bun no ami o ma ko wa neme mama no kan amukporie ukporie nu kpogere edo me bi ni awo gin ya omo no ba na do ko apolopolo yo ire do ya na mi ewu yo ka sun o ebe nu ya nana ba be ne gwa ya mama eri o be ro na igwedo ya eri o be re na ebu kebo wa mi ba na ebu soro te do na de ne do ya gwe ya gwe ya bi me de ni ya wa be wo gin ya ozi ana mi we ede ipede vanya nyaogie obena gbe ye beni we igwedo ya fe eni sokpa ugie na eri so si mo gin ya eri o mo gin ya ge mole o fo mo na sokpa no sokpa o ge edo egene do ya ugie va oro be derio egena yak mo me ige ohun sukpo na ya gogo ni gbo e gogo no ege run no ara pon me awur gbebe lerun we osanowo duwa no so wa sede na no la ipede no ikebupo na aberi eyobo no wa nwuni na efu ere awur gbebe na we no kan me upo be na kia be la so o form upo na be na ugugie no we ne do ya wogin ya diki mama no ro no kame na do pon wa we ni bo wulo ni bo re wisi ni egbe so na ni bo abe biele o do gba ori eke yara me no ro no tori enwon o rege o dekun nu gbeje ohon kenu ya omie no salongo dua ona gba ori we o mana o sun pa be mana o ga yo ni ukmo mo salongo dua we mero be de na unda mama na ya puedo rade omo no ba ko apolopolo no no ya sun mama na ko we o ke na ri ege yo to pupo ari na ya lerun na ya pon me ne do tie igwe emi bun ne do ya we mama na o ge ukpo ki asoto na be ni kataba be ne do be ma eri mo le mama eri owi yayi mama da do deno ami porie no tukotu ne ebokebo ne iyayi ki yayi na ne ugie no kan mi pon me be no kan mi ru eri o ge doje no kan mi gwe oba atope
ise wese eni wa we no yaka ege pastor obi edo mama wu amupo yoto no dokpa orwe zebino type ma da de wo ya fere wo tagun ya fere iya mo
egbenu we ta we ni ya festival ni
emi na ge utagun ya fere kai na bo ukiwe va wo po aya mo yoto wo za na ro yi we unhu so zebino type ma ukiwe va ni awe ya mama muda edon me uwu kan no ladin èmi ya fẹ́ na ri epon no saloboa wa ya ri epon no saloboa be ni kawe gbosa wa adako de kwere alule kia gbosa ya defie gota ya defie o we ave wo wa we uge gbe we ri uge ege we to bu we no da o mi na o ria okun mi ofewo we to bu we okun mi ofewo usalogba USA omo negbe matera na mo ajo sitoro eyaro don fewo na na kusalogba eso wero ewae na ugbo na gbe we se ti gbowo ya bozo ma se ti gbowo emi awon siera adewino iki won yewe supo ya ye ni wa ami yo pa otagbon ya na mama ogun ma pa lare supa o me da do ewo ge be matabana be ni dade no mo no ba yan na agwe abe ka be abe eba eri o be no ise lo gbe o gbe ma we diaru ṣe ló gbé ẹ̀wò ó gbé màwé diaro ṣe ló gbé ẹ̀wò ó gbé màwé diaro ṣe ló gbé ẹ̀wò ṣe ló gbé ẹ̀wò ṣe ló gbé ẹ̀wò ṣe ló gbé màá diaro kpọnà dé màwé diaro èyí ó ka yé ni wàyà fẹ́ ìdààmú mana ìmọ̀ àmì ẹ̀hún táwọn mana ta náà ni àmì rẹ̀ yà mọ̀ gbé pẹ̀lú máa tẹ́ mọ̀ gbé wẹ̀ bí ayé mi pọ̀ wì bọ́ sùn wì ìmí ẹ̀ ní àìmí ẹ̀ dàní ó sàlọ́ bọ́ àwọn àmà ẹ̀ ẹni kà àwọn àmà ẹ̀ ó tàgbọ̀ yá àwọn àmà ẹ̀ wẹ̀ gẹ̀rẹ̀ náà àwìn yìí pọ̀ àwìn nírú ni wọ́n máa sọ ẹ̀ wẹ̀ náà má ka bíẹ́ yìí ùdó bíẹ́ dùkìrú náà bíẹ́ yìí ukpo na no ohowo no ga July ohowo no ga March ohowo no ga January ukpo na e no umiomo bie uri omo me we me la oda we to buwe we me la oda de we be oye ugbebe uri e umi ulajan wo wa ni eze boyo wa ka bo pasi esese se ogogo no oye ukpo na edan ni ru iwa ladan o sense ima fe ima la odeke e ya fe aro owupo gbogbo da en we mi en we ra se tin mu la dia de no mana we de fiofo no bi ara rupo na wa gba ni o ge wo lo anu ni o ezo no yero da ya neru nupo na upo no de ma so po na upo no de ma ya se o no gbo da ni wa Ọlọ́run ni ma mi upo no ya fo na ma ye mi upo no de ayi no salobo ayi ni ka de na mi upo yi o te me paso iwo nu yo we babo gege ebu na mi upo eten wa mi we ipon me na bi gue na do de ba upo akin asupo agba ori yeke na ya we igbina woko lọ́lọ́rọ̀ wà yá nùwẹ̀ lágbèrè rẹ̀ dárin wẹ̀ náà sẹ̀tí mú sọ ẹ̀ udori ekpọ́n mẹ́ nusa uri ekpọ́n mẹ́ negbu ẹnu rí ohun ẹwẹ́ a n'ọnyá ma ekpọ́n mọ́ uwe ekpọ́n sálọ́bọ̀ ayò ohun ẹ wẹ́ ẹ̀dánù jẹ́ oṣù wa ẹ̀ma wẹ́ mìíye ẹ̀ma nọ́sí awẹ́ dè yóò tọ́ra wa wù ẹ̀yẹnu wẹ́ hàn ẹ̀nọ́sùn ẹ̀wọ̀ wẹ́ ẹ̀nọ́sùn ẹ̀wẹ́ náà ẹ̀mọ́ ọ̀gá ẹ̀bọ̀ ẹ̀nọ́kẹ́kẹ́ náà pọ́n sábà nọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wẹ́ ta ìbá náà ọ̀gá rẹ̀ bì náà wọ́n ẹ̀ Adam kekebe Eve odowa me ya Ivana sabo ya smagmo iya kero bi o me Ivana ga tie Cain kekebe Abel ukpogiri o to we na don wa do na di emire to ya mo me be ya mo me wi ya we baba we se wu me ye se pona okpa bo na ga ogbugbo no pa na ga oso won da do we na di emi no mere ni ado akpon me so pon tiyan no dion no e Cain o ma igwa lo do ga ni se wena ne baba habani awe uwe biagi mie ebe ni gangbe na ya be me da we nyupo o me so go dan we kin uda aro kekan we meni we pomo salobo ayo ni gioni su wo ken ama mu ekpize yo wa salebe uda ebe no wa ka we o be mana aro wi o aro wi o ma se aro wa ni mi ya na fon uda e ma so ga me gbe edozua ye danyozo munda igoni ro so po we na mo oege we te do be ba woni se ni egoni me po na la imani lu egbera ma mi ona ye no sakwa ye ga lu ogozo e be no ka wo ke kina ro wi o unda egu eni oyi o o ma ogu e so po ma bugbo be oyi o ma mi ona ye fun we do a lo we na elede lele ke no zunu yi elede ro emeso amego ihe mohu no si semede ora o se siga no packet no si semede o danyo ri agbo a ne bi gbo ayo bi gbe ke no na danu de ewe efe so ogo zuo no ogesi oni o ze ne ebi no wana ka o ke na aro wi o uda o ma no to tana o enegbe o na o no lagbera o na o ekeni ekede o ri epon wo vigwe yo to o mira o ma do bo mi o e agboro e na soro mi awa so asokito ero paro baba imaye me nwa senda ade asokito ya tu ma igi se ba nwete bo okpi ana eti na aro emiki na aro alimo na aro apo na aro e bread na aro o ma mi nu yae ona ga da me we wi mo na wa gwe wo wa ni ha iwa lo lewa o mie o ma mi nu yae we no mi nu yae ni egbera won
emi we akpo me yi no emi oso wonye me no ebe soro no wa me go na we waso we me so anyo emi ate table na vi anyo yi na te ba anyo wa gbare wa we age we mi anyo pera me o ma mi nu ya die onyo ze we unwe ga supo ka po mo salo bo ayunwe igu we mi 2025 we mi 2026 ebe soro no ma se ba odeke kan we aye ko ni ere ba ni ola ya yo wori ni re e ba ni ola ya yo ni chani re e ba ni ola e fi ba no we na mi hu ori wo ma be o ma mi hu o ma mi enso eni ya we akpo me o ugie ne dori oyo to nu ya akpo me ye gbo e nu ya akpo me dagbe mo e mo gbanu e nu ya akpo me ye kinudo nu ya akpo mo ye eni sikewe e ugie kin o be re so si be dio e so sun an lerun o we pe do pa nya ogie ma wa ya lerun na e so we pe de iwe ne ma ya na e so we pe de yan ma ya na ba kana aya e po wo so baba wo ese wo me so wo ya na me mama wo kpo no de e mu gie kin o be do ro ene ni gu ene dori e to no bi je me se bogi gu eni vi de ile ki o mi ya ino o lubirie e de ina ye kere ni ino kan ya mo to ele na ye kere ni na do aga be run ne do na bi ari obiri mo bo obu afi o Holy Ghost fire ni mati na oba babe lubiri asan oso lubiri ose kwere won lubiri ogbobi ere lubiri ye do ge na wa ma lu ga na o ma dan o resource na Holy Ghost fire asan mo so mo idu apobo me Holy Ghost fire na wo pa mayata amere ni dori e mo bo but mana resource mama ro re o unu mama yata wa je we wa mi ile oredo ona ge egi no ge osaloba aluga mo boro
wesi anyone wesi oten
do mo wa to pe
ya iwa da doctor pastor ini maruvedo osaloba mayaga osase ya fe osase osa mudiano ma are mewu my so ma vie digun yoto viona yoto oteto saloba ni ya fe yibigi ebi na we ben ugie ni ma gwaka bania when edigoba ne do ya na we gue ededo we no ye no sun yibare pastor ugie we ari ewe ke mo wuga o we no yo ewe odafe ewe unye ewe no yo eyin no wa no ka emie ege ipolo no mie be wo hon be mi no aro ton aro wo te do bi oba mana otion enopa we wa fi okun o na bi ma me no we ya ho ekian ana sin po elo suno ni wa ekeni ya le yi abi yoku ihu ese we ya mari bere ya ma ekino le yi ya to bi ana mu ko ro te ana le e mo maladia asena ma le ma hu ese abo wa la baba ye gogogi o na pe ri ye ti apagbo ya ge e ma ya ebe na ro ege o ri gba oko to o won wa ko mu ko ro to ya ona wu ya na ye na we gbo aru mu ko ro to o ipe ni eze ke na pagbe na pa ọlọ́pàá náà ní ebe ni ọ̀nà ebe náà ṣe ọ̀bọ mara yẹn ebe náà ewé àti ẹ̀ ọ̀nà kọ̀lọ́ ọ̀nà yẹ tọ̀ba yìí hù ọ̀rí ìdí ọba nẹ ọ̀hìn agbóhùn wẹ̀ nà rẹ̀ ọ̀nà wẹ̀ ní akọ̀lẹ̀ ebe ni rẹ̀ ọ̀nà wẹ̀ ebe náà ní wọn ewé náà ọ̀ọ́zẹ́ ọ̀bọ ìhìn àmà gbà yẹn náà yà yẹ èrè èrìnà kí màwé wọn rẹ̀ mi na sọ̀rọ̀ no amina enyo sọ̀rọ̀ no aru nu ya yere no sunu ave ya yere se no so ma ave ya yere ufe na idu ave egwe ni gegwe ni ona we sopa ai ga ruhun upo agba ari ebe egwe ni maye ikulule hia o egwe no sunu yiba obirie egwe no ma we no obi ogeka no egwe orie ubi na ti obi noro ari ese ready ona omahu no ready ona awi no makeke ya fere ahe na mi na we na ri epa ona ubiri na hwe bura obi ogie kanu ogie kai ori ona we wana ku ni salo bwa me ohu owi en eri ege omo no ba ahu ela dia ona wi ari obi ona de ge ona atomi ewe ana eri ge ana hu ege wa ewe de na hu ewe ahia ugie no hwa ega no ari ewe ege omo wu ga o ewe go yo ona ewe ri be segwa ona we have omage be pe oma esu popa ma esu ki ha o we ri obo kagba yi bo kana wo ri weru na we ri amu he wa go gede ona we wo ki yo mi me ana no ona we won tie wa din oto we he obi ye ni esi mi ba tie ona wo oyoyo omo na wo ma ewe no ka e ka na ona na ri oyoyo re ai we ri e da na bi asi wa ari ewe ge omo wu ga o ewe oyoyo ewe adafe ewe unye o ewe oyoyo ona we ae ebi no keke ehi ana furi kore oye uswe aye no hwa emi pokin ni dadoma emi pokin ni me okinu we no da o mena bia mie bia kian se hebo de no ga me mie ni zero re na yi de mi ni hu oyin ina fe ohun na isede na pon salogba na pon unika no amawo gbegbe gbona amawo na isalebenu sopa nu pon salogba ye dagbon won nu pon ye ne ohe nu mie nu pon ye odekun nu mie una ye mi hu nu pon ye do ma mi odekun wa mi ropa emi nu mie no so yan won ke mo kare koten korun ki wo ni rewe bo ke ni ro wa ke ya fe emi ya fe nu odinode nu salogba ye ya bowewo owe mi na ana be yin osanu dazi yin me nika yin me boya fe na ga emi ni ya we ko ya bo me o manu we mu we emi pona ame ya bo amezo yuto ma we yin ri ma omo no gba ne do ko apolopolo emi no ri aye osaba imanihu no fure ga re bona e ma no wa bo egba o rewo ni aha mo hin no hu ai de no won hin daro ni nika o fe o hin wori ni etowo no pewo awe ka ya fe ma we gotu wa ya fe ugi o mi pona ri na o wu pona 2025 imagine ni ma me ti o la 2026 be no we de be gbera mi
opon se wona we
o ten ire kere ba ege se ni
edun no pewo wege ka we eroto erokun owe okapa ni o wege ne de owo pe opa we te ni eje dagbon ye na ya gbegbe won ito no kere pe ona ya de moimo ewu de ona we o ma no wa ke na ye ti wa wuso na mi no magun yen kwa kan dori ewu to tuko ona de moimo ni ona mu oriri no ya ari koro ori momo oye mo boy kan bwa na so pa yegi sunwera odiri yo ni e te wa ri koro ona bole moi ona ri unu ye te wa la lo bo wa be na wa lu le gege na wa ri be moi ona wa la lo pia ona we bona ki ona we la re wa na le be moi we me o re ne bu sen ade mami bai o pa na wa lu le wa toro nwera ona we condition ni ze boyo o be ma so ona yi bi na gbegbe e bana ona wa ra ri nwera ona we bo ba toro ona wo tele gi arewa agbon ga mama where enemy ma do na ze lu o ma do na e ka wo ume ni no arun da igogo ume no arun da iwe mi po ume no ugbe me go ma be igogo wa ri da ku gbe na nwanyo ku gbe o pa to pe
ise anyway ya iwa dai ma e ma na mu gi ore emi po na ayuto ni wa maka bokpon wa ya fe di dai ma pa ke ma ye ni ru adigu eni ru awe ya fe mana owe gwoba we duge saloba no gi ma eseti gwe emi ya fe ke ni ro wa ke rigwe we ni abo karele we dion wala ho wa gwoba dole wo nai wa re ria wa we ki to ha ane ga gwaligo wa we ki to po be gba ni ba ya du po na he po de ba be du he wa ga zi esi no bavdi wayi na ya dole wo yi awo karele eri o no ona odon we so egbe ade lórí odon we we gwa we na riru e na
ya fe ave nigi ni vero ya fe ave niru uni to sa mi ma ya fe yibo na fi wori no ma no la otedo ya fe me ma na gi bota de na yota oba to pe ise
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They
smart.
can't sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up and dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
All right, guys, it's another lovely Monday evening, and it's my pleasure to have you join me on yet another beautiful episode of the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from that city of bronze. You know, I love to call it that city where the king is truly king. Now, for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is one show that, teaches men to prioritize themselves and, of course, to be the best that they can be, just so that they can give the best that they can give. It airs on this station every Monday. All right, my name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join us on this episode of the show. Now, today, we're going to be taking a look at a very, very important topic, something that actually caught my attention of recent. Okay, sometimes you're just going about your daily activities and then you just, for a second, certain things just cross your mind and you begin to ask yourself, what has actually changed? What has gone wrong? How come things are no longer the way they used to be? And one of such things is the growing lack of parental discipline in our society as we have it today. What exactly went wrong? Whether you like it or not, you must have noticed that things are no longer the way they used to be, especially between parents and their kids. Those days when we were growing up, some of us had this reverence for our parents, right? Even in their absence. There were things we're not bold enough to do, we're not courageous enough to do, even in their absence, because of the kind of discipline that they gave us, right? So, for instance, I remember as a kid, I used to live within my boundaries as a child, right? I was not allowed to go to the next compound. Now, that was how I was raised. Not because my parents didn't like us being free, but they just wanted to ensure that we lived within the boundaries that they set for us. Now, I'm sure a lot of you out there can also relate. Now, if you take a look at the parents of today, it doesn't seem to be like that anymore, right? A lot of parents seem to be more flexible in raising their children. Is it a good thing or is it a bad thing? My name is Harry Agboje once again, and it's my pleasure to have you join us on this episode of the show. Now, like you already know, I'm not alone. I've got an amazing person in the house with me, and together we're going to be taking a look at this topic. Now, he is an educationist and also, a social analyst. He's really passionate about lots of things that are happening around us, and he loves to share his wealth of wisdom and experience on such matters. It's good to have you, Abu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harry. And as usual, it is good to be on the show today again. It is always a pleasure talking about issues that concerns us in society, especially issues like this, where if we keep quiet, things will get deteriorated and it will get out of hand.
True.
So, bad things try because good men decide to keep quiet.
Absolutely.
So we must say something.
Definitely, we must say something, and that's basically why we're here. I mean, we really can't help not to say something, all right? Now, we're going to be taking a look at this issue as we begin to look at it one after the other, right?
Okay.
Let's look at it from this angle. Parenting is serious business, right? And I don't think a lot of parents realize that, a lot of parents of this generation, because there seems to be this trend of people just giving birth without recourse to the responsibility of taking care of those children. So let's start from there. Why would anybody want to, start having kids without, considering what it will take and what it will cost, to take care of those children?
Yeah, procreation is one biological gift that God and nature has given to humans. So anybody can, any adult who has gotten to a certain stage can procreate, except he or she has a medical condition. But procreation is not a yardstick to be called a parent. So we have so many fathers and mothers who are not parents. Being a parent means you are ready for the job after birth. Birthing a child is your God-given talent or God-given gift.
Your natural ability.
That natural ability. But the idea of training this child, parenting, is a full-time job. I say full-time job because it's one thing that people just overlook, and because of that they think because they are fathers they could be called parents. No. We have so many fathers but few parents. So it's because of these few parents that we have in society that you see there is a growing lack of discipline in terms of parenting and all that. So I think the few parents that we have, if you see their children outside, you can distinguish them from those that have fathers and just mothers. So I think we should be seeing this thing from the idea of who are parents, to be precise.
Okay.
A parent is that person who is a father or a mother and has indulged herself into the act of bringing up this child. Children, the mind of a child is like a tabula rasa. Whatever you imprint on that mind is what goes a long way to determine what the child will become in life or how the child will behave and all that. But we really have people imprinting these things on the mind of the child. That is the question.
I think that's $1 million question, because this is one question I believe a lot of parents do not ask themselves before they begin to procreate. Like you've rightly established, there's a clear difference between procreation
there is.
and parenting.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we need to begin to establish. What exactly is it with parents of nowadays? You know, just like I said in opening, you know, when we were growing up, it was a different ball game, right?
Yeah.
We were raised with a very high level of discipline. So much so that parents of this generation will probably see that as you being too hard on your child.
Okay.
Now, what's the place of discipline in parenting? Let's begin.
Yeah, there are different factors that I think I will tie to this lack of parental discipline. Number one, the infiltration of Western culture into our traditional belief and norms. Secondly, we also have this idea of laziness on the part of some people who call themselves, I use the word who call themselves parents, laziness on their part. And thirdly, there is this idea of the growing new normal, where people advocate that children should be treated with, like adults, they should be treated with kids and gloves and all that, so that you not hurt them, and so after all they are human beings. But let me start with this infiltration of Western culture into our traditional culture. Now you see, the white men asked us at the time to marry a fellow man, a woman marry a fellow woman. Many of us did not dispute it. Some African countries are already doing that. They also asked us to wear the suit, the sleeve, the waistcoat, the tie and all that, despite our hot weather. And many of us did not also dispute that fact.
Okay.
And we are doing it. But very recently, they are also asking us to treat a child as an adult. And so many parents have started, many fathers and mothers have started treating their child, their children, as adults. That's the problem. They want to train them in the Western way. They want their children to see themselves as adults. They are rushing them through that childhood. They don't want them to enjoy that childhood. They don't want them to see themselves as children. That state of innocence is no longer there. A child that just here, you call that child that you want to reason with the child like an adult. What's his
reasoning capacity in the first place?
My brother, what is the rationale behind you sitting a child down to say, let's discuss? You are just 4 now. And who told you that a 4 years old is thinking like an adult already? It's not. I know many will say this is a computer age and jet. Leave that computer age and jet. Children are children. And most of how were we brought up? We were told that if you misbehave, I will flog you. I have so many parents in my area. My father was not just my father. Yes, he was my biological father, but I have so many fathers. Before my father even come back from his workplace, someone else have disciplined you if you misbehave and all that. Do we still have such in our society? No. You see, everybody wants to say my family.
So you're saying that in those days there was a communal mindset?
A communal mindset. All parents were parents, and all children were children to all parents. Now, these days, you see families saying, you don't touch my child, I know how to discipline my child, you leave this child for me to discipline and all that. So that's why we're getting children are going haywire. Some of them are even going gaga. You know, some of the hairstyle that a 10-year, 11-year-old will put on, you begin to wonder, is this one coming from a home? You see some young girls out there, 11, 10, some of the things they will wear, like, does this one even have fathers and mothers at home? So the issue now is we are drinking too much from this cup of Western wine. I think we should come back home. We should come back to this African tradition. We are Africans. And in Africa, there is discipline intrinsically buried in our totemic mindset. It is in our subconscious. That discipline should be resurrected. That parents should see themselves as not just parents, but as role models, as disciplinarians. Correct these children when need be. Don't reason with a child. It gets to a certain stage, you reason with him, not at this stage. It is some of those things that you imprint on him when he was still a child that will model him into a very good adult. A good child definitely will become a good adult.
Absolutely.
Now, when you lead them, you think they can think of themselves. What you fail to tell them, their friends out there will tell them. And that is what we should avoid. So that idea of Western culture, I think we should come back home. Beside that, sir, this idea of laziness on the part of parents. They think now that you already have a child. So if you can provide for this child, you are performing the work of a parent already. The provision we are talking about here is not just finance. Many of them thought it's just finance. If he's attending a very good school, I can provide. If he wants to buy anything, I can give him more. No. Emotionally, psychologically, this child needs you. Morally, you should be there for him. Who are his friends? Do you even know his friends? What are his routine? How does this child carry out his daily activity? You should be your child's best friend. You should have a roundtable talk most times with him. You should be able to tell him, if you try that, I will flog a lot of you and he will not try it. Don't let him see himself like an adult already. You hardly even see children these days bathing outside. And someone said it's civilization. I think they know too much.
Okay.
Their parents make them know too much.
So
why did I say
they've gone past the phase of innocence.
You see that state of innocence? It has been killed. Every child now, the parents have been able to inculcate in them that they are no longer children, but they are now what? Adults. And there is no way a child can behave like an adult. He will be an adult in a wrong form. So let these children grow.
Okay.
Correct them. Discipline them. Be a disciplinarian. You don't rub men with a child of 5.
Okay. Now, you've actually said a lot. Now, talking about the infiltration of Western culture, just recently I saw a video on Facebook of this American comedian, and veteran comedian, Steve Harvey, of, he was actually interviewing a kid, a 5-6-year-old girl. So he was asking her why she liked her brother, why she loved her brother. And she was saying, well, she loves her brother because, her big brother, of course, because he's always there to protect her and to comfort her when, her parents whooped her. And then, of course, the crowd, reacted in laughter and all of that. Now, I went through the comments as usual, and I saw a lot of persons asking questions, and a lot of people, complaining that it was totally out of place for the parents to, whoop her or to discipline her. And of course, it became a debate as usual. Now, that pretty much reminds me of something. The fact that this is also becoming a major issue in this part of the world, whether or not to discipline a child. Because some people see the use of corporal punishment as a sign of hatred for the child. That how can you, use corporal punishment for a child that you love? So they see it as, you doing too much. They believe you shouldn't use corporal punishment on your child, that there are other ways. Just like you said, some of them believe you can reason with your child. But how do you reason with a child whose mind is not even matured enough to, look at things from that perspective? I think what we have is actually a problem, because people want to mistake smartness, intellectual exposure to maturity.
Yeah.
And I think that's a problem. I would like you to speak in that regard.
You see, words get their meaning from their context.
Okay.
What they call maltreatment in a particular context, in another context might be called discipline.
Discipline.
So when that people say you are hitting that child too hard, you're beating this child and all that. But I think in the right context, when it comes to my child or any other child, child around me, you should use that right word, discipline. We were once children, sir. They did not kill us.
Of course not.
We are what we are today because of how our parents decided to straighten our life. At least our parents are not beasts. They know what they are doing. You don't expect a mother who gave birth to a child to kill that child with her own ends, except she's maniacally derailed and all that. Yeah. When children are being disciplined with love, you can discipline a child with love. There is no need you bringing in ideas of you are abusing the child rights and all that. He is a child, for God's sake. The reason why you are saying I am abusing his right because you want to protect that child. The reason why I even discipline that child is to protect the child also. Now, this is what the government are fighting against, is that you should not abuse, assault a child. Discipline will get to an extent, becomes an assault.
So that's where we need to draw the line now. At what point does discipline become an assault?
When you begin to inflict serious pains,
bodily harm
on this child, it is not an assault.
Okay.
When you are not correcting the child with love, it becomes an assault. When you are doing it with hatred, it becomes an assault. When you forget the fact that this person is still a child, it becomes an assault. But when you are doing it in the circumstances of these things I'm saying, like he's a child, I want to correct him with love, he's my child, and all that, that is discipline. And we should not rule out discipline because some persons are misusing it. I know I am not in line with so many parents or guardians who have decided to inflate pains on children because you want them to listen. No, that is beyond discipline. Okay. That is now an assault. That is now an hatred. That is now a corporal punishment. And if I ask my child to kneel down there, for example, or get a cane and give my child 2 or 3 strokes of the cane for doing something wrong, next time he will not try it. But if you now give a punishment that is more than that child to that child, then it becomes an assault.
An assault, okay.
You're asking a child, for example, you get pepper rub on the child body or give the person some scars, marks and all that. No, that is wicked and that is evil. But you asking the child to kneel down there or get a cane, flog this child 5 3 or more, as the case may be, and after all this, call the child, next time, don't try it. I am your father, I love you, and that's why I'm doing this. I hope you will not try it next time. Such a child will not try it. But you're not letting the child know the reason why you have flogged him or disciplined him and all that. It is hatred.
Hatred.
So we should draw the line between discipline and hatred. So I am not advocating for that idea of that battering, that corporal punishment.
Yeah.
I am saying we should not rule out the fact that these children are still children. And children have a mindset that is as clean as a tabula rasa. So we have to imprint something that they will take up into becoming a very good adult.
I guess that's why the Holy Book says that you should train up your child in the way he should go, that when he is old, he will not depart from it. All right, guys, it's still the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television. Just in case you're just joining us, we're talking about the decline in discipline, parental discipline. What has gone wrong? What exactly is the problem? Why is it that, kids are no longer as disciplined as before? Why is it that kids nowadays can just do whatever they want without, their parents or a parental figure, putting them in check? Now, Abu, just a moment ago, you were talking about the difference between correcting in love and correcting, in hatred, right?
Yeah.
Now, it's no longer uncommon to see children just walking past an adult without greeting. And that was actually one of the things that we were taught as, children. And that was exactly one of those values that we grew up with, which is why we cannot see someone who's older than us now
and not greet.
Don't you think that's also a function of this lack of discipline?
The dysfunctionality of the society, that's one of the factor, one of the things we got from the dysfunctionality in the society. Why did I say so? I just told you not quite long that all parents were parents to all children. An elder can call you back and say, so you don't know how to greet. Where are you from? You say, I'm sorry, sir. Good morning, sir. Or in my dialect, you greet according to your family lineage, and you must do that. That's how we grow up. But these days, many parents have restricted themselves from doing that. Before someone else will come somewhere and say, don't talk to my child, it's my child, I know how to train my child and all that. So that communal nature is no longer there. And you can see, that is just a microcosm of the larger one. You could see, apart from this idea of greeting, you could see children, they hardly even get up from the seat for an elder to sit, if that's the only seat.
That's another dimension to it.
Now, you see some of them, they are very disrespectful. They have begun to euphemize what we call disrespect. You see some of them will say savage reply. What you might want to call obscenity,
I think that's one of the effects of
stupidity, social media.
Yeah.
You see some of them will say, there's a new one now, we listen, we don't judge.
That's not even good.
They are indirectly promoting children to go haywire.
Go wild.
They are promoting this idea of you can always do whatever you want to do. And they are promoting immorality.
And the question we should even be asking is, what do we call judge in this context? Judging is discipline. Discipline we're talking about.
It is a discipline they want to eradicate.
When a child does something wrong, you're supposed to discipline that child.
So you say
but to children of this generation, you
listen, you don't judge. And you say, you listen, you don't judge. Besides that, sir, you see, when these children were growing up, they were given this orientation that I am your father, I am your mother, I am the only person, I should be the only person that has the moral right to discipline you. And that's bad. Let these children know that all parents in this vicinity are your parents.
Even adults.
Even adults.
Not
they
necessarily
have the right
parents.
to discipline you in my absence. When I was growing up, something happened. I went home to tell my father that a teacher has flogged me in school. He said, okay, the next morning we'll go. He followed me to school. And when we got there, he took the cane himself and flogged me again right in front of the teacher. These were adults in unity. Adults having a meeting over me that I don't even know about. Their primary aim then was, this child must not go wayward. Now that I am an adult, I used to think like, okay, could it be the reason why my dad have to flog me again? You know, that sends a message The message was, you are safe in his hands and don't misbehave because I'm your father. I'll flog you again. But these days, we've seen parents that will follow their children to school and start constituting nuisance. Some of them will not even ask. You'll be telling your child right from the home that your teacher will die today. You are giving that child an impression that he or she can disrespect
an elder
and get away with it. I'm your mother, I will always fight for you. You are creating a small problem that will blossom into a bigger one in society tomorrow. A child you couldn't discipline today will end up in prison. And they'll start crying. Discipline your child. Teach these children societal value. The values, one of the values that will hold tenaciously to in Africa is respect. They should be respectful. Leave this idea of we are in a civilized world, this is a computer age. And in America, you don't touch a child like that, they'll call the police on trust Nigeria police. Okay. They'll be very quick to tell you, no, it's not like that. You must respect your parents and all that. So that is one of the factors. Okay. Though there are other factors. There are factors that we have this single motherhood and fatherhood. Yeah. It's also a contributing factor.
Broken homes.
A broken home. Now, if a child is coming from a broken home, that parental care, love will not be there. Of course, it's not easy for one person to train up a child.
Okay.
You need a father figure, you need a mother figure, and this person is not there. Definitely, it will affect the child's psychology, and that will metamorphose into an adult that will be antisocial,
okay,
or that will be maladjusted in society.
All right.
So that is another angle.
Okay, once again, it's the Guys Hangout Show, and tonight we're taking a look at the issue of the lack of parental discipline. What has gone wrong? What is the difference between the way it used to be and the way it is now? Now, Abu, in closing, I just wanted to give a word of advice to parents out there who are not living up to expectation in terms of disciplining their child. Those who think, letting their child get away with everything they do is a sign of love. What's your advice for them? In less than,
They shouldn't be just a father or a mother.
Okay.
They should be parents. And parenting is not an easy job.
Okay.
If you are capable of giving birth to a child, you should be able to parent, take good care of that child. Don't be scared. Don't be scared to discipline your child.
Don't be scared to discipline your child. I guess that's the parting word for tonight. I want to say a big thank you to you, Abu, for taking out
thank you, my brother.
Time to be with us on the show today. And of course, to every one of you out there who have created time to be with us. I hope you've taken something away from tonight's discourse. Of course, the most important thing to take away from this is parenting is serious business. All right? So the moment you decide to become a parent, just have it in mind that the future of that child lies in your hands. If that child is going to grow up to become a responsible person, it's totally up to you. And of course, it's up to the adults that child is surrounded by. So another thing that Abu said in the course of his analysis is that parenting doesn't just end with you as a parent. You should also give the adults around your child the responsibility of raising your child, just like it was in the olden days. Don't have this mindset that you are the only one who has the responsibility of taking care of that child. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do ensure you do the right thing and stay out of trouble. Do have yourself a lovely night rest.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about
what I said.
So
So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for ashwebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up and dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe.
That's what
And
I
these
thought.
women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
The land of Owa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Owa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom as a result for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Owa was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence. Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of two local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship, where the spirit of brotherliness is shared. They developed traditions, culture, and dance that electrified the environment, that encouraged love and joy.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
and welcome to WIC Women in Conversation on ITV. My name is Patricia Gabriel. This is a table where women discuss. We talk about women, things that are pertaining women. Anyway, sometimes we bring in men, but for you to understand the program properly, it's usually women we talk about. And I have my women on the table that we do this together with. I have Barrister Chisom Bafo seated on my left hand. Chisom, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Hi, Patricia.
Hi. And then I have Abe Dejowo. Abe is a social worker in the United States, United Kingdom. You're welcome, Abe.
Thank you for having me.
And then, of course, I have Princess Edith. Princess Edith is the one that brings to the table all the traditional proverbs. Princess Edith, welcome. She is the CEO of Freedit Gold Global Limited. Edith, you're welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me. You're welcome.
Okay, so let's just get the ball rolling. We're going to be talking on today's topic. Today's topic is going to be the pressure to look perfect. Are beauty standards beginning to hurt Nigerian women? Are beauty standards beginning to hurt Nigerian women? Every woman in Nigeria wants to look good. I mean, and I give it to Nigerian women. Even with the stress that we go through, we still find time to try to look good.
Sure.
Thank God you know that is true, because we're all looking pretty here. Anyway, let's start with Edith. Edith, straight to the question.
Okay.
Are beauty standards hurting Nigerian women now?
Yeah, if you ask me, one way or the other is hurting them, because I can see some of my celebrities, some people going to do BBL just to look good. Either to look comfortable, to have some self-esteem, or to look comfortable, to look beautiful for their men. You know, in that way, if you say it's hurting women, it is. But they choose to do it. They damn the consequence of the pain. It's not cheap. It's expensive. So I would say, yeah, it's expensive. And I would say it's actually hurting them. A lot of people are going through a lot to look good. You see some women piercing everywhere just to look good for themselves or for their men. I don't know what's pushing them to do that anyway, if you ask me. But I love to look good. There's this word I like using. Looking good is good business.
Okay, do you have to pierce everywhere, like you said, or go do BBL, or do the other things they do to look good?
You don't have to do that. Why would you do that? Be comfortable in your skin. Be comfortable in your skin. You wear it beautifully and naturally built by God. You understand? God does not make mistake. Accept your body. Acceptance matters a lot when it comes to beauty. Accept what you have. You have light skin, dark skin, how God created you. First of all, if you accept it, then the general public will accept it. It's when you don't accept what you have, what God has endowed you with, that you now begin to look elsewhere. You know, when you don't have to pierce on your body to look good. Just enhance, a little enhancement will make you look different. You understand? With just one earring, you are good. Must you go all the way to 12 to 7? It doesn't, for me, it doesn't doesn't make you look better than you are. And if you ask me again, I would say, putting all those plenty earring, plenty piercing, your face, these days some pierce their tongue. I wonder how they talk, how they speak, or how they eat. When I see them outside, I don't know. I pray they won't see me, because the way I open my eyes and be looking at it, are you for real? Are you okay? You understand? I'm an African woman. I like to be very comfortable in my skin. Whatever I'm doing, if I'm not comfortable, if I'm putting on a shoe and I'm not comfortable with it, I go drop and buy slippers for road.
Okay, Abby, let's come to you. You know, on this table, we know that you are the mommy G.
Don't say that. I'm not perfect.
You are not perfect, it's true. But most times you answer your questions from the biblical aspect.
Yeah.
Okay, so this pressure to look perfect, like she said, it might be for yourself, because some women wants to look good for themselves, not necessarily for a man. Okay, so this pressure to look real good for yourself or for your man, do you think it's necessary to go extra miles to want to look good?
I believe that it depends, you know.
When I say extra miles,
I mean to go and do.
So you know, some people want to do some enhancement, you know, to make them look better than what God has created them to be. And do you think really they look better than what God has? Because God is not a man. God is perfect. So I don't know.
He's a master planner.
You know why with this what this, you know, I know God says you're fearfully and wonderfully made, and your body is living sacrifice. And also God also says that you perfect all that concerns you. and you were supposed to go from glory to glory to get better. To me, because I've had a friend where she had breast reduction, yeah, and that's because it was affecting her back and and her health. So so we have to look at things differently. So in that case, would you say that is wrong, or it could be a scar, that you want to enhance to make better, or it could be I know you could be like there's different modes that to enhance your beauty because for yourself, because you want to, but not because there's something wrong with your self-esteem or because of issues with it. But my own is that you need to look at things holistically. I don't believe I know that with a lot of things to do with BBL, with death, involved in it and all that stuff. But biblically, I'm just trying to see the issues, the disadvantage regarding that. And obviously, to me, does it outweigh the advantages, because it could lead to death, and at the same time you want to feel good about yourself. You want to, people that do it, they probably want to have more admirers or whatever the issue is. Yeah, so I wouldn't judge, but at the same time I wouldn't say it is something that you should do that can lead to death, because we've seen a lot of people die during the process. But at the same time, if it's like for health reasons and it's for you and for those kind of things, you can, and you can do some that to support that, but not the one that is excessive that will lead to death. And I don't know much about how do I say it.
Okay, Edith, let me come to Barrister Chisom. Abby talked about self-esteem, okay, and I was going to ask a question on that. Do you think there's pressure on this on this self-esteem issue? Some people might not just be comfortable in their looks. Like she said, some people go to do breast reduction because of health challenges, while some also do it for fashion, and some also go to add to their breast, so it will be very big because of I have had a friend in her late 50s who did breast
enlargement.
No, silicone, or what do you call it, to make her breast, I'm sorry, we're using all this on air,
we are women.
So she did that. And when I asked her, because she started having challenges, okay, so she goes to the hospital like 3 months to get some pus out of it.
Oh my
God. And when I asked her, why did you do this? Why this pain is too much just to look good? And she said she was married to a white man who was always talking down on her. After 4 grown-up children, he will always say, see how your chest is. Your chest is this, your chest is that. And, self-esteem came into it. She couldn't take it anymore. She had to go do something to please her husband. Do you think it was right for her to have done that, or she could have just, continued her life the way she is?
Okay, let's talk about the Gen Z version now, because I think is what is saturating beauty standard in general. They say, they have this code, they say beauty is pain.
No pain, no gain.
No
pain, no gain.
Like, for example, if you want to get a snatched body, I'm using Gen Z terms now. You want to be snatched, you have to go to the gym, wear, even corsets and all those things. People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They
smart.
can't sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy. Okay, but they do it because this is the standard that the society has set. The first thing as a woman, before you even open your mouth, they will judge you based on how you look. In this world, let's focus on what is in trend today. That's it. Any image, no matter your age, right? That's why you see some even older women when they dress younger, when they try to, dress like, they are the happening women in town, you see them, younger ladies are hailing them like, oh, mama, you look sexy.
They know what's up. They know what's up.
They know what's up. So that is the standard we have today in society. And that has already even depreciated self-esteem. It has made it worse for you to even find confidence in yourself. So a lot of women now attach confidence, to dressing, how I look. I'm fat, I need to be slim. Then the people who are slim, I need to enlarge certain parts of my body to fit in the this thing. So there's a lot of justification to what they do. They say the Brazilian butt lift, that's the BBL. They take fat from your laps and put it in the area where you want to. So it's not artificial. That's what they say. That is still
their body, still their flesh,
still their skin.
Exactly. So the thing is, if you know that you're not doing it for yourself, like you said, the lady was doing it because the husband said, you've still not found confidence because you're doing it for somebody. You're doing it to sacrifice, your comfort for another person. So you should do it. If you want to do it, maybe you're a model or you're like, I need to do this for myself. There are some people who, because of they don't like the shape of their nose, and they want to. I've had people who want to.
Sorry to cut in. We also have a guy who went to do his nose.
Yes. I think he's a comedian.
Yes.
So he said he has always, battled with self-esteem. People always like,
he has this shape.
Exactly. So he decided.
So guys do it too. That's what you're saying.
So guys do it too.
Yeah, and so there's a lot
guys
of pressure.
Are doing a lot.
There's a lot of pressure in the entertainment industry. Because they judge you based on how you look.
Your
That
physique.
is the number one.
Your physique.
Your physique is the selling point in the entertainment industry. Actually,
but very recently, we have also seen some celebrities who had gone to remove their own BBL with the reasons that they turned born again, and then they didn't say health though. They just said they found Christ. And they decided to remove the BBL.
My sister.
They found Christ.
Not just in Nigeria.
Really?
Yes, not just in Nigeria. We also had
Tonto
Dike just did hers.
Wow.
And then she comes online every morning
She's
to want
praying.
to pray with us.
Yes.
She found Christ. And now we also have in the US the black China that was married to Kim Kardashian's brother. She also got hers out because she found Christ.
Oh, that's the reason.
She also found Christ. So now they do it and then they come back to find
Was
Christ.
it a sin?
Abe will
That
let us
is it's for our mama to answer.
Please let us know.
Those that have BBA on, they are not Christian or they are not going to make heaven. Is that what they are telling us?
Abe should answer that. Abe, was it a sin, or rather, is it a sin to have BBL done? Because everybody that I know that have taken
I know it's not biblical,
says it's because of they found Christ. So are they telling us it's a sin?
No, I'm not God. I'm not God. I'm not God. So I can't answer because it's just like saying
hotspots.
I think it's a sin. You didn't need to say somebody has sinned. God says, "I throw the first stone if you have not." So I can't say it's a sin. It's not in the Bible, but at the same time, in this day and age, I can't say it's a sin. And when you say that they found Christ, and it could be, maybe when, they got born again or they got convicted of the reasons why they were doing it, and they wanted to, sometimes, like for me, when I gave my life to Christ, when I was younger, I had a nose pierce. And I took it out, not because
were you convinced to do it, or you just for
did
the
your pastor tell you to take it off?
No, I did it because I just felt that it didn't, the reason why I did it then, it was different. Do you understand? So it depends. I think it all depends on why you did what you did, and then why you're removing it. And there's some other people that are still Christians, so everybody's conviction is different. Some we don't know what God.
Okay, so we don't have a medical doctor here in the table with us here in the studio, but I mean, we should be able to answer this. Is it medically dangerous to do such?
If I would say it's dangerous.
Yes.
For what I've seen so far online, I've not had a close person that had BBL. Oh, I do. I have a close person. She just did hers few weeks back. And she's already flaunting it. Yesterday I was telling flaunt what your mama gave you, man. I was telling her because she in confidence she told me. She told me that, sis, I just did my body. I was like, really? Body as how? I don't get that. She has to tell me BBL. I said, that's a lot. It costs a lot. He said, yeah, it costs a lot, but it's worth it. I need to look good for myself. She said for herself. And that is a very close part to me. She called me. I didn't know she was actually down. She said she was home. And just barely 3 weeks or 1 month, she's coming out. I saw her yesterday and she was walking on hill. I was like, you okay? She said yes. And what I discovered is that she's wearing skippy things now. You know,
that's the selling point.
That's the selling point.
What are they selling, if I might ask you?
They're selling beauty.
So who?
Beauty is
are the eyes of the beholder, you know.
Okay.
So they do this for a purpose.
Of course.
That is investment. That is, to me, is an investment. They invested on their body to look good, to entice somebody, or to attract somebody.
Who?
Their spouse.
The opposite gender.
The opposite gender. You understand? And they place a tag on it. See, these girls are not cheap. They are not cheap. Because they spend money on themselves. Honestly. So if that is the truth. They are not cheap.
Have you tried to price one of them?
My own.
I have
true. It's
true,
true,
it's not
actually.
cheap.
It's not
It
cheap.
should be
10 million. They said
between
it's 10
9 to
million.
12 million.
Is
It all depends. Sorry, depends on who is the hospital that is that you went to.
And they said body size.
The body size and where they are getting all the fat from. Maintenance again. After you've done it, there is this maintenance fee.
Maintenance fee.
Let me come
There
in
is this
here.
routine checkup you'll be going.
Edith.
Yes, darling.
The way you and Chisom is describing it and talking about the price, I'm not too comfortable with the two of you. What do you think?
I'm very comfortable with my body.
Have you gone to do it or you went to price?
Oh no!
The thing is, I have
anyway.
friends, you know, who have, you know, they said yes, they are planning saving, or when they are talking about
they are forcing.
Do you know that girls actually, you know, save money on a monthly basis? They do a job just to gather the millions of naira and go and do BBL. 10 million. It ranges from 10 to 12 million, like you said. So now after that, the maintenance fee is even costly. That was when Abe was saying that, oh, is the reason why it is not because of you were born again or why they removed it. To me, I think BBL is a lot of distraction that requires a lot of attention. So even you giving your life to Christ, you also need to focus
just give
on that
reason. They are just giving all that flimsy excuse. See, when after doing it, there is some certain fat you must not grow beyond that size. You have to maintain that size. Your food intake, the type of food you take, the type of exercise you even do. You can't be jumping up and down with that thing on you.
That's quite
I don't know.
expensive.
Then you can't do some rigorous things.
One thing, I mean, you said, one of you said you get the flesh out from the labs and add to the hips.
That's what I heard.
That is how
I've not done it.
That's
but
how
I've had a close person.
You're describing it as if you're going to go try it.
You know, we just have to, get knowledge somehow. You know, we get knowledge somehow, so you have some information. So at the end of the day, this is very expensive. And I don't think you have to go all that out to look beautiful. You can look beautiful, why not, without doing BBL. You understand? Some ladies cut their hair and they still look very beautiful.
Natural.
Natural.
And meanwhile, some men like it like that.
Yes,
you
they do.
Cut your hair or weave your hair
some
all
ladies,
back, you know,
some ladies
thing.
can't go out without makeup on. That is.
Let me come in there.
Yes, please.
I think this is common with the ladies on the island. Abe, I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
Most of the women on the island don't want to come out without wearing makeup. To come out from the sitting room to the gate.
It's all women. I don't think women.
No, it's not only island. So it's not about island. It's a personality thing.
It's a personality thing. But just that the market, like, you know, we mentioned something about selling points, right? The people who are willing to appreciate it,
they are more on the island.
Are more on the island.
So we're talking about it. That's why they want.
So location matters.
Location
matters.
I mean,
Abe doesn't want to agree.
You can't do a BBL.
Abe is a very natural person.
It's not going to.
Abe is a BBL and stay in Fagba.
See, no,
I
what
don't
are you
believe
saying? Are you
that.
not saying people in mainland, we are not trying?
No,
I
there's some
say in
names we
mainland.
didn't call.
And we are doing well.
There's
You
some
stay in
areas
mainland.
we didn't
some
call.
areas we
We
didn't
didn't
call,
call.
yeah.
The
Yes.
area we
Those
stay,
areas we are trying.
We are trying.
Yeah.
We are doing well. So let's be serious now. You see, so that is the joker part. Some ladies look good even in their natural look. Even with their hair, low cut hair, their natural face, they still look good. Have you not seen a lady that is very fine, very well structured? One way they'll go and wear one beautiful, what do I call it? Beautiful nonsense shoe, and they have just destroyed their beauty. Yes, or they go and cut one stupid hair and color it somehow. They've just spoiled their beauty. Maintain your lane. Know what suits your color. Know what suits your skin. Know what works for you. If you know what works for you, you won't go the extra mile.
Let's leave
Are you
let's
getting
leave BBL for now.
Okay.
But we're going to be going on a short break. We'll be back. Please stay. Okay, welcome back. You're still on WIC on ITV. We'll be talking on BBL, on women, who does BBL. And, a gentleman in the studio asked a question. We're going to take that question now.
Okay.
I do not want to review who this gentleman is, but he actually asked a question that we should be asking. Now he said, do we have married women in their husband houses that have done BBL? Or husband supports them to go do BBL?
I would say yes. A lot of them. Just some of our celebrities, some of them are married. They're in their husband's house. With their husband's consent, they go and do BBL. They maybe because of their profession. And they also want to look banging. Nobody want to. Yeah, they want to look.
Banging body.
Yeah, the banging body. See, if you are close to this Gen Z, if you hear language that they use, you'll be looking at yourself.
What the hot body can do.
What the hell you can say that again? So I go close to them. Maybe due to the nature of my business, they come close to me. They come to my shop and we talk. When they are gisting, I'll be picking one or two. They like this banging body. They don't like to tone it down at all. So even in their husband's house, they do. Whether their husband give them the consent to go ahead, I don't know. But they have the money. The man can give them consent and say, you can do whatever you like with your body, but my money is not coming to it. Because they have the money, they will go ahead and do it. Are you getting it? It's when the man is bringing the money that he may object.
So is there a side effect to this, Chisom?
Definitely, because according to reports, I think they said that they call it Brazilian butt lift.
Yeah.
It's one of the most riskiest surgery you can ever do
in the world.
Okay. Do the doctors advise them on this before
Have you
they
know?
go?
No, of course. There's a lot of documents you sign and all of that before they proceed with the surgery. So the consequence. That's why I said we have maintenance fee. Some of them, most people that used to go and remove it is because of the maintenance struggle with it. Some people even say BBL smells now. That's what.
One online, the lady was advising young girls not to do it. If you see it, if you watch it, the sight of it, you can't help yourself than to feel for that person, or you want to even throw up. It's bad. It's messy.
Okay.
So I wonder why people will see such a thing and still want to
But
go
you
into
just
it.
said it. See what hot body can do, and you said banging body. So that's what attracts them to it. But besides BBL, let's leave BBL for a minute. We'll come back there.
Okay.
We also have women who go to do tummy tucking. Tummy tucking, some say because of health issues, and some wants to have banging body. We have also had a first lady who did it and passed on, in this country. So, coming back to the same question, is it very, very necessary to go have your tummy tucking?
Okay, the thing is, for me, I think for health reasons, there are people who their belly fat they have to lose a lot of pounds, those things. And some people don't want to go through those rigorous process.